In a world where space and time are intertwined, one man dared to challenge the status quo. His name? Dayton Miller. His weapon of choice? A flute. But not just any flute. This instrument held the power to unleash the ether, a pervasive medium once thought to fill the universe. Miller, a physicist by trade, a musician at heart, discovered a harmonic.
Hola, amigos. Welcome to Flat Earth Fridays, episode 126. We're going to jump in and join the panel. I don't think there's any pre-rolled content for us today, so we're just going to join in and roll out the intro.
Another one. Another one.
My mistake. Joined on the wrong browser. We're going to get the right browser. Then, oh shoot, give me 1 second. Technical difficulties. We're back. All right. Settings. Premium theme. Green dim. All right, boys. We made it. We're back. For real this time.
You still think Sager was a CIA agent on X? You still think Sager's CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass? You still think Sager was a CIA agent on X? You still think Sager's CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass.
Round 4. Going down.
Stupid.
Lower round 4.
Oh, look who's here. Where are you?
Dr. Forrest, dial 118, please. Dr. Forrest, please dial. Hello.
We do a little trolling. It's called we do a little trolling.
REN. Accessible.
Low clowns gotta get a life, bro.
Doubleheads, they thought they had me. They thought they had one. You can't play with me and my guys, man. Hey, let's get it.
Chemtrail clouds on sleep though. After rain down on sleep though. Fluoride water on sleep though. New world order on sleep though. Diabetes soda on sleep though. Clone and modified beat though. Heavy metals all.
We too solid, man. Let's go.
Sleep though. Put a minute. 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 Came a coffin. Yeah. People watching. Yeah. Count shit. Yeah. Nigga shit walking. All these dead riders. Well, it ain't about it. Laws ain't talking about shit.
It's still Friday somewhere, right?
You don't want to stir the pot, you don't want to detox, you don't sleep though. You ever heard about Basquiat? You don't want a Tupac, you want love and hip hop, I don't sleep though. Cops taking cheap shots all week though. False flag headlines all week though. Chalk outline on the street though. I'm just trying to make it out of one piece though. I'm sleep though.
Wake up, it's Friday!
Earth flat and fuck, I'm sleep though. Geoengineering, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking nigga in the sleep though. Put him in it, 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 put him in it.
Embarrassing.
I'm sleep though. Feds follow nigga in street clothes. Hoes ain't sticking to the G code. Suck a nigga dick if people charge me though. I'm sleep though. Click, clack, bang, bang, and reload. Hoes set a nigga up for the kilo. I leave. Maybe I'm crazy, no CeeLo. I'm sleep though. Deep underground ETs though.
Y'all up with me?
So rest in peace though. Found May 28. Well, we know.
Level head.
What you talking about? Talk is talk, and do is do shit people talk about. Nothing to argue about. What we talking about? I must I remind you, I don't wear designer, no genre attire. My Santo was all up inside your vagina, tampons, panty liners. Yeah, gender blur got the kids all confused. Teaching 6, 8 in preschool. Designer babies in the womb. Stars shining through the moon. But I'm
Wake up!
Chemtrail clouds, I'm sleep though. Fluoride water, I'm sleep though. Acid rain down, I'm sleep though. Diabetes soda, I'm sleep though. New world order, I'm sleep though. Grown damn modified beef though. Wi-Fi cooking and sleep though. I swear it's black. Put a minute. Or should I say Earth? You think the Earth is round, 'cause that's what they told you. From elementary school, you trained to be a glober. Have you ever been out of space to see the curve? Or you just rely on NASA's every spoken word? Regurgitated theories, they be so absurd. All you globetards is just some creepy nerds. By any means, globe theories must die. We breaking down lies.
Welcome to the hardest intro in space.
Shout out to the marble spirit level guy. Planes do not dip their nose when they fly. I see the boat again, it came back in sight. Used a pair of binoculars, brought it back to life. The sun is not 93 million miles.
It's not.
No, parallel sun rays through the clouds, straight down. The Most High showeth his handiwork. When he made the firmament and earth is flat. Where's the curve?
That's all we asking.
Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Tell him.
Why are you running? Why are you running?
Where's the curve? Earth is flat. Where's the curve? Man, I'm telling you, Earth is flat.
Glowcrons gotta get a life.
Fridays, level-heads are not liable for cognitive dissonant glitches, including but not limited to internal conflict, sporadic ad homs, insults, rage quits, and/or random emotional globulist outbursts, etc.
It's easy as pie. Your reification is all falsified. The education is all just a lie. Don't need to replace it. All I need is you to face it. All I got is time and you just waste it. This is a gift.
Damn, son, where'd you find this?
True from, if not from us, then who you dum-dum? Made the bed of your demise and chose to sneak the count the sheep since I was one. Never been a fighter, fact of life, a choice of wrong and right that I would never run from. State the truth, defend the youth and stop the coup. It's just a job that got to get done. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Santa was real, the fairy was real. Why mama lie? My brother died, healthcare was bad. Why mama cried? The system is broke, your son is woke. I'm setting mission on fire.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Why they tapping on the timeline, level heads?
Why would they lie? Why would they lie?
Why would they not? The plot and derived by watching the sky and they know it's a clock. They picking both sides and listed with lies. The people pretend the picture they got. The people divide and then they disguise and now they devising a plot.
You ask why they lying from behind closed eyelids.
You disguising an iris that's lifeless. You're denialist, but this lie is why you're a nihilist. Guess you're lying for the pride then. They enticing the brightest to get deprived in contrived confinement.
He's heating up!
Lie about what the meaning of life is. Get a degree in a 9-to-5 shift. Only way that you'll survive this. What's that mean? To bribe them. Yeah, it's tragic. Their only tactic when the model under attack is asking where a map is. If they lied about the earth, what you even asking? Weaving past them, leaving blasting. Everything you believe is backwards. Occult belief is practice. That's what they achieve with masses. Yeah, it matters. You believe what masses. Massive incoherent magnets have a weak attraction. That's electrostatics.
They always invert it backwards.
Wonder what's the verdict, pastors? Religious zealots preaching, talking past us. Sent a blitz right up the middle. Who can block the fastest? Falsify the radius. You cannot walk right past it. Yeah, they truly think they got the masses, but God's got the backing, so they can't stop what happens.
Why would they lie? 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 Why would they lie?
Consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your
No discussions.
We don't consent to the floor and the water supply, blinding our third eye and keeping us compliant. We don't consent to the wars you wage.
Psyops don't work, man.
And children hundreds of miles away. We don't consent to you hiding our true history or your secret societies keeping it a mystery. Cause you've been lying to all of us for centuries. Now it's time we break through your green screen reality. There won't be a rock and turn for y'all to be hiding. You're unprepared for the upcoming uprising. And no denying that you've ruled for too long. And we're chipping away at your bomber with each song. We used to choose to put an end to the abuse. Once you see what's to come, I wouldn't want to be in your shoes. You think we're just lambs lining up for the slaughter, but we're here to make your new world have no order. We do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor. We do not consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do
no, we lie, baby.
To the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering.
We don't consent to the chemicals you're spraying above us. And we don't consent to the criminals you're paying to run us. We don't consent to your false flag attacks and shooting hoaxes. We're standing up now and letting you know we're truly focused. We don't consent to your central bank or your corporations. We practice discipline, citizen, and subordination. We don't consent to the 1% having everything. We don't consent to be puppets, we're cutting every string. I know one thing for certain, they won't control me. You had to have heard the name by now, they call me OD. I don't consent to the media telling lies to me. I don't consent to them engineering society. It's time to take over this shit, so now we're locked and loaded, ready for anything that happens at any moment. We're wide awake, there's no way that we'll ever go back. Never sleep again, and we wanted to let you know that
we do not consent to the wars you use to kill the poor.
Stupid, I'm not gonna let you get the chance.
Consent to get taxes and mandatory vaccines. We do not consent to the GMOs that you grow. We do not consent to adhering your geoengineering. We do not consent.
Flat Earth Fridays, the truth unfolds. Ex-hosting the show, we're breaking the molds. Every Friday night, we gather round to dive deep into truths that astound.
Bomba!
Leo's in the house, with facts so clear. He's on a mission to make things appear. Flat Earth believers, we stand tall. We're breaking barriers, we won't
126,
fall.
baby.
Flat Earth Fridays, all night we go. Interstationary Saturday, don't you know? Theo keeps proving. Oh, won't you see the beauty of the world that's flat and free?
Another one. Another one. In the world.
Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. Like the Suburbans, they watching. Back always swerving and stocking. Back when the merchants are plotting, they map out the earth, they get curtain, we locked in. 18.
Congratulations.
23. Revelation remixing it a seed, medicated me, generate disease. 18. 23.
are you running? Why are you running?
Leaves taken by the beach, running around with your head chopped off. Won't shut it down for the feds of cost. Won't dumb it down for the people lost. I'm sorry, that's your ego soft. Run around cause the sky's a clock. Won't shut it down unless I get off. Can't gun them down. Stupid. Word my Glock and thanks to y'all we can't be stopped. Like the Suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain we locked in. Like the Suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain we locked in. 1984. Knocking at the door, should've read George Boots. What's the store? 1984. Fighting to explore what's beyond the shore. Censorship is war. Better bring your sword. Better than better. Don't wanna let eat this. Coming through stupid thoughts. Seem to think but you're not about a type of legal cabana. Without super found to do they drown. And I wonder what sound is the perturbation, reverberation. I heard the hate and I swear to fake and absurd debate when people still in the matrix station waiting for station to say it. Take a debate or regurgitate it. Like a suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back on the merchants are plotting. They map out the earth like a curtain we locked in. Like the suburbans they watching. Back always swerving and stalking. Back on the
Welcome to the show. My name is Proud Flirt, and I'll be your quiz director. Shout out to my host, Sacred. We are not astrophysicists, but we do enjoy the sciences. We don't block, kick, or mute. Everyone has a voice here. We don't take disrespect or racism of any kind, and we will not tolerate disrespect or racism of any kind here. If you have any comments, questions, concerns, or ad-homs, please grab a mic and say that shit with your chest. If this is your first time tuning in to Flat Earth Fridays, please grab a snack, strap in, and get comfortable. You're in for a long ride.
Talk about paranoid? You talk about paranoid? You still think Sager was a CIA agent on X? You still think Sager CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass.
Stupid.
I know they ain't think a little psyop was gonna get me up out of here. Little control narrative.
Praying on the downfall.
Are you shitting me?
They thought the community was gonna believe Flurf Dirter. They thought Animal Dirter had some weight.
And then they thought the levelhead was gonna duck smoke. Y'all think that we ducking?
You ain't got the answers, man. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers. You ain't got the answers, Sway.
They better stop playing with us, man. How dare they? Psyop after psyop, cap after cap, lie after lie. Just so you know, it didn't work. And don't you realize, Proud, ain't none of the people up there that was talking all that crazy stuff, ain't none of them pull up? Why it's always like that?
You know Globers don't care about spreading misinformation. They just moved on to something else. Now the new narrative is that we paid for the TFE. Now Duffy is a flat earther. They just lost. Spiraling. They end blenders. They end blenders.
Pull the plug out the ether. Check Twitter. I'm like,
I mean, what did he say fuck me for?
I think I'm about ready to get back to the sauce. It's episode 126 of Flat Earth Fridays, man. Back to regularly scheduled deprogramming. Hashtag FEF. Hashtag level heads.
It just goes to show how of an impact we make. That they will go to such lengths to try to take us out the game when they could really just substantiate their claims. Motion,
Forcing them to be
temperature.
rational and logical. That's what you want.
You think, right? You would think it would be easy.
You would think.
Common sense ain't so common.
Besides all the BS, how you feeling, Proud?
I'm excited. We got a birthday bot coming up. I had a great birthday bot as well. I've experienced some frigid temperatures out here in the land of sunshine. I don't know what's going on. I think New York and Michigan, I think all those places lost their weather and they could come pick it up from the curb. But it's been cold out here.
Hey, I gave you like heat sensors in your mainframe. I didn't know I equipped you with that. That's what's up.
It might be malfunctioning. I'm gonna check for an update after tonight.
Well, like always, every single week, it's great to see you, Proud. Thank you for holding me down time and time again. Y'all show Proud Flirt some love. La Capitana, Miss Proud.
It's amazing, girl. All I can say is I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. I'm so proud of you. Everything's adding up. You can do hell and back. That's why you're bad as you know you are.
You feel me? Hey, I'm too cheese, Cruddy. Come on, let me get on my little Canadian cheese found.
Come on, Crody. You said you heard French. He said Crody.
You heard Frenchie.
The young bulls say Crody. It's making Canadians look bad, fam.
Cruddy. I mean, if they gonna say I'm a Canadian NFT guy, I might as well start adopting the vernacular, right?
When did they get bored NFTs? Like, damn, y'all mad because I didn't get an ape? Y'all mad because I didn't get a bored ape? Relax.
They're looking for the cyborg NFTs. Open discussion, open topic. We're going to get a little bit more focus in some of the spaces coming up. It's been just a lot going on, y'all. I just can't believe it. So interesting to see how things play out. Gave me a little sneak peek of what it would be like. The moment they can refute any position that you have, they're going to try to discredit you, right? The moment they can't do shit with you.
Sounds
funny as hell.
to me.
I see Alan in the building. Alan, what up? At Space Artist YouTube chat in the building.
W's in the chat.
See y'all. Orwellian in the building. RG in here. What's it, my man? Laz, I see you. TM. OG. Libra, what up? Brock, what up? She dog. Leliana, I see you. Mr. X, I see you. Phantom in here, Ride 79. Player Blaze. Sam Fink in here, D3 in here. Stone, what up? Ryan Sweet, I see you. Ominous, I see you. Superfly. Lynn and all her twin sisters, shout out to Tommy and Lucy. Matt Love, what up? Luke, what up? Felix, my G. Globe Skeptic, Joe, Hamby, the legend. Piazza, what up, bro? Mr. Human. Mr. What up? Dr. Galatrax to you. Brian Cash, no credit. Josh, I see you. Lillian Wilt. Brian Leak. Flat Earth Tests. Say we don't test stuff. Stop playing with us, man. JJJ Bear. Someone somewhere, what up? Frank, I see you. Vernon, I see you. Conspiracy, I see you. JP, what up? Ed, I see you. Kingsley, I see you in the chat going crazy. Maggie, what up? Jack, what up? Zach, what up? Jordan, Mark, Morgan the Globey. M. Effort, Comrade 1024. B. Wolf. Cold Arse. Warm it up, gang. Warm it up. We just getting started.
He's heating up.
Who else is in here, Proud?
Of course, as always, we got our Adons listening from under the keyboard. I don't know why y'all scared of y'all real profiles, but it be like that. I see Buddha in the building. I see Wolf in the building. V Wolf, welcome. We got Trouble About. A Boot. Are you Canadian? We got JC in the house, Donatello in the house. MF.
Everybody Canadian these days, you ain't know?
Might as well be. Y'all
Brody?
got some maple syrup. Welcome in, Grouper. I see Jen in the building, Maggie in the building, Kingsley, Brian, Globe Skeptic, Ed, Corey, Huff, Mahonster. That's a dope name. Welcome, welcome. I see JP, Ghost Friend, Flat Lloyd, right? Sunny D. Welcome. Shout out to Stone. And we got Not a Bot X in the house. How y'all feeling today? We're gonna get into some prezzies, we're gonna have some conversations, and we might even slide over to TikTok and see how they living. Chase some Globers around out there.
Where's the one in the blender? Lost.
We know they fighting the ether.
Yo, this should be a fun episode, man. Yeah, I heard they was over in Ether Cars cooking up. Shout out to the squad over in Discord. Some interesting data points coming out. We've been telling y'all for weeks. Stop jumping to conclusions. Don't rush to, unsubstantiated perspectives. It's just like, just wait a minute. Some of the info that may come might not be in the anti-flat Earth's favor as much as they thought it was. And everything ain't even out yet. Telling you. Look a little spooky over there. Sunspots ain't really doing what it's supposed to be doing. Ain't that right, Stone? And then maybe we'll slide over and see what they doing over on TikTok. I seen a couple lives open a little bit earlier. They not coming over here, so we gonna have to just dip up over there and let them know what's really going on. We packed up all the anti-flat earthers over here. They're already making up narratives and controlled false narratives about what we doing. So now we got to go seek out more ops, man. That's what happens when the level heads come together and stick together. Got them in a frenzy. Oh shit, did we lose Alan?
I'm sure he'll be back.
How does the audio sound, guys? Is the connection good? Make sure I update it.
You're coming in a little too hot there, Sacred.
A little too hot? Okay, let me ease up. Let me ease up. Let me ease up.
Uh-oh, is the ether fighting Alan? Fight back against the wind, Alan, fight back.
We have to correct for the angle. If the wind is too... Never mind.
Hey, I was told go with the stream. Don't try to fight the stream. Just go with it.
I feel that.
Yeah, man.
Do you have your exit buddy?
Right on. Proud. What did you say? You had a birthday, Proud, recently? Happy birthday, if so.
Yeah, like a year ago.
Damn.
Man, last year.
Yeah, it wasn't that long ago.
Technically.
Right.
I'm up next. Gonna have to turn up next Friday. I don't know what y'all think. Hey, so this is what we do. Let's tap in with the squad, see how everybody's rocking. See how everybody's feeling after such an eventful week. And then I want to refocus back into some sauce. If y'all haven't been following Stone on BitChute or heard some of the prezzies going on in ether cosmology, there's a little bit of information that's should be highlighted and addressed. And hopefully in the upcoming spaces, we could further dive into some of these things. So hopefully we can get a little alley-oop Stone and we could talk about it a little bit, open it up, and then like I said, maybe we'll dual cast and slide over to some other platforms and see how they rocking. But first, let's tap in with the ambassadress, Leliana.
Hello, good evening. How are you guys doing?
Way better, way better than what it was feeling like before our earlier space this week. Thank you for asking, Leliana. Great to see you.
Likewise. Best place for flat Earth, right here. Hey, yeah, I wanted to just quickly address one little thing about, related to the Antarctica trip. And that is that, before they went there to Antarctica, I think, I can't remember where I mentioned it. Maybe it was here or somewhere on Discord or something. But I was basically saying that, hey, you know what? We see these circular star trails from everywhere in the southern hemisphere, like from, southern South America, southern Africa, and then, New Zealand, southern parts of Australia, whatnot. And so I had always thought, like, oh, well, how could that be? Because if we had to take our model, then the circumpolar circular star trail should only be around the North Pole, right? So I think that I had already kind of suggested that, hey, there might be some similar phenomenon going on, like some mirror phenomenon. So I think that was one of the main reasons I was not too surprised that they actually did see the 24-hour sun at the 80th latitude, or 79. They were at 79, I think, almost 80. Anyway, so that was one thing I wanted to say, is that we already knew that bit of information and they have to be related, And so angle-wise, like angularly, it's the same difference, right? From Tropic of Capricorn to the 80th latitude as it would be from the Tropic of Cancer to 80 latitude north, right? So anyway, so that was one reason I wasn't really that surprised that they saw the 24-hour sun. And the other thing too is that, there's the aurora borealis, but we also have the aurora australis. So, and we knew about these things before they ever went to Antarctica. So I had always questioned that, because they kind of again look like mirror phenomenon. And then I got to thinking, well, if North Pole is one kind of a location, like, a dot or like a spot, then how can you have a South Pole on a flat plane, on a flat Earth? So then I thought the only way you can oppose an actual point that is the North Pole is that you'd have to have a ring. You'd have to have an entire south, not a South Pole, but a South Ring, because only every point from the ring would be actual opposite of a North Pole. You know what I mean? So anyway, so I hope that somehow that kind of rings a bell with you guys and makes you feel like, oh, it's not a big deal that they saw the 24-hour sun. It's just we haven't understood how these luminaries are working in the sky there, you know. So we have to kind of think of like, okay, what is this layer of something like a screen or whatever it is? Like, what is its formation? You know, its shape. So that would be determining how these luminaries function. So I'm beginning to think that honestly, that the sun and the moon and the stars and stuff, they are very, very powerful electromagnetic points that somehow translate into visual objects, for lack of a better word, but like visual things that we can see, you know, because of their interaction with whatever it is that that kind of firmamentish thing is, you know. I shouldn't call it a firmament. I should call it more of like a screen, like a visual screen that we're seeing these on. So I think they start out as some super powerful, you know, electromagnetic points that are translating into visual luminaries. Anyway, it's just fun speculating, and it's fun, you know, kind of trying to figure things out. But also the other thing that I have mentioned before, I think, is that, you know, supposedly there's like 15 tons to 100 tons of cosmic dust that flows down to Earth, you know, each day, and that's a lot. And so, and it's crystalline in nature. It's crystalline in its structure. So that's got to have some effect on all the opticals and everything. So I think it's just really wonderful what's going on. But anyways, that was something I wanted to share with you guys. And the science is advancing. Stone had made a wonderful presentation this evening regarding the sunspots, and that was super duper exciting. I learned so much from it, and he talked about magnets and stuff. And the Vedic cosmology actually refers to all the luminaries as graha, and graha means that which holds or grabs onto. So in the inanimate world, what does grabbing and holding without hands? How are you supposed to grab and hold? Well, magnets do that, don't they? Magnets grab and magnets hold. So I think they're talking about all these luminaries being magnetic, because that's the only thing I know that it's inanimate that, you know, has the power to grab and hold. So anyway, long story short, I just want to say that, you know, I've seen a great spirit with all the learned colleagues, and they're all advancing science. Stone has been really hard at work with, along with some other people like Sam and Alan and Shane, and of course Whitsid, who did a lot of the work actually just going there. But they've actually been doing a lot of work taking all that data and processing it. So this is a very exciting time, folks, because they're putting in a lot of effort into compiling the data and making sense of it and presenting it in a way that all of us consumers can understand it really well. So please continue supporting them. I put all their accounts over there on in the purple pill. So this is the time I think that science is going to go forward, and I'm more excited than ever before. Like, I feel this year we kind of like started a new chapter, you know, like it has that distinct feeling like, ooh, we just went from kindergarten to first grade. So it's kind of like, but Sacred, it's not like the way you experienced kindergarten to the first grade. I remember you telling us that story. That was hilarious. You were like, don't fall for it, kids. It's horrible over there.
Bro, so it was a whole trap. That was the first psyop. Like, y'all must have the best puzzles, the biggest building blocks, the dopest fingerprint. It's none of that, kindergartners. It's none of this, only pencils and paper. That's it. Oh, I was so disappointed. I was so disappointed.
Oh my goodness. No, this is the opposite though. I think we're getting bigger blocks and bigger crayons and bigger, you know, paper to draw on. So yeah, these teachers have all been busy. The learned colleagues have all been very busy. Give them a hand. And of course, Sacred and Proud, thank you so much. You guys do all the heavy lifting. And I don't want to forget all the memers. I know that, I always focus on the teachers, but I want to just say that the memers, honestly, I have to be very honest, it was memes that really had a huge effect in me, becoming a flat earther, because it caught my attention. And then I was willing to actually spend more time researching and stuff. So, but it was the memes that hooked me. That is the little worm at the, that is on the hook. So memers are so important, and all of you people that hold these spaces and stuff like that, you guys are all doing all the heavy lifting. So thank you so much. You guys keep the community up. And God bless you, everyone. I love everyone. And let's just keep moving forward.
Yes, ma'am. We got so many tools in the toolbox. As long as we don't turn them into weapons against each other, right? Like we all have specific value that we add from all of our walks of life, which is why this makes this space great. Because it's not just me up here just, having fun, talking about science. It's about hearing everybody's input, everything that people may have learned from the things that where they came from, bringing that together and bouncing ideas off each other. There's one thing that Liliana was saying earlier was like speculating, which is fun. I don't think that we should be afraid to theorize, y'all. Like, I don't think that it's a bad thing. We don't have to sit here and say, we don't make claims and this, that, and the third. I think it's healthy to go ahead and theorize and speculate and push that critical thought forward, right? It's not always just about winning a debate. Like, it's time to start forming new ideas and challenging, how far our minds can stretch in order to figure out this true nature of our reality. Otherwise, we're going to be running in a standstill point, right? So don't be afraid to theorize. Don't be afraid to share your ideas, no matter what you believe in. Doesn't matter if you flat earth, concave earth, potato earth, whatever it is, because it's going to be some type of information that we can either internalize and interpret in a specific way, or we could challenge each other. So that way, that idea that you presented may become a better one.
Real quick, Sacred. I mean, when I speculate, I'm not just pulling it out of my butt. I'm basing it on something kind of like on some real physics kind of stuff, right? So,
but yeah, we have a foundation. Yeah.
So it's kind of like common sense speculation, right?
Right. I just hear, there's certain, groups or certain people that say, oh, don't make claims to this, that, and the third. And I just, like I said, like, it's okay to do that. If it's based in some reality, if it has some foundation of, evidence, it's okay to share that. That's what's required. You have to push those boundaries. We can't just stay in a flat box for all intents and purposes. So thank you for that addition, Liliana. I always love speaking with you. If y'all don't follow Liliana, I don't know what y'all is doing. This is the ambassadress of the community. And make sure that y'all go show her some love. This is Miss Poppins.
She keeps it on and poppin'. Shawty keep it on and poppin'. Ooh, yeah.
That's Alan's favorite song.
The ambassadors need a theme song. Thank you, Liliana. I appreciate you. I do kind of want to, because Liliana spoke on the sun, and like I said, Stone has just completed a Prezi. I think he uploaded the 3-minute clip. I don't know, Stone, do you want me to play that 3-minute clip, or do you want to just reference it and kind of just like review it after we talk to some of the guys? What do you think?
Well, it's another quick couple of thoughts kind of video, so it's very heavily text and graphics based. So playing it on here probably won't help you, unless all you want to hear is some bitchin' living color coming over the speakers.
Okay.
That's a good option. But no, everybody should just check the Jumbotron. BitChute has finally finished processing it, so you can just click that link and watch it. It's only 3 minutes long.
Super dope. Thank you for sharing that, Stone. And we're gonna definitely let you break that down because I think people need to hear.
Straight to the point.
Yep, that's what we like. Y'all know how Stone get down. Some dope music and some sauce. You heard? Okay, so let's be patient.
Sorry, Sacred. Poor timing. But if you want me to cover any of this tonight, let's do it in the next 60 minutes. I'll be around for that.
Oh no, we're doing that in like the next 5 or 10. Definitely. I want people to actually hear this, especially since everyone's in here now. I know it's a little late, but we did start before for Saturday. Shout out to the stationary Saturdayers. We did make it. But yeah, we definitely gonna get to that because I think people need to hear this up front. And in real time. So we're gonna get to that. Before that though, let's slide over to Orwellian. My guy, good to see you, bro.
What's going on, guys? What's going on?
A lot.
Yeah, you're telling me, man. I've been playing catch up on it for weeks now. I think I slipped into a temporal pocket, bro. I thought it was like 3 to 4. It's been like 5 plus, with things just going batshit, turning upside down. So I don't know. Shout out to y'all for handling it the way you've been handling it. I think I'm finally getting over the geoengineering death fog that lasted for 3 days. Whatever the fuck that did to me, bro. It's had me down and out for a while. Like, I know last time I talked to you guys could barely understand me. It's getting a little bit better now. I feel like I'm getting closer to my usual voice and all of that. But yeah, man, it's been something else. Yeah, birthday's coming up at Proud. I had one about a year ago. That's hilarious. Yeah, if you're having a bot birthday, happy birthday, happy bot birthday when it comes up. My non-bot, almost 5-year-old turns 5 tomorrow, so we just been kind of putting that together and just waiting for y'all to get here. It is still Friday where I'm at. For another 10 minutes, so y'all were on time for me, usually are. But yeah, man. I don't know, 2025 is already lit, bro. Like, literally, no pun intended with California, but I mean, we got Mountain Dew raining down on that place right now. Still, you know how I get down. I still focus on a lot of that, quote unquote conspiracy theorist type stuff. I call it truth or movement, whatever. But yeah, man, a lot of that looks fishy. Kind of wild that the blue garbage cans didn't burn. Like right next to a melted car. Thing is intact. It's wild. So yeah, man, I don't know.
You're looking real spooky on the West Coast. I don't know what's happening.
For real, dude, for real. So I mean, all on the side, praying for them people out there, but it kind of looks like a land grab, like what they did in Maui, in Lahaina. They got talking. Anytime they're talking about making a 15-minute city to enslave people in a little tiny community, that's typically what they got to do because they've been trying to buy property and people said, "Nah, get fucked." All right, well, I guess we'll just burn it down. A lot of fishy stuff going on there, but nah, I mean, just with back to the community and this data coming in and kind of my stance on everything and just trying to catch up. I had all that IRL stuff going on. It's been difficult to follow a lot of this. Been piecing a little bit together, and then obviously new developments with Sacred Gate and all this stuff, bro. I don't know, man. I don't know what these people think they're gonna do. Like you were saying, we got a lot of different tools in the tool chest as long as we don't make it a night of the long knives, right, and turn them against each other. I feel that for real. So shout out to you for saying that, man. And at the end of the day, bro, like we're all the glue to the community as long as we choose to be the glue to the community, bro. The second you decide, I don't know, for whatever reason, got a feeling hurt or, whatever it is that people may perceive that caused them to, I don't know, jump ship or revert or whatever, bro. Like, I've just been trying to process that whole thing. So praying for this community, praying for the people in Cali, bro, and just hope that I'm actually healthy enough right now to be awake, listen, and actually talk. Yeah, bro, other than that, man, I'm excited to hear what Stone's got going on. And, as this data starts supporting and people analyze it, man, I'll be excited to dig into that and see what we got going on. But yeah, I don't know, man. Some lights in the sky have never made it clear to me the shape of what's under my feet, and probably never will. So, nice try, fellas, but it didn't change much. Changed something. But an observation was made. We acknowledge that. Let's go. Time to move on. I got more questions. Let's get it.
That's a fact, and I hope you're feeling better, bro. I know you was feeling under the weather last week and probably the week before that too, especially going through all the IRL stuff. So it's definitely good to hear from you. Definitely good to see you. And yeah, I'm glad you brought up like those California fires. I got a text from my mom, and she was like, "Pray for California," and it sent me a link. I was like, "Wait, what's going on?" Meanwhile, I'm dealing with Sacred Gate. So I'm like, I have no idea what's going on. Complete distraction from everything that's happening in the world. I hit the link. I hear the news broadcaster talking about
he's on fire.
I'm like, damn, what's happening to Cali? I'm like, oh no, they burning it to the ground. Y'all ain't put that blue paint on y'all roofs? We was talking about that back in like 2022. I don't know. After we get through some of the prezi, maybe y'all can give me some of y'all theories about what that's really about. Because I totally missed it. I swear I was going to troll all the anti-flat earther, anti-truther narratives all the way into Flat Earth Fridays about Sacred Gate, and I couldn't do that. So I was totally focused on that and missed everything else. So yeah, we could get into that a little bit later. But yeah, shout out to you, Orwellian, man. Like I said, hope you feel better. Great to see you and hear from you. Shout out to my bro. I don't know if RG, we got Joe Hanby in here. I don't know, Alan, if y'all want to say anything before we get into Stones? A little breakdown of this Antarctic sun and its spots. Gotta pay attention to the details, man. Pay attention, Keegan. Mickey, whatever your name is.
No, I'm really just excited that Stone. I kind of caught the tail end of it earlier, so I'm just happy to get another rundown on it. It was a little hard for me to understand about the lines and going straight and it not matching up with NASA. That's about all I caught. So I'll catch up. But yeah, man, thank you.
You caught a fair bit there, man.
Yeah, I guess so. Thank you, man.
I just dropped a couple things in the purple pill, a demonstration I did a little bit earlier, and a map where Antarctica is actually a large continent with the 24-hour sun going around it. It's in the purple pill though, and kind of asked a question because Austin said that, I think in one of his interviews I saw since he's been back, that, what if Antarctica is a large, just frozen continent, and we haven't thought about it that way. And I saw this map today, the animation that I just dropped in the purple pill, and it got me thinking about that. But this, the concept of the 24-hour sun would still be the same in the biblical cosmological model, and it would go around that specific continent, but it would also have an apparent view around the entire ice wall as well. So it would still fit.
I was thinking that too. I was trying to explain that to Sacred Joe. But he made a good point. Like when Witsit was heading over there and they were 100% certain that they were heading south in all directions, we would still have to verify that each continent is technically south, Like the Arctic continent would still be south. So I reposted it, but yeah, that's the same thing I was thinking too.
Yeah, I even kind of in that animation kind of fits too, because when the sun is directly over Australia, they're looking at it in in that frozen continent that would be Antarctica, south of their position, which would fit. So the map could look something like that. Obviously, I think there's a lot more out there than just that. But as far as like what we would know of.
Yeah, I kind of like that sacred because just before I got bad timing too, man. Sorry about that. Yeah, and what if the sun just didn't do a perfect spiral and did some kind of dip after it went around the tip of South America or something. Like it kind of had a magnetic pull a different way, and that would be the same region that has that horrendous magnetic declination, right? It's like 179 degrees right there. What if it was just the sun doing something totally different than we're used to? You know, well, I'll leave it there.
Yeah, the thing that I do want to pose to the listeners and the community in general is, what's the next step? Are we going to revise how we're viewing the flat Earth and the map and the continents based off of, the information that we're getting from the guys in question, right? But are we trying to still fit it into an ice ring type of a model? I've heard these other talks about a bipolar flat Earth. Come on, we're gonna have to work on these names, these descriptions, because I don't know if I like that.
Man, we got to work on that. We got to work on the mental health of the sky, bro.
Yeah, the mental health of the sky and the ground. What the hell? But yeah, so I think those are some of the questions that we start answering. I think that we should start exploring all different options and ideas. I think modeling is great. Demonstrations are better, in my opinion, because I think that totally challenges everything about the spherical Earth model, which isn't really a model, by the way, because they haven't had everything all working in unison. So I don't even really referring to it as a globe Earth model, because it really isn't one. Which is funny. I don't know if y'all remember me talking about this, but one of the first spaces that we held, we talked to an astrophysicist. And I swear to y'all, I followed him and I cannot find his page. And I've been wanting to get him back in here. It was so interesting when we were talking to him the first time. He was an Asian guy and he was a physicist. And he was like, I'm listening to you guys talk. And this is back when we had 10, 15 people in the space. He's like, I'm listening to you guys and I hear y'all keep talking about this globe Earth model. Mind you, this is an astrophysicist. I'm telling you, bro, I wish I had something to reference. I was just going to take my word for it. My bad. But if I find him, I'm going to definitely get him back in here. I know I follow him somewhere. I shot him a DM. I just got to scroll all the way back to 2022. But when we were talking about it, because we were saying, flat Earth model, globe Earth model, flat, and this, that, and the third. And he was like, I'm listening to you guys, and I hear you keep on referring to this globe Earth model. And he's like, can y'all show me where this is? At first, I thought he was trolling me, right? Because, he's a physicist. So I'm just like, bro, what are you talking about? The globe Earth model that they teach to everybody? He was like, I've in all my studies, I've never seen this globe Earth model that you guys are referring to. I don't have it. There's no reference that I've studied about that. If you have something to show me, let me know. So I was like, well, what's your interpretation? And he was like, well, if you're talking about the entire globe Earth, you would think that it would have everything modeled together. And that's just not really how it works in the sciences. So we have specific phenomena modeled out, interpretations of the phenomena, but we don't have and he said this, quote unquote, globe Earth model. Now, I wish that conversation would have happened when we had 100 people in the space, but this is why I like talking to the people with credentials and those that have background in the sciences. No shade at anybody that's not docs, but people that are docs, they kind of have to stand on their word and their name and stuff like that. So they're going to be as honest, at least in my estimation, as possible, because they have a history and some type of name that they have to stand on. You get what I'm saying? So I love talking to those guys because they seem to be less dishonest about some of the things that we talk about when trying to exchange ideas about the sciences. So that was interesting.
I think that conversation led us to the geodynamo model.
It might have. It actually might have, for real. So, yeah, man, there's a lot of stuff out here that's going on. So we just gonna have to figure it out together, for real. Can't do that if we're turning on each other. So, love first, y'all. Shout out to Joe for putting in that work. Make sure, Alan, you good over there? I haven't heard you yet. Shout out to the space auditors. I'm gonna shoot him a DM. I want to make sure he can hear us over because
must be walking his dog.
Okay. All right. Well, before we get to any other madness, maybe we could just jump straight into this little observer, or not little. It's 3 minutes, but it's huge information from what I'm hearing. I missed the Prezi earlier, so I'm like, this is completely new to me. Everything that you're gonna get from me is gonna be a live reaction to whatever Stone breaks down. But I'm telling you, y'all, the devil's in the details, right? I was focused on the fact that McKeegan said that he couldn't get the equatorial mount to work, which I thought that was a problem with it being in Antarctica. He may have not been fully qualified or a little inept in working that thing in order to get it to track the sun. But with tracking the sun, we got some observations of these sunspots. And the thing with the globe Earth and the science community is they want things that are repeatable, demonstrable, falsifiable, and it has to be consistent with their claims, right? That's why it's a straw man to say that 24-hour sun refutes flat Earth. It's required by the globe Earth because they make a positive claim. They also make a positive claim of the sunspots on the sun. So our resident quality controller, Mr. Stone, did a deep dive into these observations of these sunspots and posted a video that went live a few minutes ago. You guys want to go save that for later and enjoy some of the couple of thoughts of the 24-hour sun. Tap in with me and Stone on BitChute. And I'm going to let him take the reins from here. And I want you guys to really pay attention to what he's highlighting here, because if there's anomalies and inconsistencies with the predictions that the globe earthers are making and the globe Earth in general is making, based on their interpretation of reality, they got to address that. And if there's something that we need to figure out based on our interpretation, we could explore those ideas as well. But if Stone data is what it is at face value, it seems like there's a huge problem here. So Stone, thank you for doing that for us. Take it away. You got the floor.
Thanks, Matt. And more to your point, when you mentioned what the Globies are claiming these days about the performance of the sun when they were there and what that is supposed to prove, quote, about the shape of the Earth, everybody has to really be down with the absolute fact that that in itself is a pure logical fallacy. And it's one that we've addressed as a community for years, and for some reason the Globies just cannot hear us. So we persevere. There's one other thing I was going to cover about the Globies and what they're doing to do with sunspots. The backside of the TFE effort was comparison of the orientation of the sunspots themselves on the sun as seen from different points on Earth. So what they did was people like McToon, he set up a flurf.com site with, quote, raw data tabbed over on it, where his users, his community, his Globie community could all take solar filtered shots of the sun going by at their own locations and then upload them with time and date and location roughly to Toon's site and produce a compilation of where the sun was going by those local places elsewhere on Earth, what the orientation of the sunspots were, and the other side of the deal would be the guys who went south, of course, would be taking tons of shots of the sun going around and tracking the sunspot orientation where they are so that they could compare them and induce some legitimacy to, yes, we have shots of the sun going around and tracking the sunspot orientation where they are so that they could compare them and induce some legitimacy to, yes, we really went there, and so that we can, you know, get rid of some of the gates which are propping up ever since they got back. Well, personally, I consider all of that to be a massive distraction from what's really important about the data. And that's why I put this video together. The first minute and some aren't actually about the data, but about a series of frames that NASA put out about 2 years ago. December 22, there was a sequence of frames that NASA released of the sun showing sunspots, daily frames claiming they took shots of the sun 25 days in a row. And then they published that series. Well, a couple weeks afterward, an astrophotographer in Turkey took all of those and produced a single composite shot of all of those sunspots progressing across the sun, according to how NASA released their data. You're going to see that right at the beginning of the video that I've produced. It's like in the 5th second. It's the title frame, as well as farther in. What you're going to see in that composite shot are a series of sunspots going from right to left, or left to right, depending on how you think about it, in straight lines, regardless of, quote, latitude, where they appear on the sun. They all appear to be going in the same direction across the surface. And what that does is suggest that the sun itself is rotating, and not only that, but our perspective viewpoint, where the Earth is with respect to the solar ecliptic, as in the ecliptic line around which all planets are supposedly spinning around the sun, that we also happen to be on the sun's rotational ecliptic, right on its equator, so to speak, perpendicular from its equator, so that we see things going across the sun in completely straight lines, regardless of their, quote, latitude on the sun. Well, that's NASA. Okay, that's 25 days worth of data, one shot per day, and put it all together in one shot. What we've got with the TFE crowd is Dave McKeegan down there, who actually did quite a bit of work for the Globies. You got to give him points for that. He put a lot of effort into making a few cameras work really well to produce something, and mixed results in terms of his efficacy as a machine operator, but that's beside the point. What he did was he put up on his YouTube channel a 20-minute long video, which he prefaced with the same old Globie claim. We went down to Antarctica. We saw the sun for X period of time. It did not set. Therefore, the Earth is flat. Yay, the Globies win. Flat Earth is over. And then proceeded to go into more detail about what he did. Well, fine and dandy. In the meanwhile, he posted a Google folder of 1,353 consecutive shots he did with a solar filter camera, and he published them in RAW and in JPEG, 1,353 each on this folder. And he showed a few of them in his 20-minute video, along with some processing done by Toon to crop them, zoom in, square them up, and time index them all end to end. We don't get to see that data, I guess. None of that has been posted to my knowledge, but the 1,353 frames are up there. So I grabbed them, of course, and laid them out end to end, took a very close look at them. And for the purposes of this video, I took one frame per hour for 20 hours consecutively and put them end to end. And then I traced out and tracked the movement of the sunspots during that time. And there are half a dozen across the surface of the sun to watch move across, 20 hours, one frame at a time. And then at the end, I not only showed the distances and the directions that they've traveled on the sun, but also extrapolated their movement. Because their movements were in fairly straight lines, but not parallel, not horizontal, not anything like what NASA put out in their composite shot 25 days long of looking at the sun. I'm showing something where we're looking at 20 consecutive hours of sunspot movement, something extremely rare when we look at all of the sun shots done by everybody on Earth. Elsewhere on Earth, you can't shoot the sun for 20 consecutive hours. It's not in the sky for that long. So this is a very rare find, I think. And the punchline of the video points out the incongruency here, the discrepancy here between what NASA put out and what McKeegan put out. And they are simply not alike. So we have only to conclude that NASA's bullshitting us, or something else is going on. Maybe this is some other witchcraft going on. I don't know what it is, but I have thoroughly put the ball into the Globey court for them to explain exactly why this is so different from the same kind of materials that NASA puts out. I found it most provocative. That's the layman's breakdown on how that video went for 3 minutes.
So you would think that if NASA shows us some type of extended clip of what the sunspots are doing on the sun over a certain amount of time, that they would be similar, if not equal, to what we're observing over Antarctica. And you're saying that there is a discrepancy, that there is somewhat of a non-symmetry that we're observing in the motion or the displacement. Let me say the displacement of these quote unquote sunspots. Is that right, Stone?
Definitely a lack of consistency. Like they're moving different amounts. They're moving in slightly different directions. They're not moving parallel. That's for sure. And they should be, I guess, if they would have appeared at least congruent in the least to what NASA has put out. And now I haven't reviewed everything NASA's ever put out regarding sunspots. So I can't profess to be the expert on that particular avenue, but I will say that I really would like to see someone come up with NASA's release of some satellite somewhere producing hourly consecutive shots for days. Why can't they do it for weeks? Does this data exist?
Where
it would make sense that it does if NASA is up in space and they've got all this hardware flying around and they're looking at the sun with stereo 1 and stereo 2 or whatever they call them, and there's all the other satellites that are hiding in Lagrange points around the Earth, and they should have a ton of sunspot data consecutively shot hour by hour, week by week. I'd really like to see it. What's up, Joe?
Hey, I was gonna ask where would I watch that 3-minute video you did?
I just put it up in the Jumbotron there, man.
Okay, cool.
And it's better than that because we just over on the Aether Cosmology Discord server tonight before the show, I spoke at length about this video and broke it down. So you can see a detailed review of this on the Space Audits channel on YouTube. And I put the tag for that in the reply to the one that is posted right now on the Jumbotron. So click on that and then also check the reply for the additional tag. And it's all lined up for you there. You can just take it all in, along with what I was doing with the Marinov motor tonight for the past 3 months. It's been a busy week.
I reposted that on my page too, and anybody that's used it, definitely retweet that. So you're telling me, Stone, we got a sunspot gate coming now too on top of all these gates we got to deal with. Holy shit, man! I got a lot.
I did. I confess to be guilty of throwing another one on the pile.
Sunspot gate is crazy.
Appreciate that, brother. I got a lot to go through.
So real quick, Stone, one more question before we get to RG, and I got to follow up. Explain to everyone how you determine I don't know if I want to call them non-linear, but I guess non-parallel motion of the sunspot. How did you determine that?
Oh, well, that's just a graphical analysis of the frame by frame. I mean, we're looking at 21 exposures or something of the 22, 21. I hacked off a little of the beginning data and a little bit of the end data because McKeegan didn't get it right all the way through. So I have at least 20 hours, 1 frame per hour, showing the progress of sunspots going across the sun. So what I do on the first frame is mark on the frame, trace where the spots are. And then I add that trace to every subsequent frame, all the way down to the last frame, where I then mark off where the sunspots are on by the last frame. And then I connect the dots. And then I extrapolate those lines connected. You know what I mean? It's a quick deal. Very graphically straightforward.
Nice. Thank you, Stone. That is super interesting, and I appreciate you putting in that work, bro. You got to have a certain amount of focus in order to stay locked in like that, and you definitely fit the bill, bro. So shout out to you. I got
Thanks,
another.
man.
Yeah, no doubt, bro. I can't wait to check that out. And like you said, go check out Space Audits. They did a Prezi earlier. I can't wait to watch that later on this week. I got another video adding to my watch list that I haven't gotten to, so that's gonna be number 1 though. I got another question, but let's go to RG, and then I'll follow up after that.
As a postscript, following up to your compliment there, thank you. And I would repeat it to the community that what is really called for here is nothing more than eyes on the prize. Just forget the bullshit and get to the data. Then we've got something real to talk about.
I like that. Well, straight to the point. I second Sacred, man. Great job. I'm super proud of you, man. I know I don't know you personally, but from what I've heard of you over the last 50 weeks, I guess, is no less than impressive, man. So thank you. I wanted to ask you, how does this, or what does this speak to being stationary or in motion, and how do you come up with that from that data? Just curious.
Well, we're not really talking much about the Earth when we're looking into the sky. And I think that's why I produced this video. And it's the first thing I mentioned when I broke all this down, when I was thanking Sacred, that it's all about what McKeegan first said in that first minute of his 20-minute video, that he said, we went to Antarctica, we looked up in the sky, and we proved everything about the Earth. That is just an immense logical fallacy. So I don't go there. What I'm looking at is something about the sun, assertions made about the sun, and how the data not only completely disagrees with the data that NASA's putting out, but it also disagrees somewhat with the heliocentric model as the globies present it, saying that the sun is a gigantic gas ball 750,000 kilometers across, and that it is spinning in place. And that's what I'm taking contention
Right, I got you.
With this video.
Yeah, that makes sense. You caught their hand in the jar, basically.
Oops, sorry, y'all. I'm reading comments and stuff like that.
Yeah, no problem, no problem.
Yeah, no, super great question, RG. Thanks. Because just like Stone said, when you're committing a fallacy to try to sway your audience to believe in a specific narrative, and that's not the case, it's like we can get that out of here and we can just look at the observation itself, extract that data and apply it to what they've been saying that's happening and see if that is actually what's happening. If there is any inconsistency, they got to explain that. Right. The one thing that I will say, though, Stone, as maybe a challenge, just trying to think of what they may say. How would you respond if someone said to compare something that's at a longer time lapse to a shorter time lapse wouldn't be comparable?
I'd say 2 things. One, they've still got to deal with the motions these sunspots are taking independently of each other with respect to the presumption of solar spin. That what we're actually looking in these 20 hours of data is telling us that these things are moving in incongruent directions They might even try to say, hey, you know, maybe there is solar rotational precession, and it's so fast or wide that between December 2022 and now, that the rotational solar ecliptic has changed so much that it's way different than what it was then. You know, they might say something like that. But even if they do, the data we're looking at for those 20 hours don't even agree with that assertion either. So we've still got them quite nailed to the ground here.
And would you still interpret the sun as rotating, or is that something that you think that we need to relook as well, or rethink as well?
Well, that's what the data is suggesting, is that there is no such rotation, that there are things moving across the surface of it, but that's not because it's rotating. That's because things are moving across the surface. You know,
it's interesting.
It's the fallacy of attribution of cause here that the globies are again committing, which they are infamous for committing, especially when it comes to astrophysics, since so little of it is falsifiable. They can just say whatever the hell they want to say, and they can publish whatever images they want that agree with what they're saying. And we have so very little in our hands in terms of data to combat that. And this right here is just as precious as it is rare in our opportunity to use data collected by a globie against the globies. And I think that's just awesome about this.
I've been convinced for a while that sunspots prove that the sun is not a spherical ball. So I'm real interested to watch this and take a look at it.
Enjoy.
I can't find it in the purple pill though.
Oh, so Joe, so there is a purple pill where everyone comments, and then what happens is when you're on speaker, when we're talking about specific topics that may have some relevant posts or some links, we can share it to the top of the space, which some call the jumbotron and some people call it the nest. So if you go to the top of the space, you could see posts up there. There's a post that says shared by Stone. Can you see it? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know if we ever even walked you through sharing stuff to the nest up top. Can you see that?
Yeah, I see it now.
Okay, so when if you ever have speaker, when you click the share button on your tweet or your post, whether it's something on your page, whether it's something that you commented, it'll allow you to share to the space, and that's where it will populate. So then that way the listeners and other speakers can see exactly like a visual or some type of reference or a citation while we're talking about the very topic. And Proud is super good at that. I don't know how she searches Twitter so fast, but yeah.
If you're looking for where the share button is, Joe, it's if you're using a PC, it's on the bottom right of your post, and it's the little box with the up arrow. You just kind of hover over that and share it straight to the space. It's a one-step deal.
Cool.
So this is my thing, right? Oh, one second, I'll let you take over. Now let's tap in with Wiz to see what he has to think or he has anything to say. And then maybe we'll slide over to TikTok in a little bit. And if anybody else want to come in and share some words or some thoughts about some of this, you know, feel free to join up, request the mic. I'm having trouble seeing requests as usual. Come on, Elon, chill up off me, bruh. But this is what is starting to seem interesting to me. Let's just say, for shits and giggles, that Stone has just highlighted evidence against a heliocentric claim that the sun is in rotation. Right? I'm just level with me, y'all. Just level with me. Let's just say that Stone actually did just refute, or at least challenge at the very basic level, the notion that the sun is rotating. What does that say for the scientific community? How are they going to address that? And what does that say for some of the truthers that are denying that this is a real observation in total? Like, do they get to use that evidence? Are they going to deny that evidence as well? I mean, because you're going to have to accept that the observation was actually taking place, which could be a direct refutation of their model if Stone is highlighting something that challenges the positive claim. Are they going to switch back to, okay, it's a real observation if it is refuting the globe in real time? Is that acceptable? Can they do that? Can they switch back over here if we're starting to challenge the globe paradigm with a 24-hour sun? Just throwing some questions out there. Just throw some questions, because I've been telling y'all for a couple weeks. Just chill till the data come out. We got a couple guys that's gonna comb through all of it, and if some start to come out that ain't aligning, how is the community gonna react to that? Just saying, nothing definitive. Just saying, because I haven't seen it yet, but I can't wait to watch it. Go ahead, RG.
Yeah, man. Man, since you put it that way, I mean, their ego has been so big for so long. I guess in a way that it was kind of forced on everybody, this belief. And you were kind of going back to this astrophysicist, you said a while back, Chinese guy. Damn, I don't even want to say it like that.
Say Asian. Yeah, I don't really know. I definitely know he was Asian.
Yeah, Asian. So like for him, he probably got that rich education. You know what I mean? So he probably never even heard, like, not to his detriment or not to his fault, but he probably never heard of what we've been taught. And that's kind of sad to say it like that. But I mean, I somebody that went to Harvard and before that, their parents paid $80,000 a year for their 1 year education or something like that. You know what I mean? And so to that point, it's hard to even when you have evidence to show people, they're still really hard to convince. Yeah, I wouldn't take them back. I mean, if it was me, I mean, I love people, but damn, I couldn't be around somebody like that long. Anyway, I'll change the subject. So let me ask Stone this. Since and I'm trying to play devil's advocate here because I know that I understand the answer, but everybody else, I'd like them to kind of hear if they have this question. So with sun data for so little time, little information, I mean, I'm sure we could find more evidence somewhere, but I mean, it's a good evidence, but I can already hear the globers. Oh, it was only 20 hours out of 2,000 years, or something crazy like that. Well, I mean, what do you say to that? And also, how can we tell if it's wagon wheeling and not rotating on its axis? Can we determine that it is like wagon wheeling around us, or is it just stationary moving around us with just moving sunspots?
You see, that is exactly what the Globies were up to in dealing with alt as tripod mounts, mostly for their cameras, in the rest of the world. Other latitudes, longitudes, taking shots of the sun as it goes by. Yeah, there's going to be wagon wheeling. But with McKeegan, he used an equatorial mount. So that meant it's very similar in terms of phenomena to a gyro and the concept of rigidity in space, that the Earth frame of motion is taken out of the equation because the camera is on a mount motorized, which only takes into account the celestial polar axis and motion, or in this case, the solar ecliptic and its motion. Okay, so the orientation of the camera itself with respect to the orientation of the sun remained static for those 20 hours. So no, there is no wagon wheeling to contend with here. This is the best part about the data that we have been given here by the Globies. is that it's entirely different from the type of data collected elsewhere on Earth. It's just amazing.
I'm telling y'all, when we say that we have never gotten something like this before, like this is really monumental. Like this is something that really can change the game for real. Like this is not about surface level stuff. Even though we're talking about the quote unquote surface of the sun, even though the sun doesn't have a surface yet, it has these spots or holes or whatever. Anyway, this is a big thing, bro. This is why I was like super excited when we was like the first space in Antarctica. It's like, yo, we're gonna get some real information. And there's nothing like that out here. So 2025 is going to be
super
very
excited
interesting.
too now. Woo, boy! Hey, when Liliana said she was excited, bro, I just kind of got that rush of excitement, bro. So thank you, man. I really get it now, like a lot better. So shit. All right, thank you, man. much.
Mission accomplished.
Hey, I just want to say one thing. What's it? You're the shit, bro. You've been from my house to Antarctica, and that was crazy. And everything they try to disprove, you don't know, bro. That's wild. I appreciate it. Kirby approves.
Shout out to you. Let's debate.
You said, oh, that's your house?
Yeah, it's Kirby Production. It's let's debate on X. It's my other account. But yeah, Kirby Production. You know Kirby.
Oh, what's up?
Yeah, man. I'm just saying, like, what I saw that you waited and you posted that 4-hour thing. That was crazy. Like, people were like down in this whole thing about all these gates and all these things. I just witnessed it like secondhand. I'm just like, wow, people are literally thinking this guy wouldn't go all the way down there. I know this guy personally, and then they try to disprove you just as who you are in general. Oh yeah, he's a shield. He's a this. He's a that. No, this man right here does not tell a lie. I have witnessed so much more in life that this man does not tell a lie. This man does what he does. He speaks what he speaks. He does what he does, and he's now doing this as his whole lifestyle. Like, why would he not go down there and prove his beliefs and still his beliefs? He went down there, and then they just believe this. Try to claim that he. That's the craziest part. They tried and they cried to, like, basically, oh, he didn't go down there. They didn't go down there. They're in the studio. That was the most dumb thing I've ever heard in my life. How you gonna have cars and stuff? I wish y'all would have had like a sled dog team just to go out to the mountain and come back. But I mean, that would have took resources just to go out away from the camp. It's so cold, I bet. Essentially, and so far away. I mean, it's like energy resources. But yeah, I'm sorry.
How much love, bro?
Yeah, much love. I think I'm on the wrong. I just joined in on the. You know what I'm saying?
Nah, you good, bro. You good. I don't know if you've been up here before, Flat Earth Fridays. You been up here? It's your first time, or you been here before?
No, it's my first time. I was talking about you know what I'm saying, him going to the flat Earth thing.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up. Well, appreciate you joining. Do you interpret the Earth as to be stationary and motionless?
I don't know. I was actually was there the first time with it probably ever told me that he thought it was round, and it was different. I was actually one of the first people in the world, I think, that he spoke that upon, and it confused me. And I always argued that it was, I mean flat. Excuse me. And I always argued that it was round. But now,
Put your ass up, man. Don't let the anti-truthers clip you, bro. Go ahead. We listening.
no, I'm saying like when Wissett believed it was like flat, like I listened to him for like hours on end. He had proof. He would pull out like proof left and right, and I just was like in disbelief. And then our lives separated, and then next thing you know is like I see him out here, and I see him going to Antarctica, and I see him posting all these like things. It actually makes me believe that it could be. I never disprove. I mean, I can't say anything is this or that until I can see from my eyes. If I can, everybody will we not all be able, like, if we could all go up, then we could all see. You know what I'm saying? Like with eyes. But I've seen so much. I've heard so much witnesses. Like everything from Antarctica theories. There's so many theories, but yeah. No, I believe that Whistler went down to Antarctica, and people that fucking trying to say that shit was fake, that's lame. They went down there. He wasn't doing no. There was no gates. They gate all that bullshit. Footstep gate. That motherfucker went down to Antarctica, and that's wild. Cause he almost got scammed the first time he went down there. I think I didn't follow all of it, but yeah, if I'm not mistaken.
Well, it's one of those things, guys, where it happened first, so I guess everybody felt compelled to follow the drama when none of it was relevant. What is relevant is following the data, and that is why 2 weeks ago I mentioned that I still, and today still, have a full-on data chubby. I am waiting to see the rest. You've seen what I've done with what we got so far. And would you believe that film sequence is actually 25 and a half hours up on YouTube, on what's its channel? Anyways, yes, I am waiting to see plenty more. And we'll see what else comes out of that, too. Forget the drama. Focus on the data.
Yeah. You're the guy who posted the video, or helped post the video?
You got it, bro.
Ah, man. Much love to you, son.
Yeah, thanks, man.
Data over drama, I'm with it. Might actually tweet that out. Go ahead, RG.
Look, went off to Antarctica, came back, and everybody had a gated community, bro. Like, fuck it. They ain't living in no poor neighborhood anymore. They moved up. I'm telling you, man. Hey, look, I do have something I'd like to bring up if it's cool. Maybe I should know better, but yeah, man. So this I had seen this. I don't know if anybody else. Let me ask if anybody else has seen it yet. It's a video of the Golden Gate Bridge at night, and there's a moon in the background. I know this sounds weird, man. It's a crescent. It's almost an upside down, like smiley face crescent, and those are rare unless in a certain part of the world. But anyway, the thing is huge, bro. It's bigger. It's almost as big as the Golden Gate Bridge in the background. I mean, huge, like it's exaggerated, like bad. Like, could that ever happen? Somebody that's more knowledgeable than me. Yeah, I have no clue, but I can put the video up if y'all want me to.
Yeah, only one way to go with that.
I mean, honestly, I've seen the moon like big and small. Like, I mean, I'm about an 80% glober. Honestly, personally, I saw.
So you're FE curious, are you?
Yeah. I mean, ever since Wissett, like I said, I know him personally. He is very, very. He's been And then, he's been very the same thing for 10 plus years now. And then what I've seen him do online and just like meet all these people and everybody, and then I've like, quote, unquote, all these people, and all these people are the same way, the same belief. I've started being curious and stuff, and I've seen the videos, I've seen different, everybody has these different theories that they post out, these different models and stuff, and it's all very curiosity to me. Like, and if it's definitely off biblical, like political, whatever. I can't even talk right now. I'm sorry.
It strikes me that the three words that you're looking for are knowledgeable, consistent, and compelling. Am I right there?
I mean, it's compelling to me. Well, it's just wild to me that.
Okay, I'll take that as a yes.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, I grew up on, like, obviously I love space, and I love like seeing Elon Musk's like rockets go up and land back down. But then again I've seen like, well, the rocket like launches and then it turns, and then but I've also seen like a video from like with it being like, well, like a live video, and it's like it's a helium balloon, but I'm like, no, there's no way that this helium rocket or hydrogen rocket. I think it's all within. If it's not going into space, it's still it's still sorry, it's still below the dome. And I think the dome must be so high up that we can't even fathom. And I think this is where my beliefs come in, that, and I hate to bring politics in it, but like, there's been political views also that like Hillary Clinton was like, let's shatter the dome, this, and this back in those days. And it's like, or it's the ceiling is what she called it.
Okay, you seen it? You heard what she said? That's what's up.
You know what I'm saying? Like, it was weird that she said the ceiling. So like, even a political view person said the ceiling. So like, that's what like really made me think some stuff. But yeah, I'm not trying to just. I'm a newbie in here. Don't let me take too much time. I'm listening.
Cool, man. And you should also review the many, many Flat Earth Fridays on Space Audits channel. Just take a breeze through the archive, do some catch up. That'll take you a month, front to back. And that was Hillary, who not only referred to the ceiling, but the glass ceiling. And here's a piece of trivia that you can take away, though. Did you know?
What do you think about Donald Trump on
Hold
that?
on a second. Let's leave Trump out of this. Just get back to the Astro here, and the rockets and the ceiling. Did you know that there actually is a maximum altitude, legally speaking, that civilians are allowed to fire a rocket upward? That there's actually a ceiling, legally speaking. You're not allowed to go any higher than yodo feet. Believe it or
like
not.
100 something 60, I bet, or something like that. What is that?
What are you saying there?
Like 160,000 feet or something like that. What is that?
Maybe a little more than that, but yeah, you got the right magnitude. Yeah.
I mean, because I've seen some guy hit some rocket straight up, and it hit something, and just like it sounded like a glass dome in a sense.
Yeah, that was the Go Fast rocket, and no, it didn't actually hit anything. What it did was use a spin tether anti-spin mechanism. It involves 3 weights that are distributed on a spool that are allowed to free fling, so to speak, rotationally away from the rocket as it is spinning, and they're tethered. So the weights eventually come under the tension of string at the end of the spool when it's all the way open. So they fly out and then stop. And that particular exchange in inertia right there can cause the rocket to either dramatically slow down or stop spinning altogether. And as soon as that moment of exchange is achieved, they cut the weights loose. And you can even see them flying away from the rocket as it stops spinning. And if you get the audio of that track, you can actually hear the spool spinning as the weights fly away from the rocket. And that's actually what you're hearing that makes you think like it sounds like it hit something and then stopped as it hit something. It's actually the anti-spin mechanism in the rocket letting go.
So, Stone, are you do you believe in the flat Earth?
Well, you know, you could say that I do, but when people ask me that specific question,
Or do you believe in the Earth being potentially a bigger Earth than what it is, like
no.
perception?
Let me answer the first question before we ask more questions. This isn't a campfire, okay? When people ask me that specific question, do you believe in flat Earth? The first thing I say is, look, I do not speak in public about my personal beliefs because they hold no relevance to the discussion. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I like that. I respect that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
And host is coming in. I'm sorry, host. Sacred.
Yeah,
Nah,
the
you
point is
good,
that
buddy. You good.
it's not about. I gotta clear the record here. Never said any space X stuff was helium. I think Dave Weiss has proposed that theory and stuff, but
Yeah, the
I've
bouncy rocket.
documented.
Yeah, for
I've
sure.
documented.
Hold on, I got one mic. Wish is talking. Go ahead, bro.
I've documented a few rocket launches. You know, I've documented like a Starlink launch and whatever. It's like I live in Florida. I've seen the rockets. They definitely shoot up some rockets. You know, I don't know where they go. But I don't think they're helium. I've heard the idea. I don't think that. And then
My
I
bad.
think that the FAA regulation, the alleged regulation for FAA, like for civilians to shoot up a rocket, is something like 90 miles. So like,
Yeah.
I think that no one's ever actually sent one anywhere close to the on record limit, right? If I'm not mistaken. I think they say it's
Oh,
like 90 miles, 93 statute miles or something like that.
I've actually been waiting to hear back from the
Can I
team.
correct that?
They were called, it was launched just last year in August, I think, September, called Aftershock 2. And it was done by a university on the West Coast. I forget which, but I've been emailing them, asking them for their positional data because all they have ever published is their altitude data so far. And I think this Aftershock crew came within 10, 20, 30, 50, whatever miles of the limit. And I think it's specified in there. I'll look it up right here if I can.
May I make a correction?
Go ahead, Superfly. Good to see you, bro.
Hey, how you doing? First of all, Happy New Year to everybody. The limit for a private rocketeer, minus Elon Musk, let's say, because you got to have some money, you'd have to get a permit from the FAA to be able to be in the alpha airspace, which is 18,000 feet. So anything under, you can do anything under 18,000 feet, but once you go to 18,000, you'd have to be able to talk to the FAA and get permission of being able to fly anything above that height.
Yeah,
Okay, but we're talking about
but that's not
rockets,
my point though. My
not
point is
flying.
though that FAA has a limit, a maximum limit on what qualifies as an amateur flight that they would
That's
allow
and
without human.
and that would be
I just dropped the link in the
18,000.
purple pill. It's 93 miles. Just dropped the official FAA link. There's the screenshot. They claim it's 93 miles. So
Huh,
when
okay.
if you don't need any type of approval or anything, there's like 3 different levels of approval. Yes, like 17,999 feet is one of the lower ones, and you need a specific type of like permit or permission or whatever. But the officially claimed FAA maximum limit for an amateur rocket, and there can be no humans on board, is 93 miles.
I think you're totally right there. And the apogee for this particular one was at 470,400 feet, give or take 27,000 feet. And that's right around 89 miles. So that totally jives.
Nice.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the correction that after 17,999 feet, you would have to get a block altitude from the FAA. I mean, it's not hard to get because
that's
Elon
aircraft.
Musk does it all the time.
That's for aircraft.
Well,
not for rocketry.
Well, that's why.
It's a whole
Yeah, but
different
that's
thing.
why. Yes, sir. But here's the reason why. You shoot up a rocket, and there's aircrafts like American Airlines and everybody else flying above 18,000 feet, and you shoot off a rocket, and you don't let them know, and you hit an aircraft. Now you're downing that aircraft. You see what I'm saying? That's why you have to be able to talk to the FAA and tell them, look, I'm out here in the middle of the desert in Mojave, and I want to shoot a rocket up that's going to go to 25,000 feet or 90,000 feet, whatever you want to do. They would allow you to do it, but you got to get a permission. You got to get a block altitude for that, and they would give it to you if they want to give it to you.
Yes. There are specific limits. There are like 3 different levels of limits from what I remember, and one of them is like 18,000 feet. Yeah, 17,909 feet, or whatever. But anyway, I'm just saying that they go ahead and tell you that you can do whatever you want, submit whatever applications you want, whatever. Like you're not allowed as a citizen to send anything above 93 miles, and there can be no humans on board. Blah blah blah. So when it comes to any ideas of seeing how high we could go, like that's off the table, right? I mean, they're not gonna even. You have to basically be like in a space agency realm to go higher than that. And that's just the official claim. That's all I'm saying. If anyone wants to read about it, though, I dropped a screenshot and link in the purple pill. I also dropped a screenshot of the site. I dropped a couple things in the purple pill of the little Antarctica site I'm working.
I was just looking at that. That's dope. So apparently, I was just working on a central hub for all information and data points collected while being in Antarctica. So I'm looking forward to that. I'm sure everyone else is too.
Yeah, and what I said, I want to apologize for saying something about helium. It was like years ago. I think before a lot of things. I had thought I saw like you witnessing a like Elon Musk like launch, and you're like helium balloon or something, or maybe it's someone next to you. Like I don't know. It was crazy. But I thought it was sick that you actually got to witness, and you probably have witnessed them live, like living in Florida or wherever.
Oh, so
the
I mean,
heck.
I've made comments about so like when I watched when I watched the Starlink launch, that's when I was on tour. It went up
Yeah.
super slow. Like, so I made a few comments saying that like, it looked like there like a balloon was just floating up or something in terms of how slow it went, but it didn't stay slow. Like it went pretty fast. Like they definitely shoot rockets up in the sky. Where they go? I mean, great question, right? Uh, do they go into like an infinite void of nothingness?
Yeah.
No,
I
no,
think
they
I
don't.
think yeah. I'm sorry. I'm sorry about that. My comment. I think that's what I had like watched back in the day, and I was just like, as an observer who's never even been able to be anywhere near something like witnessing anything like that. I think regardless on if it's a rocket launch that goes up high or across the our internal sky, wherever y'all want to think, I think that's pretty dope. Can we all think like what do y'all? Can I have one question? What do y'all think about the landing and the catch on the rocket that came back down? Y'all think that was like? Did anybody see that by like witnessing it? Like what was that? Like in catching the star, like the super heavy or wherever it was.
Yeah, man, I didn't see it in person, but I think everyone else in the room probably definitely has seen it. I mean, it's pretty cool. I mean, it's cool that like the big rocket came. It's like a I don't know, was it like a 30-story building or something, comes down from the sky and they catch it? That's pretty cool. I think that people exaggerate it and act like it's the greatest accomplishment in the history of man or something. I don't really think it's all that, but it's definitely pretty cool.
Yeah, that's all. Yeah, I didn't know if anybody in here like was there. Like, you know, I think that's pretty. But like I said, I don't know where it goes. Like you said.
I didn't want to cut anybody off just before Witsit gets off that last point he asked you. I just wanted to throw a comment in there. Watching those rockets go up, really, slowly looking, right? I mean, don't they? They're supposed to have an exit velocity of something crazy, isn't like in the over 10,000 miles an hour to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, like to break the gravitational pull. So, shouldn't it be fairly easy for people to, take multiple vantage points and track it with angles and see how fast it's going? Has anybody ever done that to see how fast the rockets actually move?
We actually talked about that in the Stone Cold Truth channel a couple of weeks ago, and we were looking, naturally you just bust out Google Earth. And to me, the most conspicuous place you'd want to be is on the northwest coast of Africa. You know what I mean? There's nowhere in the Atlantic, southeast of Florida. There's not a lot of landmass there, but you should see those rockets going overhead if you're right on the west coast of Africa. And I forget which country. I'd have to look that one up again. But yeah, that would be the most conspicuous place to be, to confirm that they're really still going by the time they get even just to the other side of the ocean, on their way out of town.
Have y'all never heard of the school bus graveyard? Or not?
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's up here. It's like there's like a graveyard, right?
It's called Nemo or
For
something.
the
Something Nemo.
Yeah,
Yeah,
it's not
yeah.
far off of Atlantic.
Point Nemo.
The Point Nemo, the rocket graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
mean, admittedly, they land all kinds of rockets there. And if you went down there, you would just see it's like called the spacecraft cemetery or whatever. You would just see tons of rockets. I mean, but dude, I will say this, bro. I'm still open to them shooting stuff up, and there being some water up there being some layers of something, there being some like type of electrodynamic, area above us that they manipulate. I don't feel compelled to make any claims, like any type of definitive or positive claims. And not saying anyone is. It's just like we shouldn't. Like we don't know. You know what I'm saying? Like we just simply don't know. I mean, we could say where they're claiming that they're going violates the second law of thermodynamics, right? That official story is just nonsense. But where they're going, what the rockets do, who knows? And I think so. I'm starting to realize that Flat Earth they infiltrated Flat Earth with a bunch of talking points. You know what I'm saying? So that because of our lack of knowledge or like building from the ground up, that they get to kind of throw in these little truther traps, if you will, where almost every flat earther has seen the meme where it's like, what comes up must come down. They'll show the rocket look like it's going in an arc back down. And they're like, proof, they all just go in the ocean. Maybe a lot of them go in the ocean, but maybe they don't, or maybe they don't all go just back in the ocean. And if they don't, that doesn't somehow in any way verify this idea that they're free falling, changing direction perpetually without a force involved in a second law of thermodynamics defying vacuum.
Totally.
So, yeah.
I just pulled open Google Earth for fun, and the countries in question are the Western Sahara, Mauritania, and Senegal are the three most prompt. Like if you hang out in St. Louis in Senegal and you're looking up, you're still at a relevant latitude, assuming that when they take off from Florida, they're going to head due east because of rotation direction. They're going to want to head due east to, most efficiently achieve escape velocity. You should be able to see them from this coastline as they go overhead, because the rocket is still burning at that point, theoretically. So, that would be the place to be.
The flat Earth. Can you hear me? The flat Earth. Is it like bigger than what is shown on the map? Flat. In y'all's area?
Bigger in the south, I think, for sure.
Like around like this ice wall, like I've seen different flat earths, like I've seen even like Atlantis and stuff. That's all I'm asking. Like what is like the main flat earth like theory? What is beyond the ice wall in y'all's main theories? Like my perspective, because like I love it. I love this stuff. I'm not trying to.
I don't think there's like any type of consensus on it. It's like pure speculation. You know what I'm saying? I mean, there's a lot of people that think there's more land. There's a lot of people that don't even think there is an ice wall per se. What we know though, for sure, is that the royal families, which are
Yeah.
still in control, right? Like if you look into the royal families, every president's been related, et cetera, et cetera. They all go back to the king. The king, they just came around over here. The royal, what happened in history was a bunch of like super rich royal families sent out these different fleets, and they started with cartographers, so people that make maps, blah blah blah. They finally put a map together. They gave it to the world, and they said no one else can put out a world map unless it follows this exact thing. So it would make sense that there's maybe more land and they're hiding it, and that's the most valuable thing in the world. And that could actually just be out in the southern oceans, right? It could be inside the area that people claim there is an ice wall. And then there are people that claim that outside of it, there are all kinds of things. And then, yeah, they've made these speculative maps with all kinds of names like Atlantis and whatever. Like everything you can think of pretty much are on some of these maps. So.
And yeah, I mean, we're all being peons, honestly. Like we're not like multi-billion-dollar. I mean, I am a peon. I wish I was a multi-billionaire, but like my question is, you say that, and then you have these. What about the guy who claims he flew into a wormhole or whatever and a tunnel through Antarctica? Admiral Baron.
You mean in the ocean? Oh yeah, Admiral Byrd. Yeah.
Bird, yeah. That's my question. Now, what's your theory on that one? That's the only question I have there. And
I mean, he left a diary. I know that, or supposedly. Yeah, like Rich has said, there's a lot of speculation that has to be done. I mean, unless you're doing a hard. I mean, some things you can just say are fact, like gas pressure and containment.
I believe. Like, I mean, I believe a lot. I believe we went up to space. I don't believe
This is
we
a
went up
filibuster, dude.
You gotta wait. You gotta wait till someone finishes speaking. They'll pass you the mic back.
I'm sorry.
It's all good.
Yeah, I'll finish quick. I do have a claim that I believe is true just because of the flood and what it says in the Bible. I believe that there is a point where water would have to enter for that to happen. And with that being said, I mean, a lot of things here lately have kind of been just brought to my attention of what's called an apex dome. And some people call it the eye in the sky. And I believe that, if I'm not mistaken, what's it? Sean Griffin brought this up on your show with Kingdom in Context. But almost every single religious painting, almost, I've looked at thousands, but it depicts something in the middle of our sky that's like an opening. Yeah, and that's where I think the elites are trying to get to. I know elites are trying to get. Bear with me for a minute, guys. Elites are trying to get. Bear with me for a minute, guys. But it is Jesus that's in this hole. It's like a representation of like maybe when Jesus left this earth, that was a representation of him going up in the sky and disappearing, possibly. And I'll stop there. I don't want to sound like a weirdo, but that's. If somebody wants to look into that, I got a lot of information on it. Appreciate it.
To be fair, that was like not what he asked, right? So like Admiral Byrd, I mean, He got circulated
Or
a
no,
lot.
yeah,
This is
yeah,
kind
yeah.
of going back to what I was talking about with the stuff that may have been kind of input into a lot of the flat Earth talking points. Like it is true, Admiral Burr went on behalf of the United States, right? So you have 1945 Operation Paperclip. The Nazis were brought over here after World War II. Werner von Braun, SS officer, put in charge of space exploration for NASA. So in 1945, the Nazis who were obsessed with Antarctica, many of them were brought over here. Of course, it's called paperclip because they put paper clips in different folders to, identify who they wanted to bring over here. And after they were obsessed with Antarctica and we brought them over here, we became obsessed with Antarctica. So then we did Operation High Jump and Operation Deep Freeze, and we went and explored Antarctica. We were obsessed with it. We did many other operations, like one of them being Fishbowl, which was part of Dominique, so like Operation Fishbowl of the Lord is what it translates to, where we're shooting high altitude missiles. All of that's legit. Admiral Burr was in charge of a couple of these explorations or headed them. He was an admiral, and he made a comment on a nationally broadcasted interview where he says, "It's astonishing me that there is a landmass as big as the continental U.S. on the other side of the quote unquote South Pole that remains largely unexplored and no one knows about it, and it's got enough resources to fuel the world a few times over or whatever he said." So people kind of took that out of context a bit and acted like he was saying there was just tons of unexplored, like inhabitable land. But he was just saying, like, in the conception of this land called Antarctica, it's huge and it's like unexplored. Um, so he was also a really high level Mason, and I wouldn't trust the guy as far as I could throw him. I do know that after he said that, he died shortly after, and his son was found like murdered in a warehouse or something in a really suspicious setting. And then there was
I didn't know that part.
yeah, and then there was some diary attributed to him that is obviously very questionable as to whether or not it was actually him. And then you get crazy claims, like they went underneath areas in Antarctica, and there were these beings and these giants with giant doors that were super supreme and advanced, and told him all kinds of secrets. And that when they were flying, he was flying this plane over towards Antarctica, these UFOs came and flew beside them and took control of the plane and guided it in and made them land and then brought them into these civilizations, et cetera, et cetera. Um, there are tons of claims like that, though, about Antarctica. Tons of claims of underground civilizations and beings, and they're like just pretty crazy. Like underwater access to some of it. And when we were there, I'm
Since
not gonna lie,
you've
Jared
been
and I
there,
talked about
you've been
how,
there.
like, if the
Since you've been
elites,
there, also,
Hold on, let's debate. Hold on, bro.
we
Hold
talked
on,
about
bro.
Jared and I talked about, like, if the elites are like really obsessed with Antarctica and they go there at very interesting times, they're not hanging out on the surface, bro. Like 100% they're not. So I wouldn't be surprised at all if there is something underneath Antarctica. It would be super easy to build underground tunnels and civilizations. It's just ice. You would just need to melt it, right? So, um, yeah. Anyway, I just point out that's the Admiral Byrd thing. I think that, again, it was really popular for flat earthers to say Admiral Byrd basically said that there was like a ton of additional land outside of Antarctica, and that's not actually what he said. He just said that there was a lot of land that was unexplored. Um, so yeah, anyway, that's like the full context about that.
yeah,
Hey,
that's
real quick, debate before you jump in. I want to make sure Taylor get a chance to chime in. We haven't
What
heard
is
from
up,
Taylor.
Sacred?
What's up? What's up, Tay?
Man, I forgot what day it was. Dude, I must have missed the intro. What's going on here?
You did miss the intro, but
Oh,
we
man.
and we was kind of late tonight.
Crucial.
Right?
Yeah, man. You didn't have any haters this week, did you?
What? You ain't see my timeline going crazy,
I
man?
saw it, bro. That's crazy.
Call
Man,
me the
people can't
Crody
get...
bot.
Man, what's
Sacred
going
Gate.
on? It's all that fog in the air, huh? Seriously. But, you don't gotta respond to this, RG, but you said something about the eye in the sky, and I was just thinking about this song on the Earth mixtape by B.O.B. At the end of the song, Dumb, it's like we've listened to that song before here, but there's literally another song that plays at the end that's like a really cool song, and it literally talks about the eye in the sky. Like, I love that song by B.O.B. But yeah, it's really cool, and it says I know when the tide is high, and then it says the tide is low. Oh, there's an eye in the sky. It's really cool. But so I'm thinking about it like, wow, does that actually mean something? I know I can't sing good, but like it's talking about the tides and then it's like referencing the eye in the sky, maybe having something to do with them. So I don't know, maybe we should give it another listen. But yeah, that's pretty much all I had.
Well, if I was gonna say something about what he was saying, RG, like, yo, I totally think like this is a speculation station. I'll be real quick, but there's this claim by all ancient civilizations that these like super advanced entities came from the sky and gave them all kinds of advanced knowledge. So when you like look at it through the scriptural lens, like take it or leave it, just take it or leave it, just pretty interesting. And Enoch was kind of seemingly removed. Um, Basically, there's an idea that there were these angels and they were put in place to watch over man, like big bro us. They're called the Watchers. And if you look at other ancient claims or even like books such as the Smoky Mountains, the gods of the Smoky Mountains, or whatever, these entities watched over over with a giant mountain in the middle, gave them this equidistant vantage point over the earth to watch us. And then some of them like, you know what? This sucks. Why do they get to have all the fun? Then they dipped out. They took some women, popped out some babies that were really advanced. People worshipped them as gods. And in that idea, it's interesting to think if there was a giant magnetic field, a torus field, you would have the center, and the center would not be materially accessible, meaning like the pressure mediation from the center would be so that you really couldn't, like you and I couldn't just walk up in there. But if you weren't material, you weren't matter, right? Like a material being, in theory, you could go in and out. And that would then, what that would be, if you got to the inside, if it was a magnetic field like that, a torus field, then you'd obviously be able to go leave out the top or leave out the bottom. You'd effectively have a bottomless pit, and that would be your entrance way in and out. And then, of course, side note, they claim that once they rebelled, they tried to fly back up and realized they couldn't. Like the creator did something where they couldn't go up, the ones that rebelled. So that's pretty interesting when it comes to like how under wraps the North is, the quote unquote North Pole. And you have the distant early warning systems and then like or the northern warning systems. Like they don't let you just pop up over near the North Pole. Um, all speculation, but pretty interesting. And in the idea that we were in a giant tourist field, well, the middle would effectively amount to an entry and exit, right? So
Yeah, man. I've tried to drop video, man, proof to a bunch of people that just don't. They don't have the eyes for it, man. But I've still got the video. I've tried to post it, bro. Like in the middle of the earth, there's this like huge hole, like
That's
a
what
huge hole.
that's what I was trying to get at. Also, Taylor.
Go ahead.
No, that's what I'm saying. Whoever is speaking, that's what I was saying. Like there, that's what I was trying to ask. Is like in Antarctica, there's like the admiral. That's why I mentioned up the admiral. Is like he claimed that shit happened. Now I'm just like curious. Is like if the Earth is flat, then it must be like subliminal, like subliminal, but not even that. Like you know what I'm saying? It's that, and then they're saying the
You
Earth is.
good? Let's debate. You good?
Oh, I'm good. I'm
Okay.
saying like I'm just saying like the flat Earth with Admiral whoever it was. The Admiral went down there, saw these like aliens and stuff, but like nowadays they're saying like we have these orbs and shit. It's crazy.
Yo, guess what I
They're
just
they're
found on
plasma
Freedom
balls.
of Information Act? Look what I just tweeted. This Freedom of Information Act is titled "How Sharp is the Eye in the Sky?" But of course they're not gonna tell you like that's just subliminal, bro. But it's talking about like surveillance from space or whatever. But dang, the fact that they have a FOIA act to name that, like seriously, like
well,
they're
yo,
always
yo,
throwing hints here
I,
and
I
there.
had a thought about that.
That's
have you guys ever
crazy.
seen the meteor showers mapped out with electro-optical imaging? So you have like sporadic meteor showers, and they all come from the same six primary radiant sources, meaning they radiate out from that central point. Which how does that even make any sense in this like chaotic heliocentric universe. I mean, you tell me. But anyway, so there's these reoccurring sporadic meteor showers, and they come from the same primary 6 radiant sources. And when you map them out with electro-optical imaging, meaning it could be daytime, and then that you can actually mess with different types of wavelengths and be able to isolate these radiant sources. And what it does, it creates like this apex in the sky. It's like this giant pyramid, and then there's a central point where it all radiates out from there. So it looks just like the quote unquote Illuminati depiction where you have the all-seeing eye with the pyramid coming down. You guys ever seen that? Because it's pretty crazy.
It sounds like that literally sounds like the fires in California the last couple of days from Skyview. It was like a triangle coming out
Isn't
there,
that what
and
the
then
concave
in
Earth has been
Hollywood.
saying?
Just saying, like it was like a triangle.
Hold on, what'd you say, Pro?
Bro, we can't hear you when other people are talking. Just so you know, you gotta mute everybody when you speak.
Feel like I'm abusing my power, but I think that's what the concave earthers, what Wizard was talking about. I think that's what the concave earthers been sharing. I'll try to find it.
What's cool if you guys look at Shane's presentation
They
on
probably they
meteors.
got it from me. I hope you know that, right?
If
I
you
just
look
want to
at
let you know. Go ahead, Zach. I'm sorry.
you look
Go
at Shane's presentation he did on meteors, he covered that and showed a lot of those images. I don't know if he made a clip about it. Oh Shane, I don't even see you in here. Shout out to Shane St. Pierre. I'm gonna see if he has a clip. I'll do a quick little keyword search. If not, I'll just link his prezi on meteors, and you guys can kind of reference what was just talking about.
Yeah, I told Shane about that. Someone brought that up to me a few years ago on Discord. And it's just a trip. I don't know. People should check it out. I mean, and they are doing all kinds of mental gymnastics to try to explain it within their paradigm, and they really can't. But it's interesting, right? Because when you look at kind of like the elite Gnostic occultic type of idea of there being an actual like all-seeing eye energy radiating down from that, and maybe we would understand the importance of the pyramid symbolism if it has anything to do with that, you know.
Bro, have y'all
There
heard
it
that
is.
Hitler like tried to spy on the world like in Antarctica? Like apparently he sent his people to Antarctica in order to like spy on like the different nations, but apparently it failed because it was like the atmospheric conditions wouldn't allow them to see
Yeah,
that far. Have you heard about that?
yeah, that was with it. 100% with it.
That was Wizard that did that? Since when seen
I'm
that?
joking. I'm joking. Wissett went to Antarctica though. He is a motherfucker who went to Wissett.
Wizard went to Wizard.
Can't tell if this man is lit.
Man,
You
I'm
up
on
back today,
steroids.
debates?
I'm just playing, bro.
You been sipping, bro?
Been sipping on a lot, but I
Sipping on
love.
some
I can
scissors.
tell. Why do they always sip and drink in Flat Earth Fridays, man?
I'm telling you, don't drink in space. Don't be like Gary. Sorry, Gary.
It's joking. I thought she was talking some smack.
Nah, you good, bro. We might have to rotate some mics though.
I'm gonna meet up.
You good. Let's slide over to Libra. And I did share the part of Shane's prezi. He clipped it up back in July. And you can kind of see some of the images that he's talking about. So make sure you go save that post. So you can kind of double back to it a little bit later. You kind of hear some of the breakdown. It's like a 4-minute, 5-minute clip or something like that. But shout out to Shane for that. What's up, Libra?
Hey guys, I'm thinking sometimes about they say like greed is what always does a criminal in certain situations, and like their fake model, the ball, is 24,000 miles in circumference. That's minuscule. Like if they had said it was bigger, like who knows how much longer they could have kept this bullshit going, you know. And Taylor, it's funny you brought up eye in the sky because I've been thinking about where these rockets are going, whatever, because they're not going to space. But they have surveillance platforms above us, watching everything, and it's not really even a secret. There's, I think, one over the middle of the country and one over Florida, and I've heard them described as like the Shield platforms in Captain America 2 or whatever it was. They say that's a lot closer to reality than you would think. And that could easily accommodate a rocket for whatever amount of time, and they send it back down. So
They don't even have to watch us. They're listening to us right now.
Yeah, of course. No, yeah, but but physically, there's other reasons they want to know where you are physically and see you. You know, and the shooting stars, I think that can be taken literally. I think it's the luminaries up there that are being propelled towards something or away from something. You know, but anyway, thanks for the space.
No doubt. Good to see you, Libra.
Same here, guys.
Libra, one of the OGs. Go ahead, RG.
Yes, sir. I appreciate it. I'm about to jump off too. Yeah. So I'm gonna drop this video one more time and see if it can resonate with anybody. It don't have to, but so if people don't know, the Mir space station was originally tasked with going around the North Pole in space, or what they call space, in the water. And they slipped up and lost it somehow. They lost the video or a portion of the video. Some whistleblower maybe. I looked in the past to see if it's from anybody specifically, but I can't find any ties to it. But yeah, I'll just describe it. It's like a waterfall, like Niagara Falls. It's like that, but literally from super high up. And it's got green and orange like color in it. I mean, it's just like the Northern Lights, except in foggy looking water. But it's a big, huge hole, and it's all falling off at the same rate. So I'm thinking maybe if the North is way up there or way down there away from us and literally sucking the water down into the Earth, and then the tidal nodes are where it pumps back out of the seafloor, that would work perfect for tides. I mean, why not? They say the moon does it. That's kind of crazy, So I'll match their fucking crazy. Anyway, all right, guys, I'm gone, man. Appreciate it.
But wait, don't doesn't the moon have like a strange rotation in relation to Earth? It's not always like perfect. So like, are the tides that way too? You know what I mean? Maybe I'm tripping.
Moon has
But
the same
it seems like the
roundabout.
tides are pretty consistent. Like even when the moon's moving across, like I mean, you can
Yeah.
literally see it moving across. I mean, are they moving with it? I don't know. I haven't really looked into it, but that's something to explore probably.
True.
Well, think about it like this. If they're pulling the tide from the middle of the ocean, the deepest part of the ocean, imagine how much water that is compared to, 100 feet off of the shoreline. So it would have to be pulling unsymmetrically in a way. Damn, I don't even know what word I
mean, the
just used.
moon is out during the day
Unsymmetrically.
sometimes, right? And then, so do the tides correspond
Yeah.
to whenever the moon's out, or is it like a consistent? Because it seems like the tides are pretty consistent between day and night cycles, but the moon will just, it's kind of all over the place sometimes. So I'm just wondering if the tides correspond to that. I don't know. If anybody knows, please let me know, because I might just be crazy, but I'd like to hear it.
There's crevices in the ocean that causes waves and stuff. That's what it's talking about. Because like you can go to the most like surfed place in the world and look up the surfers who drop in on like 85 to 100-foot waves. Like that shit's like the crevices in the ocean are like deep as shit. The guy drops in on like 100-foot wave and he rides it. You can literally watch it on like TikTok or whatever the fuck, Facebook or YouTube. This guy dropping on a huge wave. The ocean's like weird, but like he said, the moon is different that time of the year. It all depends on the time of year.
Yo, debate. I think something wrong with your mic. You gonna have to rotate you. Appreciate you chiming in though. Some of these topics give us a lot to think about. Feel free to pull back up, man. Like we here every single Friday, and we go all the way into stationary Saturdays, bro. So
you're good. Yeah, I'll hop off. Nothing's wrong with my mic. I already know. I mean,
we can hear some feedback.
Yeah, it sounds like something's like rubbing up against your mic or something.
Shout out to Lester Bass though. A Globey keeping an open mind. I always appreciate an honest Glober, yo. My God, try to fix your mic, bro. Request back up whenever you can.
We need either Stone or Alan to do a presentation on the tides and the moon.
Oh, Shane already got that covered.
Oh, big time. Yeah, go check
What?
that out on Aether.
Nobody even told me about it.
Yeah, no,
My
Shane did
bad. We
a
covered so
detailed
much.
one.
I'm over
Yeah, you
here
bet.
ranting about it. Like, okay.
Yo, Taylor, if you got a topic, go to School and Globers and Shane and see if it's been talked about at all.
Yeah, same with
Well,
space
maybe
audits.
Stone
It's
can
all
give me
there.
the rundown.
Yeah, also Alan, yeah. And FEF.
So, like, whenever we have like these eclipses, you know, when the moon's out there in the day, do we see the tides like correspond to that?
If you'd really like some in-depth stuff, cutting-edge stuff on tides and what they correspond to, check out Fake Flip, FAKEFLIP, on YouTube. And he's actually, I forget whose channel he appears on. But again, you'll find those listed in the Stone Cold Truth channel. Just search for Fake Flip and Tides. It's a 3-parter, actually. And yeah, that'll give you a whole new data set to play with, for sure.
Just give me some sauce, Stone.
Well, it turns out there isn't a whole lot of real correlation between moon movement and tides on Earth. That you're going to find completely different tide data 100 miles down the coast of just about anywhere on Earth. More so that the more inland you go, the more towards the lakes, the more towards the rivers, salt content in the oceans, in the seas changes accordingly. And it has a lot to do with groundwater flow and how cyclic that is. Looking for amphidromic points, etc.
Yeah.
I'll leave it right about there. Seriously, Taylor, go take a look. Look for fake flip and yeah, take it in. It's really good information.
Yeah, look up amphidromic points, like you just said, also known as tidal nodes, which is where there's like little to no difference between the high and low tide, like basically nothing.
Yeah,
I
like
need the
zero.
soundboard.
They have like
To
no
say
explanation
what?
for that. They just like ignore it.
Yeah.
Yes. That's awesome, bro. That's crazy, actually.
Yeah, not only is there no tidal change at the amphidromic points or the tidal nodes, it seems that the tides experienced around those areas emanate from them, but there's no tidal change at the center, which is very interesting.
Yeah, I mean, act like a vortex, sort of.
And I wish Shane was here because I started to hear him talk about what is that called? Some electric currents that are underneath the surface. Telluric, is that what it is? Telluric currents that may have some effect on some of these things.
No, you know what it is. It's the moon. The moon's dragging everything. It's gravity.
Oh no.
What is the best example of the tides and the moons not corresponding?
Any tidal chart. Go ahead and track them. It's ridiculous.
Hey, they're busted.
Is someone super low or am I tripping?
No, I think that's
Come a little closer to your mic.
make done.
Don?
Yeah, I'm here. I'm here. I'm just chilling out, man. I'm listening to you. It's beautiful. I love you. Okay, keep it up.
Maybe he just has a softer voice. Hey, welcome to Flatter Fridays.
Is this Flat Earth Fridays?
Well, that's what it says
Oh,
at the top.
shit.
Yes, sir.
Fucking hell. Hey, how flat is it?
Extremely flat. Flatter than a pancake, would you believe?
Flatter than the world's flattest table if you zoom in to scale.
Flatter
Right,
than the blown up Twin Towers. Oh shit! Never mind. Sorry.
Hey, if you buy a P1000 and then you put if you put a fucking, what is it, man? What is it? Yeah. So you put like an infrared on it, shit happens.
Yeah, you can see it really far. Yes.
Well, Maydon, you seem to be a little bit familiar with some of these topics that flat earthers talk about. What's your view on
I'm just, hey, I can dance. I dance. I like dancing. I'm a dancer. I'm a singer. I just sing. All right. I don't want to get involved. I know it's deep, and there's scientists involved. Some of you might be one of those peoples. I'm just a dancer. I'm a singer, man. That's what I do. I sing.
You know, it would be hard to dance if the Earth was actually in motion, right? Times go crazy.
Be fucking hell, man. That'd be fucking. That's why my feet move so quickly, because the Earth is moving beneath my feet. That's why I can pull moves. That's the only way I can pull moves.
You can only pull moves in one direction.
The only moonwalk is real. Only on Earth.
Yeah. Should have seen him there. Like fucking hell, my feet were just like dancing, and I didn't even know what happened, man. It's like, ow!
Boy, I'm in a wheelchair. I'm saying I'm in a wheelchair, and I'll pull a Michael Jackson on that ass. What? Oh man, that's funny.
For real, guys. These people. Hey, how? You know what spins me out? Like how fucking we it's like they look at us like we're aliens. You know, like Adam Green, for example. The way he fucking makes fun of us, it's like, dude, I understand what you're saying, but there's a part of your brain blocked. I can't explain it, man. I don't know what's
That
wrong
name
with these
sounds
people.
familiar. I think he blocked me.
Yeah, Adam Green, bro, gets so triggered about flat Earth. It's wild.
He
He's been on
gets
my
the
channel,
shits.
but he freaks
He
out.
gets the shits. He gets the shits. And I don't even know why. He doesn't look at the signs. Doesn't want to even fucking go there. Because, you know, I reckon this is what I'm reckoning. I reckon that CP, what's that fucking robot in Space Invaders? No, what was it called? Yeah. So look, I reckon Star Wars got to him. That guy's C3PO or something like that, man. That guy's there. He's stuck there.
Well, the last DM I got from him was a few days ago, and it says, "I'll F you up, faggot."
What? What's
Yeah.
he saying?
Really, bro? Is that for
Yeah,
real?
literally, yeah.
Yeah, y'all spam Adam Green the link, man. Tell him pull up
We love it when they get
if he
upset because
really
they
like
know.
that.
What did you do
I
with
love it.
it?
Let's bring him up.
Him,
Hey, somebody DM him. DM him. We want him in.
he'll
Want
never
him?
come in here. Hell no. But he
Why?
went back and forth with Jake Shields because he was trying to get on Jake Shields' podcast, and then I guess they've been taking a while to get it
No,
scheduled.
he
And
couldn't
so
have
then he was
couldn't have.
talking reckless about Jake Shields. So then Jake Shields made a post, and he was like, "Yo, I don't know why you're like going public talking about this and not telling the truth. Like we just told you we could schedule something in February, and you're over here publicly claiming I won't have you on because I'm scared to have you on. You're too controversial, and that's not true." And then he dropped this big reply paragraph that didn't address it at all and said, "You got so many Christians that listen to you, you're scared to have me pull away their Jewish myth and all this stuff." And then I replied and said, "Notice how you didn't actually address what he said. Pretty gay." And then he messaged
Yeah,
me, "I'll F
that's
you up,
that's gay.
faggot." So
That's gay as fuck. Hey, he's got to look on. He's gonna come around. Don't worry, guys. He'll
dude, he was
come
on my
around.
channel. We were cool, man. But
He'll
then
come around.
he got triggered about FE, man.
Hold was it? You did an interview with him?
Yeah, but it's supposed to be about Zionism, and he just wanted to debate me about the historicity of Jesus the whole time.
It's like fuck Jesus, man. I don't give a fuck about that. Let's talk about facts.
Hey,
Let's talk
bro,
about
you better
reality.
watch your mouth.
Dude, tell him to come off mic.
Hey, chill out now.
Hey man, does anybody know anything about primal field theory? By the way, anybody in here brushed up on that lately?
Private field theory?
Primer,
Oh,
yep, primer
primer.
field theory.
RG, wasn't you supposed to hold a space? Did you ever hold that space last week?
Oh, no, I never did, bro. My throat, everything went out. My throat, my chest was burning like I never felt in years. Like, because I guess I'd been in and out of the house a lot in the last couple of weeks. But dude, it got to where I could barely even talk. I was like, sound like a
Yeah,
damn
you had me clearing my
a phone.
schedule, saying that I needed to pull up.
Right,
Yeah,
right.
You got a confirmation from Witty, man. Whenever you get that confirmation, you got a green light. And I seen people in your comment sections like, yo, you gonna start the space? It was really interested in that, bro.
Yeah, it was within a couple of hours I made that choice, man, because I was just in the mood and talking and online, and then I'm like, somebody asked me, hey, you're still doing that? I mean, yeah. So I just never got to it, man. But man, if y'all are interested, I was kind of waiting on somebody to be super interested in it. But
You
I do think
know what you're waiting for? You waiting for me to do the
I told you I was gonna
yeah,
pull
thanks for
up,
doing it.
man. And then now you're like, hey, if
Remember
you
what I
guys want
said
to
earlier.
come to this next one, bro, bro. I told you I
Yeah,
was gonna
I
pull
was
up.
ready.
You
Yeah,
pulled the
sorry
rug
about
out
that.
from underneath me, man. I cleared my whole
Uh-oh.
schedule. I told everyone, all hands on deck. No one talk to me. I have to go to RG space at 10 o'clock.
Yeah, okay.
Lock the
Okay.
doors. Cancel
Lock
the
the door.
flights. Shut it all down. You know.
Yeah, man. Hey, let's do it right now then. Let's do it right now. Hey, we're all here, right?
Dude, it's
Why are you
Flat
talking?
Earth Friday. It's the freaking
What
night of
you
the week.
talking about?
All week
I
is
think
work.
it's a
This is
flat. This is
playtime.
flat Earth
cool it
physics.
down, cool it down,
This
cool it
is
down.
flat Earth physics.
He's like, yeah.
Y'all
I
Hey,
just
told
don't
how
you to
know.
much
pull
gas
up to
do we
my.
have? Hey,
He's like, I told you to pull up to my
we're gonna do
space,
the
and then just
math.
like
We're gonna do the math. We're gonna do the math. How much gas do
told
Mike,
we
me to
have?
do it and didn't tell
And
you I
you
wasn't
really
gonna
gonna
do
fucking
it,
burst
but
that bubble? You want to burst that bubble? We're gonna work out how much gas we got, how much payload,
All right, slow
all
down,
that
Patrick
shit.
Swayze. Slow down, slow down. Well, you better roundhouse somebody. No. No, I mean, just to give a brush up of what it basically is it's all about magnets. There was a guy named David Lapointe, right? And he got threw off because of COVID. He was just now starting to make his machines and everything, and I've been trying to get in touch with him. I'm sure he's a popular guy by now, but anyway, it's a bowl shape, just like the magnet or you can get magnetism and everything from the firmament. Okay, um, I'm sure uh, it being a contained system is where it's in a torus field is like the recurring electric motor type motion you would get, but also
Tesla style,
in the
Tesla
in
style.
actually in the
Yeah,
top of this
it's
bowl,
Tesla. It's
right?
Tesla information. You're talking about Tesla. Hey, that's
Hold
Brother,
on,
are
Tesla.
you
Hold
paid to
on,
be here?
You
Can you
gotta
chill
let
out?
RG finish his thought, bro. There's other people that's trying to listen to see what he has to say. And if you got a challenge, you can speak afterwards.
Yeah, if you want to question it, it's cool. You can do it afterward. So in the middle of the top of where I think the apex dome is, there's a hole in this bowl. So you would turn the bowl upside down, right? It's got a bunch of neodymium magnets, just like in the around the world and all the domes that are flipped upside down with the hole facing up, just like that. They got a bunch of square cutouts. Well, this handheld bowl has the same design. He designed it after the Earth and what God left for us. So I think that's why it's so natural to the motions of this, right? So anyway, one's facing northern polarity, all the neodymium magnets, and then you make another one exactly the opposite, put the neodymium magnets inward with southern polarities out. Now, if you take two of these, right, and you put them back to back like small hole to small hole, it creates what's called a flip point, right where they touch. I mean, right in the very center where they touch, it's called a flip point because whatever comes in with the northern polarity will flip to a southern polarity and vice versa. But it's a solid connection. So that's what creates the special type of like ability to show and show when you look up in the sky like the Crab Nebula, nebula, the X nebula, this nebula, that nebula, this type of whatever, even on Earth, not in the heavens, but on Earth, to the smallest nth degree, of one singular atom or whatever, down to the spin, the polarities, right when they touch, man, all that can be mimicked from the small to the big, and
Wait,
that's
one singular
basically
what?
why I've been. I'm sorry.
You said down to one singular what?
Well, to the nth degree, I don't even know what the hell that means. I know it's just very small, but what you can basically, it's just modeling, the spins of quarks or leptons or electrons, or how they talk about quantum entanglement. I don't think that's what happens. Yeah, I mean, it may. I don't know. I haven't modeled it yet, but
Well, that's still
it's kind of
science,
on
bro.
that scale. Like right when you, like, say you were to it's kind of like a tornado. A tornado would form at one point. Oh, it has the it doesn't only have one rotation, right? It forms with two rotations. Then you got then right there at the flip point, you would have your I guess degree, like where your reaction would happen.
Okay, so
When it gets to
That's
when it gets to a
crazy,
certain
bro.
point.
I got a
No,
skill
no,
testing
look. I'm
question
no
for you
scientist.
there. Hold on.
Okay, go ahead. Stop. It's gonna be hard, man. Go ahead.
Yeah, everything you say about primer fields here involves, in the physical sense, little more than a focused set of northern polarities, which in composite produce an intensified block line to the other polarity. Okay, great. I have a 2-word challenge for you, and that is practical application. Everybody say it with me. Practical application. Okay, RG, have you got one of those?
Practical application.
Right. So, hey, this is the challenge. Now, RG, have you got one of those? Or are we just going to talk about what happens to ions when they go through this field?
I
Don't worry,
ordered
RG.
one.
He does this to everybody.
Yeah. No, I ordered one. I don't have
I'm
it
just
yet.
checking. I'm just trying to keep something slightly real here. And you're like, okay, great,
Yeah,
you can do that with
I'm cool with
magnets,
that.
but how is that helping the human race? What's going on?
Oh, you mean like what was after that? After he created the bowls and all that, he created let me just drop it. It's called primer fusion. That's a primer field theory is like in 4 or 5 parts, right? Like an hour each. And it just goes through it, walks everything down, and it's not just one size bowl fits all. It's like there are a bunch of different, like the Parthenon would be different than St. Peter's Basilica. So he's went through and like modeled the depth of the bowl, the spread of the bowl, like stuff like that. Now, I know it still don't answer your question, yes, but there's something called primer fusion. If you'll check that out, just type in David LaPointe and primer fusion. He created these energy machines, right? That is over something. Damn it! It's a mathematical term.
Are you trying to say over unity?
But it breaks. Yeah, over unity, and it breaks the first. Damn it! Second law of thermodynamics. And I thought that was really cool. I mean, he even did like these little practical copper coils that are like a slinky material and stretched them all the way out around back to each other.
Okay,
Put a
the
magnet in
problem
there
is,
and it
this
never
is what
stopped.
I'm going to say. The problem is it's unmanageable. When you get some fucking huge magnets working together, sure, but look, once they go, they go. So you got to watch the magnets. Once the magnets start moving, baby, and the bigger they are, the harder they are to stop.
And once they
So
melt, they're useless too.
yeah, and when they melt,
I guess that's why they've got. I guess that's why you got the neodymium magnets. I guess they're longer lasting, more powerful.
You gotta watch that shit. Hey, friction. You think there's no friction?
I'll drop it here. I'll drop it here for you.
Still wanted to bring it back to the question: where is the practical application? Where's the benefit to humanity And how are we going to make this relevant to our species? That's the quest. Not just marveling at it and learning the theory. It's what are you doing?
Sure.
Right?
Well, here's the thing. These patents, they're free. They're for everybody.
Patents for
You can do
what,
what you
bro?
want
He's
with them.
asking you what's the practical use case for it?
Oh, to make a machine that spits out energy for everyone and violates the second law of thermodynamics over unity machines. That would be my practical
Anybody
application.
got one of those?
No,
RG's gonna make one,
no.
right, RG? You're gonna make one. You're gonna be the
Personally,
Well,
prototype.
I would love to,
listen. I think we're
but my hands
overthinking it.
don't
I think
work.
we're overthinking it.
Yeah.
I think we're overthinking it.
I think you're overthinking it. But anyway, thanks, guys.
So just to
Alrighty.
clarify, you're
Stone, I had. Sorry, was that? I had sent Stone something to look at. I couldn't tell if he thought it was bullshit or not, though. Stone.
Well, the guy was talking about half a dozen different things, and most of it wasn't his IP. He had a electrostatic motor in his hands that was multi-fin, and as well, the rotor inside seemed to be multi-segment instead of a standard cylinder like you expect to normally see. I should dig up a lot of the age-old material I've had on different ways to wind a coil, even some toroidal shapes on how to wind after, forget the guy's name, not important. He had a lot of things that he was talking about all at once, and a couple of things that are just nothing more than theory, and he mixes it in. I had a problem with how he referred to the word phenomenon as the plural form, not phenomena. And it's when I hear people like him talk, in the back of my head, I hear things like, hey, buddy, your Dunning-Kruger is showing. So I'd like to see more videos of his where he actually finishes something instead of talking about what he's going to do. That would be better to analyze.
I like how you said that. That's fair enough. But I'm going to drop Primer Fusion machine that he built. I don't know where to get one that's finished, but he's got like transfer of technology permits. He's got like an organization, like a .org you go to, and like their sponsors. Like, I mean, the guy's pretty legit in what he's doing. He's been doing it for quite a while.
Sounds like he's
But
licensing.
if he didn't find, no, I don't think so. No, yes, well, maybe. Let me tell you this part. You brought it to my mind. So what
Of
he's
course
doing,
he is.
he wants bigger companies to contact him that can mass produce these. Is what he's trying to do at this moment. I'm pretty sure. So that's why you got hence the organization and stuff.
Yep, free energy is just one more thing to put on the list of stuff they've stolen from us and want to sell back to us. That's why they don't talk about gravity.
Exactly.
Honestly, they won't pretending there's no aether. Pretending it doesn't exist. It's ridiculous.
He didn't
Yeah.
actually
Bro, I
go
All right.
love
either. I
it,
thought that
bro.
was pretty
Exactly.
interesting.
Hey, we're not getting out there. Believe me. Look, I got a couple of patents. They're not going anywhere. All right, because I guarantee you, the moment that you fucking put your little toe in that little well and cause a ripple, you're in shit.
Have you posted them anywhere?
No way. These ones aren't going
Well,
anywhere.
Well,
They're not going anywhere yet.
If they were awarded to you, why wouldn't you post them? They're yours, right?
Yet. You know the word yet? I'm not doing it yet. Okay? I know what's going to happen.
What's going to happen?
They're fucking bust my nuts. That's what they're going to do. They're going to, you know, ball bearings. You know ball bearings. You know about ball bearings.
I think they might have busted your nuts before they
Whoa.
awarded you legal right to the IP, buddy. You're not making any sense.
Well,
Stone, I'll
they can come into my lab. Do you want to come in? You want to come into my lab? Hey, dude.
Sure.
Honestly, of course you do, but there's no access.
Yeah, I will if you will.
Wow.
No, that's what I'm saying. I don't want anybody to know about it. with my IP addresses and my addresses
Then you
and my
can't tell
addresses.
people about it.
My
When I was
addresses.
referring to IP before,
I don't want them to see my dresses, the dresses that I wear.
Dude, when I was referring to IP before, I was talking about intellectual property, not internet protocol.
Yeah, guys. So you get a little excited. Relax. We're here to have fun, but we want to make sure that the audio is audible for the listeners. Remember, we're not on a phone call. We're in the space. This is Flatter Fridays / Stationary Saturdays. So appreciate y'all for pulling up. Share the space. At your favorite anti-flirt. Tell Adam Green we're looking for him, and let's keep it rocking. I do want to slide over to TikTok though soon. If we don't have anything else to kind of
you,
like
you,
do.
you gotta tell Adam Green. You gotta tell Adam Green, like, just come on over, man. Hang out.
You
Hang
tell
out
him,
with us.
bro. Go put in the purple pill and at him in the purple pill.
Sorry, bro. He's coming, whether he likes it or not.
It's getting on to about 5 a.m. my time, guys, so I think I'm going to punch my card and catch you guys all next week.
Yo, thank you, Stone, man.
I love you, brother. Love you, brother. Love you.
Yeah, man, we appreciate you. Say it again.
He doesn't love as much as I do.
Word. Thank you, Stone. Y'all go follow Stone. Tap into his Telegram. Tap in with him on BitChute as well. That's where all of the sauce is at. And stay tuned because we're going to continue this deep dive. A little bit of feedback, RG, I think.
That's okay. Yeah, the voice is fine. Don't worry about it.
Hold on. Got to give Stone his proper exit. We're going to dive more into some of these details as it starts to come out. And I'm really looking forward to rewatching that Prezi that he did earlier today, where it gets in depth into some of the 3-minute content that he posted on BitChute. So y'all go check out Space Audits on YouTube if you want to look at that, because I definitely will be rewatching and we're going to continue this conversation. So again, Stone, thank you so much for your attention to detail, your focus, and be able to articulate so many technical things in such a short amount of time. I think that's like one of the most valuable things that you offer in your videos. So thank you, brother.
Much appreciated, Sacred. And yeah, thanks a lot, gang. And we'll see you next week.
Much love, brother.
Yes, sir. Libra, I see you waving. Did you want to say something? Or were you just waving by the Stone?
Sacred, you want me to send you all these things I've got? They're like legal disclaimers. There's like a shitload of things that you would have to jump through just to, I don't know, properly, approach the guy. Because I'm sure he wouldn't just send me a machine. I'm sure I couldn't just buy one. Now he does do a primer cube as well. It's called a primer cube, and it's vibratory for like pain, stuff like that. Like it's a primer field that he's stimulating and playing with. If people wondering what is the primer field, so it's like plasma, just like plasma. Different heat sinks, stuff like that, different wavelengths that he's tapping into. So I don't think you can just buy one and then sue somebody. You know what I mean? There's hoops to jump through.
Well, they think some of these people are still alive because they haven't gone public. I mean, there may be some truth to that. I don't want to speculate on that. But they are ruthless.
Yeah, I ain't scared, man. If you're scared, you always have to be scared. Yeah.
What you trying to do on TikTok, Sacred? Pack up some.
I want to look. Yeah, I want to look for the anti-flirts. I want to look for the globies. I want to stop the infighting and redirect our energy to the main ops.
Dude, that's awesome. There's plenty of them there. Can you like interface with them so like we could talk to them and stuff?
Yup.
Oh, cool. Let's try it whenever you're ready.
Hold on, let me scan my servers. You are back.
I'm sorry for what y'all had to deal with. Sacred, Proud, all that. Everybody, this past week. And obviously Witsit. I mean, he's been getting like the brunt of it all. So yeah, just show some love to the fam.
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. There were some valid questions. I just wasn't expecting so many to blindly believe the narrative without just an inkling of research. Like just a simple search, bro, could have solved a lot of questions. And that was only thing that was disappointing. Because people know how I'm rocking. People know how I'm coming. I've been up here for 126 weeks straight, bro. No cap in my rap at all. Why I do what I do. I feel like I represent the people. I'm part of the people, bro. Like I'm not above or below nobody. I'm part of. I just grab the mic when I do my thing. You feel me? So that was the only thing that was a little bit disheartening, but we got it all squared away. If y'all didn't see it, we opened up a space a couple days ago. Shout out to Mr. Shark. Big Frenchie in the building, pulling up. He said he was gonna come through today, but he started a little bit late because we had some other things going on. So maybe he'll pop in tomorrow, and if not, or later today since it's stationary Saturdays, and if not, he'll probably pop in next week. So that should be dope. The one thing that he said, super interesting, a little disheartening. I ain't gonna lie to you. He's a globe earther. He said he doesn't really involve himself in like the flat earth conversation. He's actually, you might actually have a great conversation with him, Taylor, because he's into like biochemistry. But he doesn't do like the physics or the astrophysics or anything like that. Just strictly like biochem and things like that. So, but he said like, hey, I'm open to hearing what you guys got to say. Because he rock with me, obviously. He said, but it's a little bit hard for me to fully take what you guys say seriously if you guys are attacking without even verifying the research that you should have done in order to validate some of these claims. Like basically saying, you didn't even, y'all got psyoped in real time. I gotta take time away from my new family just to come explain to y'all something that y'all could come research yourself right on the internet, because his face and voice and everything is right there on his page. Everything on the chain, on the blockchain, is completely public and transparent. You can look up all wallets. You can look up all transactions.
Wait
And
till
he's
we
like,
find
y'all.
out the Globetard is the one who spread the misinformation.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, whoever, it doesn't really matter who spread it, right? Like we say question everything. So we're not really mad at that. It's just like, I think we have to start implementing question everything and validate the information that you receive. I didn't know I had to add that second part in. We didn't just say stop at question everything, y'all. Definitely didn't say believe everything after you question it. Question it, research, and validate what's being said to you. I mean, they want to sit there and say like, all these different things are distractions, but there's certain people that are pushing these distractions. So it's up to you in order to make the decision on what's real and what's not, what's true and what's fake. But if you stop at step one and then just jump to, step 10 and come to your own conclusion without doing any of the middle groundwork, it's going to lead you right into a psyop. So people from the outside, what I'm saying about this, people from the outside is looking at it as like, bro, like y'all supposed to be the truth community. Y'all supposed to be the one verifying the facts. And y'all ain't verified nothing. Y'all ain't verified nothing. So it didn't really look good from people looking from the outside looking in. So hopefully the same thing don't happen with TFE. But this should be a small sample size of what could happen when you jumping out the window, running with narratives on the internet. Think for yourself, but also verify it for yourself. I mean, I still think there's go-birthers in my comment section now, like, yo, what happened with this? I'm just like, bro, just look at it. If you got any evidence against me, post it. Post it and then come grab a mic. I'm right here in real time. Like, I'm not going nowhere.
They should try that more often.
And just so you know,
The Globies, I mean.
Enema Dirter, just so you know, Enema Dirter, Jason gave you that piss just so you could run to the timeline because he knows you're dishonest. Why do you think he didn't post it himself? Because he knew it was bullshit. And you're stupid. Sorry with it. Ignorant, idiotic, dishonest ass posted it. Pathetic.
Just saying. You have a history of doing that too. Do we got to run through that history real quick?
I'm about to run that clip anyway.
Oh, do we got to run through the history of the dishonesty? This is why I say y'all got to verify y'all sources, bro. Because, I mean, look, like I said, bro, I'm no better or worse than anybody else. But to run with the narrative from someone who doesn't know the difference between an analemma and an enema that may have some personal grievances with Flat Earth Fridays because they got poop fingers and didn't know how the sun moves in the sky. You know, you probably shouldn't take what they say seriously. You probably shouldn't. That's just my advice. Again, I have a direct line of communication open with anybody in the squad. Always hit me directly if you got any questions. But be careful running with narratives from the people that we done packed up, y'all. Come on, duh. Obviously, they're gonna try to lie and discredit me. Well, why wouldn't they? We've been up here for 126 weeks, packing them up. Where they at? A lot of y'all wasn't really here prior to like 2022, 2021, so y'all ain't really know what the anti-flat Earth Twitter looked like for real. Like, prior to Elon, it was a whole different landscape, bro. I don't care. We taking credit for changing all of that. Levelheads pulled up and pulled every single one of their cards. That's why they're not up here. That's why they don't come grab a mic. That's why they don't come substantiate their globular belief. Because they already know what's going to happen. Let's go ahead and get into some of the source.
Left nut and the right one as well, that if I were to go to him on Twitter before the space even happened, if I were to go to Twitter and say, hey, did Sacred actually say this, and is this actually something that he meant, I bet you he would say, no, this is just me being a prick to him. Now, Flurfurter, let me ask you this since you've been quiet. I'm sorry for stealing your thunder here, but Flurfurter, let me ask you.
You're protecting him, you're right. You need help.
The same way that you protect the guys in the world. Shut the fuck up. So, Flurfurter, let me ask you something. If I were to come to you, and if I were to ask you a very simple question, this clip that you're showing where Sacred's saying that you know, flat earthers are dishonest. Now we're talking about flat earthers, not your position, flat earth, making that very clear. If I came to you and I said, is this, you know, actually what Sacred was saying, full context, there's no way to misconstrue it, would you or would you not say, no, he still thinks flat earthers are the best thing to happen since sliced bread?
You know, I absolutely told you that I took him out of context and purposely made him say that flat earthers are liars.
There you go. So it seems like he's, is this
Dishonest
You
count
did
number
what?
one. Dishonest count. You just got a history.
Did you just get up in a 4K quality live stream and tell everybody that you dishonest? That's who y'all listening to? I wonder what else did they say about you. Let's see.
A 10th time. I said before, I will say this now for a 10th time. The lies that Flurfurter has said, fuck him for that.
Was that an anti-flat earther benching you in real time?
I said before, I will say this now for a 10th time. The lies that Flurfurter has said, fuck him for that.
I say thank you. I say thank you for saying that he lied. Thank you. Appreciate that. So wait a minute. You mean to tell me I had to pull up to a 3v1? You got a 40,000 subscriber anti-flat earther with all this little croaties. Pulled you up on live because you deceived all of them like we took your mic. I went up there by myself, dolo playing away game because, you know, We don't run from no smoke at all. And then they benched you in real time because you got caught capping as soon as Sacred grabbed the mic?
I said before, Al will say this now for a 10th time. The lies that Flurf Herder has said, fuck him for that.
I say thank you. I say thank you for saying that he lied. Thank you, Woo. Appreciate that.
The enema dirter. Y'all gotta be careful of who y'all sourcing, man. I'm just saying. You gonna turn on Proud and Sacred for the enema dirter? Don't do that. Come on, y'all.
From co-host? The guy who ran from co-host?
Matter of fact, send it to him again. Let's see if he grab it. Matter of fact, where he at?
Had the nerve to tweet Sacred running.
Hey, y'all remember this?
Told him to open up a space. Then it went crickets. Then we seen a deflection fly from the east. Another lie fly from the south. Just foolishness.
Boy, I woke up out the ether like, hold up, they talking about I won't play no away games. Me? Y'all gotta be shitting me, boy. I grabbed Twitter so fast, open up that space right now, and I'm a dirter. Didn't happen. What other history do we got with Enema Dirter? Is this one of them?
Don't make me find a clip where he said the sun revolve around us. Don't make
This
me
one?
find it.
Rotates the sun. We revolve. The Earth rotates the sun.
All right, boys.
Sacred, you want to take this?
Yo, Pierre,
this who y'all believe in, spot? Come on, man.
Always fucking Floyd Mayweather. You tackle LeBron, that doesn't mean you beat him. He'll cross you up. He was still going to dunk on you. You
can't stop what's about to happen.
You say the Earth rotates the sun?
I was waiting for somebody to call that. Bro, little globetrotter Earth just spinning the sun.
Honestly, I'll take that theory over Einstein.
Yeah, that theory's low-key fire.
Way more viable.
Flurf, listen, okay, you get that in your model. Hey, buddy, Flurf, listen, you get that dude, you just get nervous when you hear me talk, bro.
Why do you get nervous when Winston talks, Enema Dirter? Let him speak.
Oh, if in your model the Earth rotates. Hey, listen, Flurf.
Stop interrupting.
Stop interrupting. Now look, in your model, what causes day and night?
Rotating away from the fucking sun.
Okay, in your model, what causes the seasons?
Orbiting the sun.
Okay, and a tilt. So when in your model, when the Earth is revolving around the sun, right, tilted, what does that make it look like while we're on the Earth?
We turn to face the sun, and it rises in the east.
Oh my God! We're not talking about the Earth spinning every day. We're talking about the sun moving throughout the year.
He doesn't know the difference between rotation and orbit. This is the guy. Y'all got it.
We move around the sun. The way it's fucking supposed to, the way it does.
Okay, and how is that? Yeah, you said exactly what it's supposed to. What is that?
Wow. Is it painful? It appears to raise up and down.
You're kind of, sort of close, I guess, but not quite, not really. You're getting there.
Our orbit is an angle. It's not a perfect on the fucking ecliptic.
Okay, exactly. So
we're higher and lower in our position to it. So it appears to go up and down, but it doesn't travel north and south.
It makes a specific path in the sky. Do you know what it's called?
For y'all that don't know, it's called an analemma. What does Enema Dirter think the analemma is called? Let's find out.
$10 says, I Google. Enema? The enema? I don't fucking know. The enema. Yeah, it's probably the enema. It's probably the enema.
It's an enema.
You think the sun has an enema? You got to be playing in my face. Y'all didn't listen to him when he went to the timeline to talk crazy about me, did y'all? You think there's an enema in the sky?
It makes a specific path in the sky. Do you know what it's called?
$10 says, I Google. Enema? The enema? I don't fucking know.
The enema. Yeah, it's probably the enema. It's probably the enema. It's the sun's enema.
The sun's enema, dude.
Suppose it happens to fall where the sun don't shine.
A steel man in our position.
What the fuck do you mean steel man?
Fuck, you don't know what a steel man is?
The flip don't sound like boom, it sound like boom. Quick, quick, boom,
Boom, boom, boom. Is that why you don't like us, Anima Dirter?
Why are you
'Cause
running?
every time you
Why are you running? Why are you running? Why are you running?
Ooh, look a little spooky out here. Just saying. Good times, man. Good times. Good times. Yeah, we ran him out of that space. Went to go press him in red space. They benched his ass in real time because they said, "Oh, you cap as hell, but I don't even know why we even brought you up here." Like, how dare you think that I don't play no away game, bruh? Tell your cronies to come play some away games over here. Or you could open up your own space, which I know you won't do. I pressed you on that last night, so that's unfortunate. Guys, y'all shouldn't be running with narratives from guys that don't know the difference between the sun and a poop extractor. That was a fun space. If y'all missed that, hey, that's tough. You gotta come tap in with us live in action, man. Link in bio if you want to catch the replays. You know what I'm saying? Anyway. Let me go back to scanning my mainframe. If you can find some TikTok to jump into. Y'all could go ahead and react. I'll be back.
Bro, that had me dying, bro. Then he didn't even know what a steel man was. I mean, I was there at one point, but it probably wasn't that credible at that time.
You still think Sacred's a CIA agent on X? You still think Sacred's CIA? You think he's CIA? You think he's a black CIA agent trying to derail the black community? Retarded ass.
And you pressed him
Shout out
for
to Gally.
evidence.
That live with Red single-handedly created Galatrax, the timestamp taker. He has become a monster. So shout out to you, Gally.
Oh yeah, that did create Dr. Galatrax.
Created a
That's
monster. All the
funny.
blasphemy.
Okay, Proud. I'm on TikTok. What you think?
Hold on, let me log into the mainframe.
Are you gonna get in trouble for streaming this over there?
I don't know. TikTok got wild rules. I know I won't. We did go over there one time before. But they don't like anything off platform. I'll tell you that. They'll find anything to to censor you from the For You page. Ooh, Pope Madness live. Maybe we should go tap in with Pope.
Ain't that the one that blocked you? Oh no, that was ADHD.
I get them all mixed up. It's all the same to me. We also have Mezzo. Mezzo's pretty chill. I think I actually sent you one of his lives before, Taylor. He likes to challenge religion, God, and flat Earth. I think I see Dip live. What y'all think? I'm gonna leave this up to the listeners. Y'all want to go chop it up with the squad, or y'all want to go press some anti-flat earthers and see what they talking about?
I mean, if you have a space, I can hop over there.
They'll have a glow proof, right? For us.
Maybe.
No promises, Libra.
I couldn't hear you. That's matter.
I said no promises. Don't hold your breath for that globe proof. Oh, I think there's a concave Earth live.
Oh no! Please do not say that word too many times, for they all pour in here. I already seen one. You mentioned the eye in the sky. They popped up like pimples.
Spin around 3 times in your bathroom, flick your lights, and say concave Earth, and they'll just pop up out of nowhere, bro.
Let me check the mention, see what you guys chose. I'm really leaving it up to y'all. If y'all want to go hang with some of the flat earthers and see if they getting some globe earthers in there, we could go see what they on, or we can just go slide on to some anti-flat earthers in real time. Bring Flat Earth Fridays to the smoke.
I'll vote the anti-flirts. See what they on. Oh, I'll check out Dip's live.
We
Popped in there
trust you.
earlier. It
We
was a
trust
little
you guys.
spooky.
I'm not familiar with TikTok, so.
Oh my God, it get a little crazy over there.
It's a
I don't know what's
wild
gonna
place.
happen.
I've heard.
It might be 9 days left of TikTok, by the way, y'all. Final days of TikTok.
What you mean they shutting it down?
Allegedly, the 19th.
They been said that before though.
Nah, even TikTok said that they out of America. But so it's kind of funny. Like, basically, they want an extension because they want to shut it down on the 19th, but Trump is technically able to like stop it on the 20th. So they're like, yo, just postpone it for like 24 hours so Trump could say yes to keeping TikTok. But yeah, TikTok not gonna sell that algorithm. That algorithm is precious.
I think it was really because of 2 billion hits on Flat Earth, not spying stuff. Who knows?
Yeah, nah, not at all. And I think it's all of it. It's a lot of the information that's readily accessible. You know, it's not perfect. Like, there's obviously some error everywhere you go with information, but the speed at which TikTok has like circulating information, the way the algorithm shows you relevant things, I think our government was really terrified about that. And since they don't own it, they can't do nothing about the information that spreads. But I think we want it so they can push the propaganda that the Americans want, you know? So anything they can do to get rid of it. I actually hate TikTok on PC. Especially out there. Oh my God, it looks disgusting. TikTok on PC is gross. I actually hate Discord on PC too, guys. I don't know how you do it. Discord on PC is so weird.
All right, y'all. So I'm scanning right now, and Mezzo is talking about religion. I don't necessarily want to turn this into a religious conversation just yet. Maybe that would be like the final thing if we want to go see if you want to switch topics or something. But he's pretty chill as a atheist globe earther.
Y'all look weird, man.
You have both eyes open?
I got one eye. Good call though.
Might need to put your glasses on. I don't have mine.
Yeah, you look kind of weird. Where you from, Massachusetts?
Not even a little bit. That was such a random place.
Yeah, I've been trying to deal with retards all night.
You have?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, that's what happens when you have globe earth friends, you know?
Yeah, whatever. It's fucking hardcore.
Oh, you're a hardcore globie?
What?
What?
You know how to rap? You know how to rap?
I don't think I heard you.
Oh, I don't think you heard me correctly.
I second that.
Second dime, second nickel, second quarter. Oh. Just making up shit. Just making up shit. I'm making up shit off the cuff. What do you need?
Oh, you're a rapper. Okay.
No, I'm not a fucking rapper. I'm a loser.
Oh gosh. Don't do that to yourself, bro.
Baby, so why don't you kill me?
Oh, you like Beck. That's my homeboy. Actually, it ain't that easy. It ain't that simple.
Geo Live.
Yeah, bro. You're rugging. You're motherfucking rugging. You're bugging.
Is Gio talking about flat Earth though? Like, I don't know if he's talking about flat Earth today.
He definitely is. Somebody got
Dude, I need to be on a flat Earth right
diagram
now.
on
I would feel a lot better.
It looks like they're trying to find the radius to a ball.
Yeah, I'll find a radius tool.
What's going on, bro? Your head's spinning?
Squeeze me baking powder.
Yo, my tune-out game is strong, y'all. I even have kids.
Dude, I will tune everybody out. You got kids? How many kids you got?
I said I don't even have kids.
Oh, that's cool. I ran out of beer like half hour ago. It was bullshit.
What from with this no gas?
Let's listen to Geo's live real quick. Is that what you were playing, Prop?
Yeah, I just clicked in here. I hate TikTok on the computer.
Yeah, let's listen real quick. If not, we could just full court all the other
TikTok, this motherfucking X, yo. What's up?
Yeah, we dual casting, bro. We don't ran all of the anti-flat earthers off the mic, so over here, so we gotta go look for them now.
Oh, it's all gravy. We gotta find them, dude. We gotta find them.
Hashtag level head.
I'll help you.
Go look for Intimidator. Tell him to start running from co-host.
And has done terrible things.
I don't even see
we
him.
have done these things.
How quaint.
We use a
Jorge in here. Oh nah, it's a full court press. Hell no. Hey, listen, you gotta we in this motherfucker. Cause he keep ducking. We in here. Yo, listen, you gotta accept my request on TikTok. Let's listen to this real quick.
Believe somebody telling you there's an area rockets be going to that there's no gas occupying it?
No, I spent the last 3 years working on a satellite system that was launched earlier in the year, and it went to space and it takes pictures of Earth and stuff. And I've seen the pictures, so. Wait, and we were
NASA. Oh, bro. No, that's not my
NASA.
Argument. My argument is this: how can you provide physical evidence? Like, have you ever seen there's no gas there with a laser? Not a laser, but like a radar or something. How can you 100% say there's a region, there's an area where rockets be going that there's no gas occupying it. How can you confirm that? Can they show with a radar? Like, how can they show?
There's a guy called Renegade on TikTok.
Barometric sensors.
Okay, where's the
It's
data?
really that simple, man.
Hold on, where's the data on that show there's no gas?
I can check. I honestly don't know if we have any intrinsic, what you would call proof, like from a balloon. But if you can mount.
No. Here's what I'm saying. It's very easy.
Guys,
when the rocket shoots up there, and when they close to the moon or wherever they're gonna be at.
All right. Take it easy on the young man. Take it easy on the young man.
They would do that if it was true, but they're not, because it's not true. They would have show you with a laser,
Shut the fuck up, man.
something, right? Equipment that show you the gas we breathe. As the rocket or whatever goes up and up. Hold on, listen what I'm saying. As the rocket goes up, the equipment will start showing you're not seeing no more gas when you reach a certain area. Why don't they do that?
They do.
They do. That's
what are you talking about?
When you see a rocket launch and the plume expands and it gets really big, and y'all call, they actually do that, but y'all call it bouncing off the firmament. But what's actually happening is that there's no more pressure from the atmosphere.
No. See, what is? I don't understand what you're not.
Hold on. Wait. Hold on. Wait. Glurf Renegade. You ever heard of weather satellites?
Yes.
They do exactly what you're talking about.
Yo, what topic should we bring up when we pull up in here?
Detecting the different pressure the higher you go.
That's not the freak I'm asking, though.
What are you asking?
I'm saying they're claiming there's an area where there's no gas, right?
Oh yeah, so for y'all don't know, Jorge is a physicist who made his home on TikTok. So that's where he posts all of his content. Pretty chill, I would say. He said he would come talk to us and some of the other PhDs that we had over here. He hasn't shown up yet, so maybe we could pick his mind. I did try to speak to him about Ares failure. He was unfamiliar with it, so we didn't get a really good build. But we'll bring that up. I don't know. Y'all let me know. What do y'all want us to talk about? Curvature, motion.
As the rocket go up, you no longer can see any of those molecule gas like you were seeing it from below.
Because that's just there's not going to be anything else left behind it.
Isn't that why they say the Earth's atmosphere extends
Shout
beyond
out Flat Earth Geographer too.
the moon? Because there's the way the pressure gradient works, there's still gas out there.
Yeah, but that's not what I'm asking.
But if you go halfway between the sun, you want the region where there's no gas? Halfway between the sun and the next star.
You're saying that you have not observed it. Listen, everything you're saying right now is just you saying it. You never observe it. You never seen that's the case. You don't see that's the case. You are told that's the case. But you have no experience, like I said. You have no X-ray machine showing you all, and I don't mean X-ray machine. I mean a machine that will show you the gas. We say, oh, look at the wind blowing. Look at it in the machine. As it goes up,
is your argument that we can't prove that gas is around us?
No. I don't know what you're not getting. They claiming gas is not occupying a certain section. The section that they go to where they need helmet, they need everything to keep their gas contained. But they saying the Earth itself don't have a container to contain its gas, but they leave the Earth with all the gas. They're looking at the gas while they breathe in the gas in their container, and they're looking at the Earth with no container, and the gas is not occupying that section. How can you prove beyond the shadow of a doubt in court? Let's say you was in court and you have to prove without the shadow of a doubt that there's a region you can show it in the radar.
Get a Renegade,
right? Not a radar, X-ray or I forgot the machine name, but you got a machine that show you the gas, right? And you can see it. Oh, look at all this gas. As you go up, it get thinner, right? It get thinner. We understand that. Now it's in a region where there's none at all. You can't see no gas.
So basically, wait. How would you know that you're at a region that there's no gas?
Because the freaking machine show you high.
There's your answer.
Listen, hold on. When the machine was in the ground, you can see. Listen to me. You can see. You know how? Let's say you got an X-ray machine, right? You put it on somebody's body. You can see the intestine. You can see the inside, right? But when you move it, you no longer see that because that is no longer there. I don't know why it's so hard for adults to understand what I'm saying. That you have a machine showing you guys, right? The guys we breathe in, you can see it in the machine, whether it's through color, right? Like you have green, whatever color, all colors, but those guys are moving around. You can see it through the machine.
No mics is open
As
yet.
it gets higher and higher, it gets thinner and thinner, right? And then they reach a point where maybe you see one flying there, and to a point where you can see no more flying there. There's none of that. You can only believe that they're in a region where gas is not occupying it.
Gas is life, but it's like crazy shit.
Bro, there's a whole agency that just studies the atmosphere. And I'm not even talking about NASA. I'm seeing it right here, the National Center for Atmospheric Research. And NOAA.
You know, I didn't even realize it was you, George.
Hey,
are you the only Glober here right now?
I don't know. I'm not going to last much longer. It's getting late, but.
Oh no, you gotta get over here. I see you just probably see me pull up in here.
There's a few of us here.
Yo, so every time
good to see you.
Do not say that. Every time you go into a live, it shows that you popped in. So all of a sudden now he acting like he don't want to stick around. Nah, Jorge, stay right there, gang.
And from
stay right there.
So
we don't.
What?
I never see the ISS showing you there's no guys outside where they're at.
What?
Because the ISS doesn't detect gas pressure, man. What are you talking about?
Wouldn't be in orbit.
Listen, outside of where they at, they cannot demonstrate to you. They cannot prove it. If I was to say, how can you prove to me that there's no gas outside of where you at? They cannot prove
They're
that.
not falling to Earth.
Well, hey, you can't. I don't personally. I don't believe anything now.
If they can only tell. Listen, they can only tell you. But to actually demonstrate, to show you beyond the shadow of a doubt, look, the machine's showing you guys. You know, you're looking at the guys in the machine. But as the rocket, so-called rocket, the rocket, as the rocket goes up and it reaches an area, you notice that there's no gas there. Because the guy, you don't see it in the machine no more compared to when it was in the ground, where you saw nothing.
Well, yeah, that
it was surrounded by nothing.
When you're in jail.
That happens. What's the problem?
What are they called? Or they use my airports. My bad.
Can you tell me the video? Tell me the video where I see guys from the ground, but when you get higher to a certain height, I see
I just get the video. Some GGs and a W.
You can't see gas. What are you on about, man? You can measure it. That's why we have a pressure gradient.
I'm gonna give you an example, right? I'm gonna give you an example. If I'm in water, right, and I have an equipment, and the equipment showing you the water, right? It shows you the liquid. It shows you the water. And when I leave the water, it no longer shows no more water. It's only showing gas now, right? That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Okay.
Meaning, like, you reach a point where there's no more water, and now there's only gas, right? Because it's no longer showing.
So are you asking? Are you asking
something completely different?
So are you essentially asking what's the point on the globe model that the atmosphere is like there's no atmosphere?
No.
There's no gas pressure
I don't
or
know why you don't
anything.
understand what I'm saying.
Are you referring to oxygen when you're saying gas?
I'm trying to follow. I'm not trying to.
Yeah,
I'm talking about air. Air is made up of gas, right? Air. I'm talking about air.
Air, the atmosphere.
Different gas. I'm saying those guys, right? As you get higher, there's a point where there's none of those guys. There's none. You might see. I'll give you even that much. You can see one flying there, one flying
like
there.
Zero at all. Nothing from the earth.
If you claim there's zero, then zero. Whatever you are claiming, can you provide a video showing how you have this gas here, high pressure gas, and then when you get
please.
You now see one here, one there, one here, one there. I'll even give you that much.
Here's a 35 millimeter picture on my screen, bro, from the atmosphere getting thinner as it goes up. And let's get the moon in there, which is kind of beautiful.
Bro, it's the same effect as when you have
we
a,
all
like,
might.
a can of aerosol, like a spray can.
It's actually a good illustration of what he's
Listen.
asking.
I mean, but it doesn't matter. We on this app or anywhere, I could show you some picture evidence of this stuff. There's scientific data that characterizes what's going on with the atmosphere, but I don't think you're going to care. But here's a picture taken with 35 millimeter from the space, and you can see the atmosphere just getting thinner, man.
Let me ask you. Hold on.
Who's that picture taken by?
It doesn't matter because
it's from 2003.
It doesn't matter. Hold on. Look.
Hold on, y'all. Waiting for my.
Let me ask you this, right?
What happened to Pro?
Hey, not even real.
How high? Hold on. How high is this, guys? What's the height?
How high is the firmament?
How high is this, guys? This massive guy.
It's called the Kármán line.
Well, so that probably goes up.
That's the Kármán line.
I would say I'm looking at the moon.
Yeah.
I'm looking at the moon. Hold on. I'm looking at the moon. I see massive gas around it. How high is that?
It's not around it. The moon's behind it, bro. Okay, my bad. In retrospect, bringing the picture with the moon was a mistake. I regret doing this immediately.
So you said there's no gas around the moon in that picture?
Not only that, but you can actually see the flag that we planted right there in the center. No, I'm just kidding.
Glurf, in that photo, there is no gas, as far as you are thinking of, around the moon.
Yeah, there's nothing up here, dude. This is in the background. This is the atmosphere. You can see again there. That's probably 150 miles. It's probably 150 miles or something up to the top here. And it's nice.
So the moon is 150 miles?
No. Just
238,000 miles.
Oh man, just forget about the moon. Yeah, it's far. Yeah, if you hold the ball up like
anything that came.
Why would I forget the moon when the gas is when I'm looking at the gas right around the moon? There's a massive portion of it that's halfway to if you look, it blocks half of the moon.
It's behind it.
Wait, hold on. Wait, there, bro.
It's in front of it as well. It's in front of it as well.
Oh God, what have I done? Hold
on.
Is this a variation of the sun?
Oh my goodness, my bad, y'all.
There's two possibilities here, right? Either the moon is sitting right in that haze right above the Earth, or it is beyond the haze, and the haze seems to be surrounding it, but really in reality it is in front of it, or it's like below, or it's like at least where you're sitting, it's like it's seeming to be like in relation to it, but it's not.
And if we're being honest,
like a globe,
but we don't know. We can just this picture alone. We can.
Yeah. Some questions have no answer, bro. And we'll just never know.
What was the question? My phone cut out.
Just with that just picture.
There's two possibilities of what could be happening in that picture.
Occupy the available volume.
Hell, I need to get a pot of coffee going.
This is why they need like visualizations on Twitter. We could like share screen and stuff, so I can show y'all.
Flag number one, you know. Because that's flag number one. We don't see that.
Photographs are easily doctored. And besides, like it's not really giving any kind of like evidence for or against either model, as far as I'm concerned. At least as far as when we talk about location of like that.
Unless it's pictures supporting your flat Earth argument, right?
No, I don't even go off pictures. I mean, I will.
Well, long distance observations and stuff, you know.
It kind of curves upwards, and not from the.
If I were to take it, then I would use that as evidence. Yes, myself.
Why does your picture have a blanket?
I do appreciate the fact that a lot of flat earthers go out there and making observations.
There's like no way to raise hands in here. Y'all probably just gonna have to jump in.
Everything else associated, like the height.
I'm trying to give them a chance to wrap up their lives.
If you do all that, you'll see that the Earth is actually curving away.
Yeah, no, I get the optical effect. Yeah. And so let me before we keep rolling, I did want to, because it's getting late and I'm not going to be on too much longer. I do want to say hi to Sacred and thank him for coming along as well.
Yeah, I was going to tell you to bring him up. Hey, Sacred.
Yo. What's up, Gio? What up, Jorge? I see some of the squad in here. It's Flat Earth Fridays, man. We got to come show some love. We got the level heads in the building with us. We live right now.
Sweet. Are you guys
live now?
It's 1 a.m. Saturday. We're getting.
Then you know what? I do have to go to bed soon, but I then encourage everyone who's here watching this live get their ass over to watch that there on Twitter. You got it going on right now, or is there?
Yeah, we're on Twitter. We're in Twitter Spaces. Yeah.
Okay, there you go.
Are they going to bring in a video capability to that Sacred, you think?
They have with certain platforms. Like I think they're rolling it out with certain devices and certain accounts. Because I've seen some video spaces, but I don't know. Well, there's video spaces that they rolled out with certain devices, and then there is some live video where you could turn on your camera and show yourself in some other devices. But it hasn't rolled out to everybody yet, so we're waiting for Elon to get on it, bro.
I only see you working on a laptop that he just got. Yeah.
The irony of that. Waiting for Elon, man.
Yeah.
The fucking irony.
Crazy,
rockets,
ain't it?
Man. They're putting all kinds of stuff in orbit around Earth.
Yeah, man.
I mean, you say that, Jorge.
It's
You say that.
the platform that you are using is owned by a guy that sends rockets to space and believes in it.
Because he says it's
space.
We know that thing can fly. We get it. Like I get that there are things that leave the Earth that go around above the Earth. It makes sense,
brother.
Amen. Like three of his companies have nothing to do but going to Mars. Like three of the
man. Somebody say when in a religion.
He wants to go to Mars.
We haven't been past low Earth orbit. Y'all know America the only ones that claim that go past low Earth orbit?
Bro.
That's not true.
He wants to have vehicles that don't explode all over
There's
the
no such
Earth.
thing as even low.
He wants to go to Mars, and he's got all his Cybertruck.
Rockets don't work in vacuum. Even if they did, how would you?
Let's figure out making machines.
Do you have anything that goes that fast? 500,000 miles an hour?
One mic. Hold on.
Warp drive. Hang on.
Who said that?
So we got some speakers on the mic over here, so they can hear you guys. And you can hear them when they're speaking through my mic.
Yeah, I'll school them just like I school you. Why don't rockets?
Who are you talking to, chat? You hear this?
Because there's nothing for them to rocket off of, bro.
I'm not asking you. I'm asking Sacred in his chat. Sacred, why don't you think rockets work in space?
That was Libra that said that. But what?
You said it. You're speaking for your chat. So why don't you think rockets work in space?
Do you hear me speaking? I said that was Libra, another person on the mic. If you'd like to address him directly, you could talk to him, or you could address me. If you want to talk to me, who do you want to talk to?
Oh yeah, that's right.
I would like to. I would like to address you.
In the Twitter.
Yeah, that's why I said there's 100 people in here listening to y'all.
Yeah. I forgot. I didn't even totally went over my head for a second. Nice. There you go.
I prefer to talk to the person that I'm speaking to. Sacred proxy. So Sacred, if you have the integrity, can you tell me why rockets don't work in space?
Okay, do you understand that wasn't me that said that? First of all,
I'm asking you personally.
Can you answer one question first? Can you understand?
He doesn't want to answer.
You understand that wasn't me that said that?
I'm going to take the win.
So you don't want to. You don't want to answer.
I don't care who asked. I'm asking you.
Well, you asking me a question
you are
asking me a question. You're asking me a question for a statement that I didn't make. You're asking me a question.
Hold on a second. Hold on.
You're asking me
who did work in a vacuum. Say they did work in a vacuum.
Known to over 100 people in Sacred's chat that he refuses to answer a simple question.
A question that you're strawmanning me about. I didn't say that. So you should stop being fallacious and you should engage with me and my point instead of trying to strawman my position. If you want to engage with the person that actually said that, you could do that.
You're asking the wrong person.
What do you want to do? Do you want to engage with me or do you want to engage with the person who made the claim?
I want to engage with you and my
okay, so my premise is not that rockets don't work in space. My premise is that
rockets don't work in space.
He's talking to me, bro.
Hold on, wait. Glur, Sacred disagrees with you. Sacred thinks that rockets do work in space, but you
not what I said.
Work in space.
Not what I said.
That is
not what I said.
You disagreed.
That's not what I said. Not what I said.
Listen,
that's how it is on TikTok, y'all. Just give us a moment. We get into it. Don't worry. Beep. So what I like to say is that there is no demonstration for propulsion in a vacuum without the actual propellant interacting with a surface or maintaining the vacuum. That is my premise. If you have a demonstration that shows a vacuum working, propulsion working in a vacuum, without the propellant interacting with any surfaces while maintaining the vacuum, then we can have a discussion about what you claim, the positive claim of propulsion in that said vacuum. Does that make sense?
So, no, it doesn't, because you are assuming that you need something for the force to be pushing off of.
Bro.
No, you're saying that you're saying the environment means nothing. You're saying it doesn't matter whether there is a surface or pressure or not. So we're saying, hold on, bro. Don't censor me while I'm responding. Don't censor me while I'm responding to you. Relax. What we're saying is, if you say that it doesn't matter, then show us that it doesn't matter. If you can't show us that, then you have a blind belief. So do you have a demonstration to show propulsion in a vacuum while maintaining the vacuum without the propellant interacting with any surfaces? Yes or no?
Are you familiar with every action has an equal and opposite reaction?
I am. Can you answer my question first?
Are you familiar with every action has an equal and opposite reaction?
I am. Can you answer my question?
That doesn't apply.
All right. Okay. What was your question?
Oh, so you're not listening. So let everyone in the chat know that Beep is not even coherent enough to respond to the yes or no. Oh, don't censor me now, bro. Hold up. I gave you a chance to answer. Hold on. Let me explain to the chat what's going on. It's okay, bro. It's okay.
Speak for yourself.
Relax,
man.
relax. Beep, relax.
Simple, boys.
Chill. Relax. I asked you a direct question.
I'm trying to keep it simple.
I asked you a direct question. I'll repeat myself. This is hard for you to retain information. Okay? What I asked was, do you have a demonstration that shows propulsion in a vacuum while maintaining the vacuum, right? We don't want it to pressurize because you said it doesn't matter. So you have to maintain the vacuum, and we don't want the propellant interacting with any surfaces in said vacuum because we want to emulate space as much as possible. So yes or no question, do you have that demonstration?
No.
Okay, we'll take that dub. That's your positive claim.
Hey, we're changing.
Can we just talk about why this airplane has a blanket on it? Is it like the Pope of airplanes?
What, it was that easy for a Pepper?
It's a good backdrop for the messages on.
One request for a demonstration. He mutes up, Jack.
Jorge, what do you think? Trying to make a statement here.
Yeah, so we do. You can look for satellites that have to be. They decommission them. They change their orbits, and so we do have these systems that do this. Like, but we can't. Like, it's hard to reproduce, man. It's just hard to reproduce in a way that would satisfy a extremely skeptical person. The math for it is well founded. I should say that the theory of physics associated with rocket flight, and then it's kind of just classical mechanics, right? We basically just blow stuff up to move stuff. It is, if you take it down to its simple, to its essence. But the propellant does shoot out. It does interact with the nozzle, and there's shaping and there's pressure. It's quite complex. It is kind of classical physics, though. But it works, man.
I mean, you say that it works, but we're just looking for the demonstration so we can actually talk about it. I'm not saying that it doesn't work. I'm just saying you guys claim it to work in a specific way. Show it, because physics is about demonstration, repeatability, reproducibility, and falsification. If we can't falsify the premise, then you just have a pseudoscientific claim. I see, just to explain everybody on the chat what Jorge has on the screen now, he has a boat with a man on the edge. Hold on, I'm just explaining to my chat can't see. Beep. Hold on, bro. Hold on, bro. I'm gonna give you the mic.
Let him just give a quick little. Let him give a quick little assessment of what he sees.
Hold on, Beep. Let me just go ahead and explain to the chat what Jorge's got, because he was the one that's speaking.
I like the fact that he's trying to bring in a whole other audience to come in and hang out and listen and engage, and that's cool.
He's disingenuous by using all of their opinions for his own words, man.
What?
Come on. Yeah, I gotta go, but good talking to you guys.
You too, man. Have a good night.
There, Newhouse. Yeah, Beep, I don't care about your personal attacks. You should just substantiate your claims. If you can't, you just gotta take that L, my guy. So anyway, let me just explain this real quick, bro. I know you're triggered, but it's okay, bro. Like, it happens all the time. It's all right, bro. It's all right, bro. It's okay, bro. You can't gaslight me. It doesn't work.
Hey, guys.
Just to explain real quick to the chat what everyone. Hold on, I just want to explain, because I have a whole 100 people that's in here, and I told them to all go support Geo. I want to explain what Jorge got on the screen. He was just speaking.
Here. They don't care about your 100 people, man.
Yeah, I know you don't care because you just got packed up in front of them. So I wouldn't care if I was you either. But the reality is they all watch you just say you don't have any demonstrations to substantiate your claim. You could mute up in a second, bro. I could get to you. I want to talk to the physicist. You don't have that credential. Relax.
I don't
So what Jorge has on the screen is that
you don't have the credential.
Oh my goodness! I didn't claim to have a credential. I didn't claim. I just want to talk to Jorge. What's wrong with y'all?
Guys.
Sacred.
Okay, maybe I should mute up. Let me not dominate. Go ahead, Gio. You can control. I just wanted to explain to everyone that's listening,
Sacred, you
all
don't want
100
to talk to
people,
anybody. You want
that
your chat to ask
I'm talking to
questions for
Jorge,
you.
but I already gave you a chance. And you
Let
just
him
just failed.
make a statement to his chat. That's all he was doing.
That's all I want to do is just explain to them because they can't
If
see.
he would have gone on and like it felt like it was really, it wasn't getting like he was
I mean, he
trying
can
to
mute.
control it. He was making an observation of the visual because they don't all get to see what we're seeing.
Yeah,
He
that's
can
all.
mute and hear and talk to his chat though, right?
They can easily download TikTok and follow.
Okay, I'll mute up. I'll let y'all go. I'll let y'all
Join
go.
in.
That's a fair point. Yes, if you want to.
Okay, so what Jorge got on the screen, guys, is he's got a guy standing on a boat with a pile of rocks in the middle of the boat. And as the guy picks up the rock, he's throwing the rock off the back of the boat. It's just an animation. This is not anything in real life. And he's throwing the rock off the back of the boat. And he said this is causing the boat to move forward. So the boat is on a surface. They're taking a rock, where the surface is the water. They're taking a rock and they're throwing the rock off the boat in one direction. And they're claiming this is causing the boat to go forward. I don't know. Like, y'all think that this is something that's viable? Y'all think that this is a good representation of propulsion in a vacuum? What do you guys think? I got them. I'm on mute, so they can't really hear.
Is that like the bowling ball analogy?
Seems like it. Seems like it.
Interesting.
My two things is well, for one, the boat is on the surface, right? I always use the those jet skis as an example of why that kind of like challenges what they claim. Not saying that it's impossible, but they take water and they shoot it into water in order to propel the jet ski forward. It seems like what they should just be able to do is just shoot water into the air to cause it to go forward. And they do have certain things like that. I think y'all seen like these levitating jets that shoot water out of them. But what's more efficient? If I shoot water into the air, is that going to make me propel faster and further rather than shooting water into a medium of water? Because it seems like jet skis work very, very efficiently shooting a mass into another mass. So yeah, just to give you a little breakdown, I'm going to turn this back up.
Pay attention, maybe, I guess. I don't know.
Good question for George.
Yeah, I
George,
muted
said
up.
you
My
were
bad, because you
gonna
told me to talk to my chat privately, so I did.
Yeah, keep doing it, man.
George, you said
integrity.
It's okay to bring. I get that there's some tension. I know you probably talked before.
I don't know who that is, bro. I don't know who that is. He's just emotional.
Me and this man have never.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Isn't that crazy? You thought that there was some smoke. I never spoke to him before.
It felt like some old beef going on.
I'd have no idea who this is, bro. I was trying to talk to Jorge.
It's
yeah. Come on, look, guys. Look, I appreciate both of you coming up here. I have respect for both of you. Please, let's just try to like. I get that Beep has an issue with the formatting of what's going on right now. I don't share his sentiment. I don't quite get why it's,
man.
I don't quite feel the same way about it. I don't quite see how that is what you're saying it is. I respect that you feel that way. I'm sorry you do. I do want to be able to include them as well. I get that. It's nice if they would come and have TikTok accounts, follow me here too. Sure. I'm not opposed to that, but
we're gonna post you in the chat, Gio, so they know where to find you.
Sample for 10 more minutes or an hour, or they want to come a few more times before they decide to do that. I'm not going to tell them. I'm not. It's not like I'm some high pressure salesman saying, "Come follow me" or "Get the hell out." You know, it's just like I like that there's discussion. I like that it's expanding multi-app right now. I think that's a good thing as far as exposure for the conversation.
All I'm saying is I implore Sacred and everybody in his chat to have the integrity to speak for themselves and not speak through others.
What is he talking about?
I don't see that.
I was trying to, and you kept going after Sacred. So now you're saying this? Come on, bro.
Who are you, man?
I was trying to explain that to you, bro. You got all the questions to the answers I was trying to give you. I said, bro, there's 100 people in here. I said, you were speaking, bro. You're not trying to even get the answer. I said, there's someone on the mic. His name is Libra. You wanted to address him, but then wanted to make me answer his question. So it's just like, bro, do you want to talk to that guy or do you want to talk to me? You said you want to talk to me. But Libra's right here ready to engage with you if you'd like.
Libra, do you have the integrity to speak on your own volition?
Obviously, I was trying to speak before, and he was telling you that I was here, and you acknowledged it, but you still kept going after Sacred. So don't ask us about integrity.
So is that a yes or no?
Okay, let's avoid the integrity because that's getting to the person. That's at the person ad hominem. Let's go like.
Well, I said what I was trying to say was, let's say for a second.
I'm saying for the sake of just I get it.
Yeah,
You're defending the situation.
I was trying to let's say.
Cool. I respect it. Just thankfully we've got that taken care of. Let's just have a conversation.
Thank you.
I was trying to say, like, let's say for a second rockets work in a vacuum. How would you get to Mars if we're chasing the sun at 500,000 miles an hour? The vehicle would fall back into dead space.
That's negligible. What are you talking about? You're not traveling to the sun. You're traveling to the moon or Mars.
Literally calculable. That's part of the calculations.
Yeah. This is all
like
orbital dynamics, man. That's a beautiful, beautiful thing. Planning orbits, and when you look at the orbits that we've had for all these spacecraft that have gone to moons of the gas giants, to Mars, to Venus, we've been everywhere in the solar system.
No, we haven't.
This broke the speed record for fastest human-made object.
There's also a reason why when we do launches, they're only in specific windows. We do them in those windows, and if we miss the window, we have to wait for the next window because we do them because of orbital mechanics.
And we do them near the equator for a reason too.
That would be what we would do on the flat Earth too, wouldn't it be, given the way that all that works out as far as trajectories and everything.
Sure, but anything on flat Earth? Well, equator, yes, I get that, but what I was talking about and Jorge is talking about is in terms of orbital mechanics is you only do it when the orbits align the right way to get good trajectories.
Bro, do you have anything to say to that?
Well, yeah, it's all academic. I said if rockets work in vacuum, which they don't. So
they absolutely do.
Yeah, that's why we just asked for a demonstration of that so that we can have a conversation about it. And I haven't seen.
Yeah, sure. It's literally one of the laws of for every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. That's literally how rockets work.
And it's a law because it's observed. It's an observed.
I think their point, and correct me if I'm wrong, Libra, but is your point that like, hey, there's nothing to burn, that's why there's no jet propulsion? Is that what you're trying to get at?
No, they just don't function. There's nothing for them to push off of. I don't even know why we're still using rockets at this point.
Okay, so given the illustration that Jorge has put up, I'll even give it a big screen for the moment just to give it a better view. When you're pushing on something, the one that you had before where you were throwing the rocks off of the boat, basically, and having that be your propulsion. Yeah, that one there. Yeah. So the thing is that you're pushing off of the rock, and in the case of thrust in our atmosphere, the thrust from the rocket is pushing off of the air around it.
You can just
no, not at all. No,
it is pushing on the rocket.
What are you talking about?
The rock is the fuel. The human is the rocket. So the rock is pushing off the hands of the human. It's not pushing off the air. It's pushing the human. Just like you can do it if you have a nice roll-away chair and grab something heavy and throw it away from you. You will roll in the opposite direction. It's not because of the air.
Or if you have a skateboard, you can have a skateboard and you throw like a bowling ball away from you.
Yeah.
Same thing. It's you and the bowling ball.
No. If it was just the air, you would get the same effect if you used a bowling ball and a styrofoam ball the same size. But if you throw a styrofoam ball, you're not going anywhere. It's the mass. It's the inertia of the crap that you throw away that gets imparted back to you.
Correct.
So that
right. Yeah. You need there
fundamental
needs to be
property
to push off of.
Yeah.
Right. There needs to be something of substance to push off of for you to push away from it. Otherwise, without any mass or anything,
and I wish
you floating away.
I wish we could explain this. This is a fundamental property of nature, y'all, and y'all are just missing it. This makes me sad.
No, I'm not missing
mad
it at all. I get it completely that you're pushing off of the heavy enough rock to push off of while you're as you're throwing it. That's what creates that.
Yeah. And
Wait.
So
you don't have that if you're in a vacuum with the thrust of a rocket.
I think I might have a decent way to explain it. It's not perfect. So don't count against me if it's not perfect. But have any of y'all like walked in mud?
Yes.
Lower Alabama.
Long time ago.
So
as a kid,
as you push into the mud does have to push up against you, but mud is like sloppy and sloopy, but it does you can still push up against it and keep stepping, but it that is kind of like the version of like in air. So because it is able to like go around your foot, it kind of like goes around your foot. So like you push against it, it still goes around your foot, but you can push against it, it's still sloppy and sloopy. Compare that to like a version of, say, for example, walking on stone. You know, you're just walking on the stone. You push on the stone and you step forward. That one is a lot easier. It's a lot better because you just push against the stone, and instead of like you're fucking like slopped into it, you just step forward and keep walking. So that's like the different mediums of this kind of stuff that you push against.
Can I add my 2 cents in real quick as soon as you guys are done?
Oh, yeah.
So the first thing that I would say is a rocket in space, specifically outer space. There's no surfaces interacting with that rocket, correct? Are we on the same page about that? Common ground?
Yeah.
Okay. Every example that you guys have provided, every single thing that's in motion is interacting with a surface. We agree on that.
Well, hold on. What do you mean by that?
Fine, sir.
Well, no.
Interacting with the surface. What do you mean by that?
You said a skateboard on the floor. You said a boat on water.
We're talking about a spacecraft in space. What are you talking
I see what
about?
he's saying. No. Yeah, because we're not in free fall. We're not in free fall. There's some surface we're up against.
Right.
I see what you're saying, Sacred.
Thank you, Jorge. You see, okay, just for this moment, real quick, just for the chat. This is what I be talking about when I talk about when I say I like talking to the PhD physicists and the people with credentials, because they're honest like this. I don't have to sit there and try to explain away because we're in a debate. It's just understanding to find common ground. Thank you, Jorge. So nobody else got to challenge that. That would be my first contention, is that it's not that analogous because there's some surface, what you call it, Jorge, surface tension there? That's my first. That's my first challenge. The second challenge is something interesting. I don't know if you guys are familiar with OG Brian Mullins. You know who that is? Like an engineer, and he kind of started talking about
He's the one who suggested the Forest Line project.
Right.
The first guy that I know anyway who suggested that.
So I watched some of his content a few years ago, and he was talking about the interpretation of every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And basically what he was saying is that we have half of the equation correct. And the way he described it, and this, I'm just repeating what he said, and we might have to do another space on this because we talked about this a long time ago. He says the combustion of the chemicals, the chemical reaction, is the action. And the reaction is it trying to find its way out of that compartment in the rocket thruster. So it's pushing on all surfaces. So it says once the chemical reaction combusts and then it interacts with the surfaces on the inside of that thruster, that is the action and reaction. The surface is pushing back on that quote unquote explosion, as Jorge defined it as.
Exactly. Yes.
Now, let me just finish this. I'll land it here. I don't want to be long with it, but I want you to make sure you fully understand what I'm saying. So what he says is we're missing the whole second part of this is when that action and reaction interacts with an environment outside of the thruster. So he says that basically it's almost like taking if you attach a balloon to a straw. So they demonstrated this on TikTok a couple weeks ago when I was over here, and they attached it to like a toy truck, and they blew the balloon up, and then it exited through the straw, and then it propelled forward. But then they took a vacuum and they put it on the opposite end of that straw. And whatever was coming out of the balloon and through the straw was being sucked out of the vacuum, or was sucked by the vacuum, pause. And now the toy car didn't move because that vacuum was pulling on the air that was coming out of the balloon. So we're not saying that the vacuum is pulling per se, but there is a differential in pressure. And it's the pressure on the inside is trying to find its fastest way out. And it's not interacting with a pressurized system. It's with a vacuum that is quote unquote pulling.
So you're talking about pressure.
First of all, vacuums do not suck. Vacuums do not.
I know, bro. That's why I knew you was gonna say that. But go ahead.
Yeah, I know. Spaceballs is the great maid in the sky. Yeah.
But it's still a differential in pressure, right? It's like
that's in the thrust, and that is in the thrust equation. Like there's the mass loss, right? There's differentials in pressure. So the kind of ironic thing, Sacred, is that like thrust is less efficient in the atmosphere. Like it's better in space. You don't have to fight the atmosphere, right? The rockets that we would use to get off of the moon are so much smaller, not because the moon is 1/6. It's because there's no drag that you have to fight. A lot of our rocket fuel has to go just to get past the fighting the atmosphere, the drag. But I agree with you. All our examples were like on some kind of surface, but the physics is the same still. I mean, it's still the same principles. And if you don't like Newton's the third law, the equal and opposite reaction forces, you can just get to it with conservation of momentum. If you view the rocket as something that doesn't have external forces, so everything's internal. There's a few ways to get to the rocket equation.
Now, the thing that
a rocket in space. Hold on, real quick, man. I'll be quiet. A rocket in space, a jet engine in the atmosphere, and a squid with its jet propulsion all work on the same concept. Every action has an equal and opposite reaction. And what's around you has no bearing on any of that.
Is there somebody who? Hey, hold on. Is there someone who wants to drop for Dr. Blitz?
I will.
Okay, thank you for coming along.
I was going to say the second one is not the same. The second one is not the same because that is a throughput. It's not really the same thing as like the squid thing, and not the same as the rocket in space. The jet engine is a throughput. It's just literally just turbine engine, like air through a thing. It's throughput.
Well, I mean, it's still,
in the sense
a little
that
similar in that it's momentum conservation.
Right. Yeah. It's every reaction, opposite reaction, all that jazz.
Right. It's not the same.
It functions on the same principle, though, that momentum conservation and/or Newton's third law.
But how do we know that if there is any motion, it's just not a rotation in place, as opposed to like a literal, displacement, like actual displacing?
So the force that's caused from Newton's third law, the opposite reaction, is in the opposite direction, right? And so it can cause a torque, which is what you're referring to when you say rotation. Imagine, for example, that you, let's say that you what would be a good analogy? So attach a rocket engine to the far side of a door. So you have like the hinge side, and then you have the far side, like where the handle is. If you attach a rocket engine to that far side, it'll produce a torque, because the location where the force is applied will cause a rotation rather than translation. But if you apply the force to the center of mass of the thing, then it will just cause it to move in a direction rather than rotating.
Also, I think another good example would be like if you're just like stand on like some concrete and jump up versus like stand in the middle of a trampoline with nothing else going on, stand in the middle of a trampoline and try to jump up. You will get two different effects. Like your ability to jump up will be different.
I don't know if I say that analogy one more time.
your ability to jump up on concrete is different from your ability to jump up on a trampoline, because the trampoline is going to give a whole lot and basically like take a whole lot of that equal and opposite force, whereas the concrete that doesn't give a lot, it's going to give like almost nothing, will let you get higher ups.
I think I
But in
understand
both
what you're
cases,
saying.
Mechanics of the trampoline, though, no.
in both
How it's
cases,
made.
you have a surface that you're reacting to. You know, we've seen demonstrations of it not working. You know, there was a rocket pushing down on a scale, but it doesn't work.
Fred?
Say it again, 1972?
He's secret letting people speak for him, man. Have
Bro,
integrity.
it's not people speaking for me. I have a panel of people listening to you guys, and you guys are listening to them. Does that make sense? You can stop hyper
It's literally
focusing
the same way
on
all of you
what
are coming
voice
off
you're
mic at
talking.
the same time. Relax.
Engine efficiency.
Seriously, bro. So again, the whole claim is that you guys are saying that the environment doesn't matter, but then we can demonstrate manipulating the environment, the pressure within the environment, and then we can eliminate propulsion. So I see it not too coherent to say it doesn't matter whether it's a pressurized system or a vacuum, but then when we manipulate that variable, we can either increase or decrease propulsion.
Can you give me an example
I
of
think
that?
you misinterpret. The environment 100% matters, because the environment determines how the propulsion works.
Can you give an example of like putting like a rocket in a vacuum and it not working?
No. I mean, well, not a rocket, no, but anything that has some type of propulsion, it always either interacts with a surface or it increases in pressure in the environment, and then we see propulsion or motion happening. I'm not saying that we can replicate how mainstream science interprets the vacuum of the universe, right? I'm not saying doing that, but at the very least, we should be able to demonstrate propulsion without any propellant interacting with the surfaces in a vacuum while maintaining the current vacuum state of the vacuum.
Well, look, so you can just go into a vacuum chamber and then stand on a skateboard and then chuck a bowling ball behind you. You'll move forward.
Yeah, I don't think it was here during the early conversation, Blitz. I think we established that we're trying to make it as analogous as possible to space. I know we can't replicate it specifically. It isn't though, because in a vacuum of space, the rocket isn't on a surface. So
okay, so
you're saying that a skateboard is on a surface.
So then just hang from a string, and then throw a bowling ball back, and you'll go the other direction.
Show us. Where's the demonstration?
Well, I mean, it's pretty hard to do. You can do it on a smaller scale if you want, but it's like, this is Newton's third law. It's actually, that's just conservation of, well, it's both. Like, the trouble is it's hard to get things that are not either hanging from something or that are sitting on the ground on Earth, because, you know, we have gravity. So like, if you want to, like, you can do this. You can like hang it from a string if you want. That's not like, just get a vacuum chamber, hang something from a string, and then actually, here's one way that you can do it. You can get a vacuum chamber. They're not so hard to get. You can buy them on eBay. Hang a string from the top or something like that, and connect that string to a compressed spring, and like take a spring, keep it fully compressed, and then like tie it off with like a thin rope so that it stays compressed even when you're not holding it, and then just attach a lightly attach, you know, like with some really, really loose tape or something, like, you know, 2 weights to either side of the spring. So it's hanging in a vacuum chamber. The spring is compressed. You have 2 things loosely attached to it, and it's just hanging there. Now take a laser and, you know, like vaporize the string or whatever in the middle, and the 2 things will shoot off in the opposite direction when the spring expands.
I actually was speaking. I was actually
just 2 things going in opposite directions.
I still want to keep it more analogous, right? I still would want to use like actual propellant. And when I was talking to one of the other globe earthers, we actually kind of came to an idea where we may be able to use magnetism instead of hanging it off of a string in order to keep it to levitate and not interact.
It's just harder. The trouble is if you use actual propellant, you'll just say, well, it doesn't count because they introduced gas into the system.
Well, no, you should be able to maintain that vacuum by keeping a vacuum on.
Look, you
about controlled nuclear explosions.
Like, how are you going to maintain a vacuum if you're introducing, like, are you saying that you have a vacuum pump that can suck out all of the air?
Bro, I have listen, bro, I'm trying to work through these ideas. I'm trying to work through these ideas with you guys who are making a positive. Hold on, Blitz. I'm trying to work through these ideas with you guys who are making a positive claim that these things work. So when we ask you, like, hey, can you show us the way that you interpret the physics? No one has any examples that's analogous. So we say that's the problem. But then we say, we could manipulate the medium outside of the propellant. We could put a vacuum on the outside of a balloon attached to a straw. And when that balloon that's attached to a straw, attached to a toy car, you turn the vacuum on, it's not going to move anywhere. So I just manipulated the pressurized. I just manipulated.
You just said nuh-uh.
No, I didn't say nuh-uh. What I said was I want to keep it as analogous as possible. So I'm trying to get better ideas and why some of these things don't seem like it would work. It's a good thought experiment, but I'm telling you something that has actually have been demonstrated by manipulating the medium outside of the propellant. Does that make sense?
But the idea I gave you is analogous. You're shoving one thing on one side and it causes the other thing to go in the other direction. Whether it's air or whether it's, a lead weight, it doesn't matter.
Well, we say, show us how it doesn't matter.
They both have weight.
You say, show us, bro.
Wait, do you think that air doesn't have weight?
Well, we're talking about a vacuum. What air are you talking about in a vacuum?
No.
That's what the propellant
We're talking about
is,
mass.
right?
We're talking about mass.
Are you talking about the actual propellant itself? Because the propellant itself is mass.
Has weight. Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Of course.
It doesn't matter whether you're shooting out a propellant or whether you're shooting out a lead weight. The same thing's going to happen.
Well, this is what you guys say, right? So you guys say, you could just take a secondary mass, which I would interpret that secondary mass as the actual pressurized system, right? You shouldn't need a secondary mass. Hold on, not done. You shouldn't need a secondary mass because that's what we say, you're pushing off of something. What seems to be more analogous is instead of taking a bowling ball or a spring or something else like that, you should be able to stand in a vacuum of space or levitate in the vacuum of space, put your arms backwards, throw your arms forward, your arms come off, and then you shoot the opposite direction. I shouldn't need a secondary mass to throw forward and push off of.
No,
I should be able to just throw my arms forward.
That's Newton's third law, like we've been trying to explain.
That's exactly what that's like identical to the example I gave you. It's just you're ripping your arms off instead of using another thing that's also attached to you.
So let me get this straight. You guys are saying, let me just make sure I'm clear on this. And I guess we could figure this out another time, but you're basically saying that you could, if you had detachable arms and you threw your arms forward, where you have the momentum going in one direction.
How are you going to
when you
have no arms?
By the way, this
No
is.
mass
Can I finish?
No mass
Can I
involved at
finish the
all.
thought real quick, or y'all don't want to hear it?
Let him finish.
So I just want to make sure I understand y'all properly, because you said that this is exactly what you're talking about. So you're saying when I throw my arms forward in one direction, my arms detach, and that's going to cause my body in a vacuum of space to go in the opposite direction?
Yeah, that's Newton's third law.
Okay, y'all heard it here first. This is how they interpret the physics.
Wait. Hold on.
This is exactly how it works.
Wait. Say that again?
Literally how rockets work, yes.
You throw your arms forward in one direction, and we have the momentum going in one direction, but somehow by throwing your arms forward, that's going to cause your body to go in the opposite direction.
Your arms aren't going to. No, your arms aren't going to detach.
Hold on. He's saying that you would detach your arms somehow.
Yeah, and I don't think that's the case. If you're in space and you push your arms forward, is just I'm doing it now. Your arms aren't going to just detach from you. What do you want about?
He's saying if you had
acting like
detachable
G forces on a thing.
Well, your arms would be the propellant. Your arms would be the propellant. You said all you need to do is throw something forward, and then you'll go the opposite direction.
Hey, Flat Earth Geographer, can I have the big screen?
Oh, yeah.
Because like here's a guy on the space station.
Jorge left, by the way, guys.
Clearly, the air isn't relevant.
This is
here.
Dr. Blitz
He's
we're
just-
talking to.
There's two guys. They push off and they go in opposite directions.
It's the same as the example that Jorge Physics was showing with throwing rocks from a boat. It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's just they're not like they don't have traction or anything.
But it's not the same as propulsion in the vacuum because you need
How is
the
it any
pressure
different?
to push off of.
No, you don't.
What pressure is he pushing?
So
He's pushing
You
off.
need pressure to push
Surface.
off of.
He's pushing himself off of some other body, like
Yeah,
which would be a
that's what
surface.
happens in a rocket.
Hold on.
That's so gross.
I think I have the good analogy. All right. So the rockets that we shoot them up into space have a well, right? They have a storage compartment of fuel, and then once those rockets get into space, what they do is they don't shoot fire or anything or any fuel. What they do is they shoot bowling balls. That storage is bowling, and once they're in space, all they do is throw bowling balls, and that's what they use in space. That is the equivalent.
Okay, bro, you got it.
I don't know. No, I don't get it. I don't get it. Someone please. What?
So
We're looking at this since pretty early on because.
Hold on. So the video that I just showed, where is air involved in that video? Because the guy was just pushing on another guy.
Yo, they're breathing. Blitz.
What are they throwing bowling balls?
They're breathing. There's air there.
Obviously, there's air there. I'm asking.
then what you
how is air
mean?
involved in what happened? How is air involved
It's the
in
fact
what
that the
happened?
pressure is created in between the fact that the one guy's pushing off the other guy. The fact
Where's
that there's
the
an
air
equal
pressure
opposite
between the two?
reaction, right? That when
How
you
is the-
need to
where's
have
the air
pressure
pressure
in
between the two?
It doesn't.
But if to have a vacuum, you won't have anything to push off of because that's what's pushing off of.
Wait, why can't
That's
the one
what's-
guy push off the other guy in a vacuum?
Why couldn't they
I
film
didn't
gravity?
say that. No. I didn't say
Why
that.
can't,
What I was saying is that
why can't that happen?
in a vacuum with air, you need if you don't have the air to push off of, that it's going to be like what Saker was saying. You're just going to have like the vacuum could be sucking. You could have an actual mechanical vacuum sucking out air being propelled.
Vacuums don't suck.
And it's not going to go
Vacuums
anywhere.
don't suck.
Hold on.
I'm not saying they suck, but the reality is that you have air pressure. Even when they do an example where they do like a little tiny rocket and a little like a mini vacuum, like one of the ones you could buy off of eBay or whatever, you see it doesn't start moving until air pressure develops. Then the pressure is established so that the thrust can create a equal opposite reaction.
So in the video I just showed, what role does air play in that video? Like, what is
It
the air
doesn't
doing?
do this, and it's not the same analogy.
Okay, so now
it's about
do you think
developing
that
sufficient pressure off of something
think-
else that you can have pressure off, push off.
Do you think that you could redo that experiment in a giant vacuum chamber?
Sure.
Where you have two guys just floating, one guy
Yes.
pushes off another guy, and they both go in opposite directions?
You can.
Okay, that's all a
Yes,
rocket is.
because
That's
you
all a
can
rocket
put
is.
you're creating the pressure differential between with the
it's
weight
not
of the one
That's all a
guy.
rocket is.
No, so what we're saying.
You're creating that
Another
force.
force people and they push away from each other.
So look, guys. Let me just clarify. Let me just clarify real quick. I'll let y'all have the mic. What we're saying is when you're saying the guy is floating. So for y'all not seeing it in the chat over here, there's two guys that are floating, and one guy pushes off the other guy, and they both go in opposite direction. Right. So you're using hold on, Blitz, hold on, or my bad, beat. Just 1 second. So basically, what you're saying is I'm pushing off of another surface in order to go in the opposite direction. Now that would be like a hold on, bro. Let me just get my thought out, and then I'll let you get the mic. I promise you, I have not interrupted anybody. Just hear my thought before you try to refute me, or you're not going to understand what I'm talking about. What we're saying is when you have a vacuum, that would be equivalent of someone pulling the guy that you're going to push off of. So instead of me pushing off of someone that's stationary and I can actually create a differential of pressure, that person that's floating would already be pulled in one direction, and I'm trying to push off of somebody that's being pulled already. If they're already being pulled in a direction,
why?
Because
Why
of
are they-
because of the vacuum. There's a vacuum and there's a pressurized system inside the thruster. So
The video that was shown in chat, they were in the ISS in a pressurized system.
You don't want to understand what I'm talking about. So I'll go ahead and mute up since you want to.
You're missing it again. That's why I was trying to clarify with Dr. Blitz saying how it's not the air in that room if you're pushing physically off of another person. That's is in the interaction of pressure.
That's how a rocket works in space.
Can I
also sacred is just wrong. Sacred is just wrong because if the exhaust chamber isn't being used, it's already it's already the equivalent of space. If it's not being used,
we're overcomplicating it. Like, look,
let me. You have to maintain the vacuum. You have to maintain it.
There's no suck. There is no suck in.
Just hold on. Chip.
Not even claiming that.
Right.
Okay.
I literally addressed that. You're just strawmanning the position.
Sacred did claim that.
No, I did not claim that. I said I know vacuums don't suck, but there's a differential in pressure that you guys are just ignoring.
Right.
Can we all see that if we did that, like the video I just showed, if you just sucked out all of the air and they were floating in a vacuum, that it would still happen the exact same way? Can we all agree that that's true?
Yes.
They would still push off each other?
Yes.
Geographer, do you agree that that's true?
Yeah.
Okay. So now let's say that you build a machine that instead of just being two people, you have a machine that like it slots a bowling ball into place and then it pushes off the bowling ball. And it slots another bowling ball into place and it pushes off that bowling ball. And it just does this over and over again in a vacuum. Would it move faster and faster forward?
You're overcomplicating it again.
I'm just replacing one person with a bowling ball and the other person with a machine that pushes bowling balls. That's all I'm doing.
You're overcomplicating it again.
Hello.
That is not complicated.
I don't know how to play bowl or bowl. I don't know how to bowl.
Does that make sense?
Let me
say
this.
Do you think that the same thing would happen if instead of just one guy pushing on another guy, you had a machine?
The Vonatron? Are you talking about the Vonatron?
I always get interrupted. Whatever.
This is getting a little incoherent, guys. Got to refocus a little bit.
So instead of one guy pushing on another guy,
Luciferian, I need to bring up Angels of Light. I know it's kind of ironic, but thank you for coming up again. I'll have you come up another time. Thank you.
Bye.
But can you answer my question?
Sure.
Okay, so if instead of one guy you have a bowling ball, and instead of the other guy you have a machine that pushes bowling balls, would it still work in a vacuum?
What is the machine that pushes the bowling ball? What is that? What is it doing?
If the guy
it's
that
just a machine that pushes bowling balls.
If the guy consider it like Santa Claus, and he has a sack of bowling balls, and he's just like throwing all of these bowling balls out instead of people. Instead of people in that first example,
he's not throwing bowling balls out. He's pushing bowling. He's pushing himself.
Yeah, pushing.
Oh, you don't even understand what Blitz is saying either.
I think I have something that I can explain why we're not seeing it the same way.
You let me
you guys
explain
are.
it. Everyone will understand it. I promise you.
Can I explain something real quick?
I just wanted to bring an example of, because if we would have been throwing styrofoam balls instead of the rocks, someone had mentioned that, right? We wouldn't go anywhere, right? Because if you were just throwing styrofoam.
Yo, I'm sorry, y'all. Like, this is what it's like on TikTok, bro. I'm trying to tell you.
You're not going to go anywhere.
You're pushing off the mess
sufficient pressure being created. You're not creating enough of a thing to push off of.
Geographer, that's because of friction. If there were no friction, you would go forward just a little bit.
Gravity may be a factor,
but not as noticeable. Yeah.
Blitz,
Okay, can I go ahead? I can make this very simple. Very simple. Very
hold on, guys. Let
Michael.
Michael has been trying to say something for a while. Let Michael say something, and then Angels of Light.
Okay, so two bodies at rest. Anything in space at rest is at rest. Correct. This is the law, right?
Yeah.
Until it's acted upon another force that is equal or greater. So when you have two objects sitting at rest in the transfer of energies between both, the one object at rest is sitting there, gives it more energy to push, right? What happens between the two objects? They push apart in space. So when you're in a rocket, right, it's not the continuous burning of the flame of the rocket that makes it go. It's the sudden thrust that instantaneously thrust. Yes, compulsion does work in a vacuum because we have the sun that creates fission.
Than they are on the Earth.
Right.
Because there's
So
a
it's the It's the thrust, because the thrust is greater than the rocket itself. It's two objects, because the only way to move in space, if it's an object is at rest or acted upon greater than sitting, right? So let's say going 10,000 miles an hour.
By the way, that's not Newton's first law.
So they have to create a thrust.
It's butchery of Newton's first law.
He said a butchery.
They have to create a
I'd like to see the bowling ball thing work on a parabolic flight.
Hold on, Libra. Hold on.
That includes its weight, volume, mass, everything. It's that simple, guys. It's that easy. These are the laws of gravity.
Okay, let
That's not a law of gravity either.
All right, that's one thing.
All right, so the rocket doesn't work in space because it has.
If you want to chime in, Libra, or Whistler, or Proud, or Taylor, just raise your hand and then I'll try to tag you.
Oh, okay, gotcha. Yeah.
Can I finish? If it doesn't need a medium,
you gotta give the space to answer, Michael.
If it doesn't need a medium, does it push off itself?
No, it carries fuel that it causes to explode, and the fuel pushes on the rocket.
Okay, so it pushes off itself. The fuel
That's
that
not what I said.
expels from the rocket, the fuel that expels from the rocket pushes on the
Yes,
rocket.
the rocket pushes off itself. It's
Yeah,
called
so the
conservation
rocket
momentum
expels
and-
fuel. So the fuel is not part of the rocket anymore. The fuel explodes and it pushes in all directions, including pushing the
So
rocket
I've got
forward.
two questions now. If I'm on a skateboard and I use my arms to push myself, am I going to move?
That's a cool straw man, but fortunately, you are still attached to your skateboard. When a rocket pushes fuel outside and then explodes it, it's not attached to the rocket.
Right. If I'm hanging from a wire and I use my arms to push myself, am I going to move?
Again, your arms are attached to you. The fuel is not.
Okay. So now if we get a boat, put a sail on the front of the boat and a fan on the back of the boat, both attached to the boat, and blow the fan on the sail, is it going to move?
I think there's actually some cases where you can, because you're inducing drag from the
There's
flow of air around.
absolutely not. No, there's absolutely not. It doesn't work.
Angel, do you have any? It's minimal.
Sorry, but yeah.
Actually, there are niche cases where that can work. Yes, there are niche cases where it works, but mostly no.
The air that comes off the fan's not attached to the boat or anything. But you're saying that the air or the fuel that comes off the rocket.
Yeah,
you're saying the fuel that comes off the rocket is not attached to the rocket. So
Angel, it's not the same thing. So the reason why Angel,
ionic propulsion work in a vacuum.
Angel, no propulsion.
Can you answer the question?
Propulsion can work in any scenario.
No. Does ionic propulsion work in a vacuum? Yes or no?
Depends on the type of ionic propulsion.
Okay, well,
if it's air driven, then no, obviously. If it's not air driven, then sure.
Yeah, it doesn't work.
I mean, sure it does, but okay. I mean, you can just claim that if you want. So Angel, can I explain how you strawmanned my position like 5 times?
Okay,
so this is Angels of Light. You've been over here before.
You basically were saying,
and he's talking to Dr. Blitz right now.
Push off their own arms and move forward. But also, that's not how.
Flat Earth Geo's live in there.
Why would you?
I'm not done, please, Angel. I'm not done. In the case of the boat with the fan and the sailboat, in order for the fan to accelerate the air, the fan experiences a force in the opposite direction, and then when the air hits the sailboat, it applies a force back to the boat in the same direction that the air was moving. That cancels out. In the case of a rocket, what you're doing is it requires very little force to expel the fuel, and then the fuel explodes, which produces way more force, pushing the rocket harder in the other direction. So it's not there's no cancellation happening there. Right. It's not the same thing.
Yes,
but you didn't understand that. That's cool.
There absolutely is a cancellation.
No, there's not. So geography. So
show me a rocket. Well, 1 second, Blitz. Show me a rocket working in a vacuum then that's not pushing off the walls and doesn't create a non-vacuum in the vacuum chamber. Show me that one example, please.
You can literally
example, but you just don't like it. Geography.
Go ahead.
So we
show me that one example.
I did ask
the body stay in motion unless it's acted upon.
Geography. I did ask you a question about like the bowling
balls.
The bowling ball machine. What do you think about that?
You can
you're saying just like as if instead of it was kind of like what Blue Marble was saying, as far as instead of it being a reservoir of fuel, it would be a reservoir of bowling balls.
Yeah. So like
bowling balls.
So it just has like a cartridge of bowling balls, and it just pushes off one, and then the next bowling ball comes down, and then pushes off another, and then the next bowling ball comes down and pushes off another. Do you think that would make it move
Well, I
forward?
don't know that it's enough force that could be generated with such a large machine to create.
Well, the machine's only a few kilograms.
The amount of force.
So you're not describing like a space shuttle.
So the amount of force doesn't matter. The fact that you could do that in a vacuum is what matters. That is the concept. Could you, if you have a bag of bowling balls, then just throw a bowling ball?
Yes, it's the same that you're describing a more complex version of being on a boat with the rocks being thrown away from the boat.
It's different from a boat.
Except the difference is this is not on a boat on water. This is in the space with no air.
And it's also different from a boat.
Okay, I see you, Libra. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna tag you in a second.
So is energy destroyed?
There's friction. There's friction on a boat.
You're pushing off of the bowling balls if you have a sufficiently small enough mass that can have this reaction come off of such a a force.
So it's important because like I agree, if you're sitting in a boat and you throw off like a styrofoam cup, you're not really going to move, and that's because like that's because like the water is stopping you from moving, right?
But Blitz, how much does the
water?
How much does the fuel weigh compared to
Angel? I'm sorry, I wasn't done. But there's nothing stopping the very, very small force that you experience if you're just floating there, right? Like maybe if you're in air, there might be air resistance, but if there's no air, what's going to stop you? Even if you throw off a small, like a golf ball, and you're like a person, like you're still going to move. It'll just be a little bit.
The weight of the fuel weighs nothing compared to the actual rocket itself. So
yep, that's true. We weren't done with the analogy. We weren't done. We were stepping there. We were getting there step by step.
So I don't know. I mean, I'd have to see using a golf ball to do this. For me, this is what it seems like. There needs to be enough mass for you to push off of, because you're not. It's not that you're throwing something away. It's the fact that you're here, it's there, and you're both going to be going in different directions with the force being exerted.
Sure.
And so.
What we're talking about is just the concept. Are you able to do it in space? That's our argument at the moment right now. Can you do it in space?
And the reason why I'm disputing this as not being like a good example in space as like an analogy as far as it being like a propulsion situation is because we're claiming that you need to have a pressure of atmosphere for gas to have a sufficient ability to be able to develop the force to equal the reaction that you need to get away from that propulsion. That is what's being that in the case of air, because otherwise just throwing out air is like throwing out a styrofoam piece of nothing. It's not going to get you anywhere if you're in a vacuum.
Where do you think that dividing line comes in? Like what is the mass? Like
I don't know exactly what that dividing line is. I don't know that it has to be an equivalent mass, because a 16-pound bowling ball is clearly not the same weight as a 200-pound person, right?
Yeah. But
it's at least got to be sufficient enough to create enough of a pushback for there to be some kind of like recoil or transfer of energy.
So I'm just bear with me, okay? So let's say I'm like ripped, right? And I'm not, but let's say I'm ripped, 200 pounds, and I'm carrying.
He said, "I'm not,"
and I push it off with enough force to make it go, say, 2 miles an hour. I pushed off from me. How fast do you think I'll be going in the opposite direction?
If it's a 200-pound mass as well,
I weigh 200 pounds. It weighs 200 pounds.
You're going equal to the force of the 200 pounds leaving you.
Equal.
I feel like, well, if you're ripped and you're strong enough to push hard enough off, because that's a lot of what the factor is, right? It's not just about the total masses involved, but the pressure, the force of like,
I can only push it 2 miles an hour.
He's strong enough to push
1972. We're almost getting there. So I'm strong enough that I can push it so it goes 2 miles an hour. How fast will I end up going in the opposite direction, do you think?
I'm guessing 2 miles an hour, because if it's moving 2 miles an hour, it seems like it's an equal and opposite reaction.
Yeah. And so if it was instead 100 pounds and I'm still 200 pounds, well, if I pushed it 2 miles an hour, well, I would only end up going 1 mile an hour.
So a rocket would have to expend more fuel to move.
So it's a proportionality thing. So
Sure,
the
yeah,
lighter
that
the
makes
thing
sense.
gets,
It'd be
so
some
the lighter the
ratio
thing
that
gets,
you could be able to work out. Yeah.
Right. The lighter the thing gets, it just makes you move a lot. Like if I'm 200 pounds and it's 1 pound, then if it moves 200 miles an hour, I would only move 1 mile an hour.
Also, the
Right.
strength of an object doesn't
And
determine its weight.
So it's less about the actual just the mass of the thing, and it's more about the mass and how fast it's going. So if you launched a styrofoam ball at 1,000 miles an hour, you can bet your ass that you'd move. Right.
But the thing is that like when you're blowing out an air, some kind of like you're using
like recoil from a boom boom.
You
get recoil from a boom boom.
Don't you? I mean, come on. We have to. You guys seem like you keep like wanting to jump over the fact that of the impact of air pressure developing and how having that pressure is going to have like a pushback, right? Like the different weights of the things you're talking about.
That is the point of a rocket. It is pushing out exhaust, which then pushes the rocket the other way.
That's confusing it. No, so the way to think about what's happening in a rocket is if you just want to think of like you could build a rocket out of with like just an air canister if you wanted to. The point is you can think of the little air molecules as just tiny bowling balls. They're just really, really light. So in order to have any effects, they have to be moving really, really fast.
Hold on, I have a question. I have a question for what Blitz is saying, if y'all don't mind. And we do have one hand up over here who wants to chime in. Libra's here. Do you guys agree that if I had a container that had a nozzle that separated two sides, and one side is pressurized and one side is a vacuum, once I open up that nozzle, the pressurized gas or the pressurized environment will violently rush to the vacuum side of the container?
Yeah, all else being equal, sure.
Yeah, until it equals itself out.
Right. So I guess this is where we're like kind of talking past each other, because I do agree with everything that Blitz say. But if there's a bowling ball that's already moving or trying to go in the opposite direction already, to push off of that or to explode off of that, you wouldn't really have any motion because it's already trying to hold on. Two more words. It's already trying to go in the opposite direction. So when you're pushing off something that's already going in that direction, I don't see how you can go in the opposite direction. Blitz. Hold on. Blitz, does that make sense? I'm talking to Blitz. Hold on. Blitz, does that make sense to you, or do you have a challenge to my logic?
But before Blitz goes, I think the misconception is the assumption that the chamber where the exhaust and like the explosions are coming from are pressurized. They're not. They're not a pressurized chamber. They're either used and exhaust is going out, or they're not used and this already it's already a vacuum. So that's not an issue.
Yeah. So I mean, Sacred, in some sense, you're right. So
thank you, bro. But I'm listening.
So if you're on a rocket, and let's say your rocket has your rocket is filled with air, right? Or let's say it's filled with jet fuel, right, or something like that. Maybe not jet fuel. Maybe jet fuel and liquid oxygen, whatever. And so it's just sitting there in space. But then you open the nozzle. Now some of that's going to flow out the back, right? Because there's pressure inside your rocket and there's vacuum outside your rocket, so it'll flow out the back. But then you put a little, I don't know, like some sort of hot element as it's flowing out the back. So like you have a mixture of like kerosene and liquid oxygen or something flowing out the back of your rocket. Now it explodes. And so now it's leaving even faster than it would have been if it was just going out through the back. But you don't even need to ignite it. If it's going out the back, well, then that means that this is just like throwing bowling balls out the back. There's nothing rushing in. The stuff is trying to rush out, which would push you forward.
But it rushes out in all directions, though. So when it leaves that chamber, it doesn't go out. And hold on, bro. It doesn't go out in just a straight line or like a stream. Like if I were to take, like if I were, hold on, bro. Like hold on, bro. I didn't know Blitz needed help, yo. Blitz needed help. Like, can I just talk real quick?
Well, he's wrong. That's the thing.
So you think that by censoring me, that's going to make your position stronger?
No, we're not censoring.
So then you probably should stop interrupting it. Just like I let Blitz and just like I let everybody else speak, bro. And we even got someone on my side that's waiting to speak, and we're being very patient while y'all go back and forth.
Let's also let Libra
I
go.
would hope that your buddy has integrity to come here and speak for himself.
I ain't said shit.
Why don't you come where we at?
Is this just like a frustration or like a hating of another platform? Come on, let's like not worry about.
Yeah, this is so petty.
It's about.
We don't need to see him. It's like someone. It's like as if someone came up and didn't have
on your own.
Yo, you don't hear the host talking. You have zero respect for even the host in here.
Says the guy that's talking with 100 people in his chat.
Yeah, I do got 100 people. You don't know what that's like. I'm sorry that's not something that you're familiar with.
Let's let Libra go, and then Florida Boy Surfer wanted to say something.
Go ahead, Libra.
Well, really quick, a couple of points. We've studied this since May of 22, because this and Sacred would have asked me. He asked everybody, like, what do you believe it is and why? I first found out that rockets do not work in vacuum in 2006. But I couldn't deal with the whole thing. I'm like, oh no, I can't. So I set it aside, and then I became Flat Earth in 2015. So let me ask you guys a question: does anybody here know about cats? Do you have cats? Yeah. Do you know the mechanism they have? You toss them up, they snap back.
Do with rockets in space? What are you?
And listen to me. Listen. All this may depend on gravity. You know, can you listen?
Hold on. Let's let him get his thought out, y'all. Why y'all so triggered?
Gravity.
Relax.
The bowling balls out the back shooting. That might not even work without gravity.
Yeah, I appreciate you, man. You have a good night.
Yeah, bye. Now, do you think the cat? Do you think in 0G that mechanism that the cat has will work? What's your guess? I'm curious.
Fire air. Yeah, it does. It would work in a vacuum.
It doesn't work.
They have something to.
No, not vacuum. Low 0G, zero gravity.
Oh no, it doesn't. It doesn't work in 0G because they have something to orient themselves to, and they just don't know how to. Like naturally, they orient themselves. Like they.
No.
Hold on, Libra.
Yeah. So I've made a video about this. Like I spent a long time reading about this just because it's an interesting thing. So, cats naturally they have this instinct to right themselves, and that instinct is so that the fluid in their ears is in a particular place. So they're going to keep turning until the fluid in their ears is in that place. And the place where that fluid is depends on the direction of gravity. So if they're floating in space, if they're in 0G, the fluid is doing all sorts of things. So they'll just keep spinning forever. But they can spin in space. They just don't know how to orient themselves to pick a direction.
They can't. They did it on a parabolic flight. I saw a video from like the 60s. They can't do it.
They cannot find a downward point of gravity.
They're looking down at the floor because the guys there's two Air Force techs, dropping them. They try and right themselves, but they can't. Anyway, we studied this since day one.
Direction.
Video after video after video. It doesn't work.
I've posted a video. Like I literally have a video on this. I've shown a cat doing this in 0G and it just spins.
Yeah.
No, I mean the rockets in vacuum.
Can't figure out an orientation. It can't figure out an orientation, so it just spins over and over again.
They've tried it on the Vomit Comet. Cats just spin.
That's what I think that happens when you try to
ceiling face first.
That's what
trying to look down.
That's what I think that happens when you try to actually propel yourself in a vacuum in this manner that you're describing. I think it'll just cause a stationary rotation. That's just my.
I thought it would work. I thought the cats would be able to flip over.
That's a force in itself.
A cat is not the same as a rocket.
It's a force in itself.
Guys, I did say Florida Boy Surfer could go. He hasn't had a chance to chime in, so welcome, Florida Boy Surfer.
Yes, Florida Boy.
Welcome.
Hey guys, I'm not as smart as all you guys, man. But I'm just trying to conceptually think about this, right? And right as you guys were just saying, if you're in the vacuum of space or not, right? So let's take this. I got, let's see, who was really competing there? Who was really battling back and forth there? But anyway, let's take two of you guys, right? In the chat, put you in a vacuum of space in the space station, where the hell you want to be. And I'm going to give you a bowling ball that's equal to your mass exactly, right? There you are, you're holding this bowling ball, and it's got two handles on it. You can hold it in. I'm going to have you guys race across the room in the vacuum of space. You're holding this bowling ball. You're not able to touch a wall or push off anything. And would you be able to race each other across that room in the vacuum of space, telling yourself with that ball of equal mass that you're attached to, or would you just stay in the same place?
There would be able to be a first place and a second place, yes. Based on how hard you push away from the ball, because how hard you push away in the ball will determine how hard the ball pushes away against you, which will make you either faster or slower compared to the other person.
You're talking measure. Okay, so if there's some measure there you're speaking of where if I push, I'm holding that ball, it's equal to my weight. And I push, maybe I'm thinking in my mind, well, if I push kind of slow in this direction, as I push up, I push it away from me, I can kind of maybe then pull back on it and still push in the direction I want to go across the room to win the race, or may I not? May I just push and it go anywhere? Where is that measure you think that you can propel yourself?
So there's
it's the
so you only
amount
get
of
one chance to
energy
push.
that is it's not how fast or how hard you push.
No,
Exactly.
it is. It's how hard you push. It has nothing to do with energy.
You're in a vacuum.
Yes, it does.
Would you go anywhere?
No, it doesn't.
Would you go?
So you only get to push off the bowling ball once, because once you push off of it, it goes away from you, and you can't. I mean, if you grabbed it again, you would kill any momentum that you have. So you push off it once.
Yeah, you don't have like a continued force going off the ball the whole time.
How would I push off of it? How?
So so pushing and throwing are the same thing. All you're doing when you're throwing is you're pushing hard, right? So you can just imagine throwing the bowling ball, and you'll go in the opposite direction. The harder you throw the bowling ball,
the
the faster
measure
you'll
of
go.
if I'm pushing, like you're saying, if I push, well, I get my one push, and you said, I don't believe that.
Yep.
I think that's bullshit. If
I'm
I get my
sorry you
one
can
push,
feel that way.
no, it's okay. But I would want to think maybe
Like if you push off it once and it move, or if you push off of it, it'll go in it'll go in one direction. You'll go in the opposite direction. How are you going to push off it again?
The vacuum. How?
Because so the same way that, and I just showed a video on this, but geographer can back me up. The same way that if you and your buddy are both floating there, you can push off of each other and go in opposite directions. Right?
It's literally Newton's third law.
That doesn't help. That doesn't help.
How does that not help?
I know, but
okay.
So I can play the video again if you want.
With you. Hold on. Let's with you. So let's say, depending on the weight of me and my buddy, let's say if I kind of pull or push. Let's go back to the ball. Go back to the bowling ball, the big giant bowling ball.
Why don't we use your buddy? Here's a dude and his buddy, right? They're floating. He lifts up his legs, so they're both floating, and then they push.
They're in suits with wires in front of green,
I mean, regardless, they're not like pushing off the ground or anything, right?
Yeah, they're on wires, man.
I mean, you know
so
that
they're not.
You know that this works like underwater too, right? You can do this underwater without like pushing off the ground or anything. Yeah,
I'm muted over.
It doesn't matter how hard.
Just turn that down. Proud, I'm muted over there. Oh damn, where did Proud go? I was just about to say if she wanted to say anything.
Hold on, we're still here. Let me go back. Let's go back to the bowling. Let's go back to the bowling ball. It's the same way
there
as
you
me.
go. Proud, did you want to say anything?
Yep. What's the deciding factor of whether it moves exactly opposite of me? Because it's equal weight. Does it just spring equally away from me?
It just depends on literally how strong.
Yes, we can hear you. Did you want to say something to them? Testing, mic check, Proud, mic check. Proud, mic check, mic check.
Okay, so if you hear me or not.
Mic check, mic check. I don't think you can hear me. Oh, space must be glitching, y'all. I'm gonna turn this back up while we get Proud back up. My bad, y'all. Be patient. My bad.
The structure don't matter. If I had something
Weight
that
doesn't even matter either.
If we're in a vacuum, then yeah, there's no aerodynamics.
Okay, so
if you're in air, then, like,
let's take the same mass made in matchsticks. The same mass as me.
Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter what it's made out of. As long as it's, if you're in a vacuum, it just matters what the mass is.
Proud, mic check.
Maybe she can't hear me either.
Libra, speak to her. See if she can hear you.
Yeah. Mic over again. Come on.
Libra, I said speak to Proud. See if she can hear you.
Yeah. Oh God. Come on.
Taylor, are you there? Libra, can you hear me?
Oh God. Yes.
Okay. If you can hear me, all right, never mind. Proud already left. Yo, this is so glitchy. Super choppy, bruh. Yes, can you hear me, Proud?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, I don't know why you couldn't hear before, but I was calling for you. But yeah, I just want to make sure that you didn't have anything to say.
I did want to address Matthew bitch ass and tell him to put the fucking estrogen down and fucking listen and read the room. We're in a TikTok live right now. Nobody's focused on you, your bitch ass questions, your backup, or whatever the fuck else you got to say or contribute. Wait and go sit your ass the fuck down. Like literally wait. There's literally a conversation happening where somebody way more important is on stage.
Yeah, Sacred, I'm sorry. I could hear you, but my I couldn't flip over my mic.
It's all good, Libra. Hold on.
Okay. It says
Like,
she's still in
multiple
space.
people waiting.
Hold on, Libra. Hold on,
Literally
Libra.
multiple people waiting right now for a mic. You sound stupid as fuck, dumbass.
Lave his ass.
Sorry, Bill. We'll get to you in just a second, Bill. We just can't do like multiple things, so we're trying to let them get their shit off. And then, if you did want to come up though, Bill, let me know.
That's funny. Is Matt talking shit? I know he ain't talking shit.
Just as Jit think the world revolve around him. I just came up to ask the question about the final experiment. Nobody gives a fuck about your question, bro. Nobody gives a fuck about what he has to talk about. We're literally talking to a PhD right now, and Jit think we're not giving him a mic because he's somebody. Literally.
Wait, he think that? Hold on. He think that we ducking? He think that we ducking smoke from him while we talking to a PhD while I'm 1v20 like a PhD, 2 PhDs and a bunch of Globert. He think that he's in that important. Man, if you don't sit your ass down, are you crazy? Boy, I ain't never seen you debate a damn thing in your life. Don't you dare try to play with me like that. Are you what? Let me finish talking to the PhD, and then we could deal with you when we feel like dealing with you. Are you crazy, bro? These dudes think they live in a scrotum and get all the balls in the world to talk wild. Like, what in the world? Yo, the disrespect. Anyway, back to TikTok, y'all.
Gravity matter.
It does matter. Gravity plays a role in all interactions in the solar system.
If we're floating around,
gravity is part of the calculations all the time.
So if I'm in vacuum of space, we're floating around. How does gravity apply?
So, have you ever been skydiving?
No, I'm just saying. If I'm in vacuum of space,
I promise I'm answering your question. So, like okay, we can talk about the parabolic, like the Obama comet thing, the parabolic trajectory. So, because you're falling at the same rate as the Boeing or whatever,
that'll help me.
You float.
We're in the vacuum of space.
Right.
How does gravity apply?
The reason why it seems like there's quote unquote no gravity is because you're falling. That's what it means to feel quote unquote no gravity. When you're falling, that's when you feel that. That's when you feel that experience of no gravity.
I'm not falling, man. I'm floating. I can sleep.
No. So anywhere in the solar system that you are, you're falling. There's no place in the solar system that you can be where you're not falling.
Based on relativity, though, not on Newtonian mechanics.
I don't know about that.
No, this is Newtonian just as well.
That's a pulling. You ain't falling if you're being pulled.
The falling sounds like a bridge, like a psychological bridge to gravity, man. I don't buy the falling term. I don't buy it.
It doesn't matter if you don't buy it.
That experience.
It's not up to you whether you don't buy it, buddy.
Just because you don't understand it doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, I don't understand, so I don't buy it.
So maybe I can clarify something here.
Listen, if I'm right, listen, same token, it's all energy and force and mass, right? If I'm riding a 15-foot wave in Nicaragua, as I'm paddling into it and lifting and matching all the energy, I'm falling to a degree because I'm matching the energy so I can stand on my board in the right moment, or I'm not really not even going anywhere. Really, I'm not. If you're really caught into the proper arc of the wave and things, and how it's sucking up and throwing, I'm meeting all that mass. I'm negating it or whatever you want to call it. So I'm meeting all that mass. You said I'm kind of falling because I'm free.
Yes.
There's nothing pulling against me or for me because I've equaled all that out to be able to.
That's a totally convoluted statement.
So maybe I can clarify.
All of that is falling as at the same time as you with you.
Just listen
Can
to
I
what Dr.
clarify
Blitz
for a
is
sec?
saying.
So when like if you imagine like the International Space Station or something just floating there, not moving, that's not what's happening. The International Space Station is always falling. It's falling around the Earth. That's what an orbit is. So there is nothing like you would have to actively fight it if you wanted to just stay still in space, because there's the sun, there's the Earth, there's Jupiter, there's the moon, and so on and so forth. You'd have to actively fight it to stay still, and so you would feel like you're accelerating upwards, like how you feel a little bit heavier when an elevator starts moving upwards. That's what you would feel if you were trying to stay still in space. On the other hand, if you're just not doing anything, if you're just kind of floating there, you're falling. You're falling around the sun, or you're falling around the Earth, or whatever.
Okay.
Oh, the decaying.
No such thing as quote unquote gravity.
Okay.
When
that's
pertaining to Earth.
Okay.
Quote unquote gravity.
We have an
only-
atmosphere.
Literally
only
been proven true.
pertains to the vacuum of space. When you're talking about Earth's quote unquote gravity, you're actually talking about electromagnetism, which
There he is.
Are you talking slow because that's how fast your brain operates, or are you trying to talk down?
Yeah, Blitz, chill.
Okay. Well.
Bill
Okay.
back to TikTok, guys.
Also, there is the law of gravity. So you're wrong there. Gravity exists. It is a law.
Yeah.
It's literally called a law of gravitation. It's not the law of gravity. It's Newton's law of gravitation, which is just an acceleration.
Describe.
All right, I got one.
Hold on, that's not right.
I got a good one for you. Whenever you're ready, I got a good one for you guys. I got a good one for you.
Yes, it is a law. The universal gravitational force.
I got a good one for you, man. If you're ready for it.
Well, go ahead. We waiting for you.
So what's it called when you're they do the cool walk? They do the floating moonwalk thing. What do they call it now? What is it?
What floating moonwalk thing?
Where they walk around on TikTok, whenever they're doing their little what the hell is it called? Like they're stepping in air. What is it called?
I don't know.
It's an illusion.
You tell me.
Well, it looks like kind of like levitating and like walking.
That's an illusion.
Right. Well.
Okay. So what's it called?
I forget the damn name. Man. Shit, what the hell they call it? You know what I'm talking about, though, man. You know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. So what's the? Why
all right. So in our construct, right, of our pressurized system, whatever you call it, that we're in, if I were to able to even move my arms or my legs so fast to where I could levitate myself because I'm counteracting my mass.
Oh, y'all. Blitz just earned 666 tokens. Illuminati confirmed.
I can flap my wings fast enough in my own mass, I could levitate and move.
Yeah, you mean like a bird?
Sure, but I'm not. Yeah. I'm not really using aerodynamics.
Don't
laugh. Don't laugh.
That is what a bird does.
Bird doesn't fly.
That's literally what a bird does.
Well, like hummingbirds do.
Listen, hold on. No, I'm not talking lift. I'm not talking lift.
I'm not talking lift either. I'm talking about like hummingbirds. Hummingbirds
I'm
just
talking
like flap their wings.
Those are
dragonflies. Hold on. Also, dragonflies. Dragonflies do the same thing.
No. They have wings. They create lift. You're shortcoming me. I'm talking about taking my own fist that had weighted balls at the end, and I can thrust them back and forth. I
see you, Bill. Give me 1 second.
And manipulate the environment around me without lift of a wing of air.
Try it now.
Yeah, you cannot do that without pushing air downward.
Well, like just as dudes jump from others, like when you're doing a long jump, you do a long jump and you cycle and run through the air. Now, as an athlete, you can get further manipulating your own weight with gravity.
No. You're only taking questions for
air. You can't?
No, what you can do is you can change where your center of, or you can change where your body is relative to your center of mass by like reorienting your body.
Yeah.
So it'll look like you.
Repeat yourself. Probably didn't really hear you. Say it again.
I'm telling them we're only taking questions for TikTok right now. All Blitz is on stage at least. Jorge already did that.
Yeah, we don't have so this is Flat Earth Geographer hosting this live. We don't have them for too much longer, so we're just trying to get our little ones in real quick before we dip out, and then we'll come back over here, or we can go to another TikTok live, whatever y'all want to do.
No. We're on Earth. We're on Earth. Keep them in. Keep them in.
No, it's fine.
We're on Earth.
Pretend that you're doing it in a vacuum chamber.
Okay, come on, guys, work with me. I'm just trying to expand here. If I
can't work
do it
with
in a vacuum
it
chamber.
just sounds silly. That's the problem.
Wait a minute. So
You guys
Florida,
can't get it, man.
just
Really
say,
can't get
just
it.
say. All right, so let's just
come on,
consider-
guys. Give me 1 second. If I
Florida,
punch
just do it in a vacuum
my fist up in the air,
Just do it in a vacuum
and the force of me punching my fist up pulls my body up off the ground. I can do that rapidly enough. There's no aerodynamics there.
No, that doesn't happen. It actually pushes you. It actually pushes you down.
like pistons in a motor, man.
It actually pushes you down. When you push your arm up, you go down a little bit, or rather, you will be temporarily heavier, I should say.
Hey, Gio, we got a hand up over here, just so you know. Whenever you guys are done.
Yeah, you go ahead. Actually, before we do that, I want to kind of make a sort of transitional moment for if you guys are up for it. I'm going to experiment with this. I was going to offer both Sacred and Dr. Blitz some temporary mod ship to continue the live while I get a little shut-eye, because it's getting to be about that time for me.
Oh yeah, we didn't want to take up too much of your time, bro. Like if you got to leave, that's all right. Like we could double back.
But I wanted to be able to give you the space still to be able to keep hanging out, talking. I know Dr. Bliss, you're over in Europe, is what they say.
Yeah, it's morning for me, so I got up a few hours ago.
Yeah, so if you want to continue keeping it going, and I'd like to keep it balanced so that I have a mod on each. I haven't done that before, but you're welcome. I see that you guys are interested in having a cordial conversation and keeping it ordered. So if you want to do that, I can keep you guys modding and let you guys continue on. If it doesn't shut off by the time I get up, I'll see you in the morning. Is that?
I mean, I probably won't. I won't be here for that many hours.
I didn't know how you're. Yeah, I don't know what your.
Yeah, no, I have stuff to say. But like, yeah,
I do appreciate you coming along though.
For a bit.
I've heard that you don't normally go to other lives, and imagine really, let alone flat earther lives. So I do.
Well, on Saturdays and Sundays, I tend to.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I've seen them before in other ones.
It's just on the weekdays. I have a schedule where I do my own lives, and I just don't have time to join other lives.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm honored that you chose to come. The past couple of times I've hosted a live.
Geographer, I like you. Like you're actually like pretty reasonable, and you seem like a nice dude. So,
likewise.
That's what's up, man. That's what's up.
He's the best. He's the best.
Well, I always talk about like keeping that civility. You know, keeping that civility. We can always build. So.
Oh yeah, dude. Sacred, if you want to keep it going, I know you got a bunch of folks over there in X and everything who are interested in continuing talking about this stuff too. You said you had a hand up. I can leave you mod ship if you'd like to continue on.
No, it's all good, y'all. I do want you to go get some rest, bro. I'll let my guy get like his question off. Maybe we have some closing thoughts, and then we could pick this back up. I definitely wanted to come show some love, bro, because you came to Flat Earth Friday, so like I want to make sure everybody knows where the Fire Lives is at. So y'all go follow Flat Earth Geographer over here. As you can see, it's pretty civil. Discussions over here from both sides, as long as we can, maintain composure. So shout out to you, Gio.
Yeah, thank you. I appreciate that. I'm sorry that there was a little bit of a frustration from BEP. I get it to some degree, I guess.
Yeah.
But I respect and appreciate this kind of cross-platform effort. I hope a lot of folks realize what a great opportunity it is to come have the discussion with a lot of great people on both sides of the discussion. I think that's what's been really exciting for me coming on here the past couple of years. It went from being all Globers coming and attacking me to banning them temporarily and getting like a little powwow for a couple, a month or so with my flat earther friends, trying to get them to not be so easily triggered. And then like gradually letting the Globers come back in the panels, and like it's gotten to be a good time. So I think we're doing something really awesome here.
In lieu of Blitz, pardon me for toot my own horn, but maybe me. I don't know how long I'll be up here, but I'm sure if Blitz is going to be cutting out shortly, if he doesn't want it.
You would like to mod and keep it going? You'd keep it aesthetic?
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, and that way it doesn't put any pressure on Blitz or Sacred anyone they can hang out as long as they want to. They don't need to worry about keeping it going, because I know that can be a little pressure if you have other things you need to run off and do or whatever. But as long as you keep it cool, make sure you keep it balanced. I know you understand and respect what I'm trying to do here, so I trust that you'd be good at doing that. So, okay.
And I've always tried to keep it equitable.
I know you've always been a good friend, Blue Marble. I do appreciate you, and Space Baloney. Very similar sounding, very similarly
not
loyal.
The same.
Maybe not. I don't know, man. It's like saying the guys from the Challenger were not the same people as their twin
twin clones.
Hey, I gotta get something like that in here. So I'll make Space a mod here. All right, I'll let you guys keep rolling for as long as it will.
Geographer, I'll say one thing to you. What you just said, man, it's funny. As I first chimed in on you and listening and watching everyone around you, what you just said, man, was such truth and validation. It's great. What I thought and felt, what you were going through, is what you exactly just said. That's pretty cool.
It was important to realize, man. I had to kind of take assessment of what was going on, and try to help others to really be able to make the adjustments and to not, because honestly, I get it. Maybe there are shills who are sent to be assholes or to do something to get us to get all riled up, and it unfortunately it works, and it will make people who are genuinely good people who are just here really passionate about the subject, make them look like assholes or whatever. And we don't need that. This is not the point to be here. We want to have a good conversation. We want to advance science. And I really truly believe that people like Gen 11 coming out and saying that gravity is really just the effect of all the known forces is a result of the conversation that has been going on about flat Earth and globe Earth and the different things about gravity that have come with that conversation.
Who said that?
So, yeah. Gen 11 on the Neil deGrasse Tyson show.
I don't know who that is.
Yeah, I think I did see that. Yeah, I saw that.
I found it interesting. Whatever the validity of her level of things, I don't know her that well myself either. But this is something I have seen a clip. Jan 11, Levin, Jana, I think is her name. It's on the I think Neil deGrasse Tyson has like a show where he's got like a friend who he hangs out with and interviews people. It's on that program that they were hanging out. So if you find it, go. If you want to do a video on it, I totally check it out. I did actually get to catch the one you did about the optical illusion of the building and the window, how you were helping one guy understand it. And I was able to rephrase it, and Jorge Physics was like, wow, you really great explanation of what he was saying. So I think that's the more we can do that when we're talking to each other. If we can, instead of being poised and ready to just spit something back at somebody else without listening to what they're saying first, we should always make sure that we sum up what the other person has said beforehand. It may get cumbersome, but at least maybe as a practice on occasion for a way to just kind of make sure that we're in the mentality of actually listening actively to each other.
Gio, that's called a steelman. Steelman in another position, so that way you can engage with that argument. Yeah,
by the way,
it might be cumbersome to do it every time, but yeah, I think that's a smart thing.
So I did look up the video, and I just read the description really quick. I haven't watched it, but she's referring to something called emergent gravity. Does that sound familiar?
I think that might be the clip that it is. And I'm sure there's probably things that you'll say it doesn't agree with what we think gravity is really ultimately being.
So
it seems like they're pointing in that kind of direction.
So I haven't watched the video, but I am familiar with the idea. Suffice to say, it's like a pretty fringe idea. It's not like mainstream accepted kind of thing. It's like a neat idea, but it's not like mainstream. So I just figured that's good information.
Like a hypothesis.
A lot of ideas start out that way, don't they?
Yeah, sure, but like we're not at the point where we can confirm that that's true. Is what I'm saying.
I think that all the new technology they're trying to show us through all this posturing they're doing in like places like New Jersey are actually evidence of what this is going to eventually lead to. So I'm excited about it, and I think you can thank a flat earther for that ultimately, for this realization coming out to some degree. To at least a little sub-credit mention, maybe.
Sub-credit came out in 2006, I want to say. Sorry, 2009. So it was a little bit predates the whole flat Earth movement that kind of took the internet.
I thought 2008 was when the flat Earth movement really started, like at least from the Dubai stuff I was hearing.
I mean,
I don't know. I know it was before that, but it was at least since then that he was doing it. From when
it depends on who you want to pin on the start of the internet flat Earth.
But regardless, the person who came up with it wasn't paying attention to flat Earth.
Maybe I don't think they're necessarily flat earther, but you never know. Maybe there was the fact that this kind of resurgence of looking into it may, at least subconsciously, butterfly flaps his wings in Thailand. You never know.
Sure, but it's still a hypothesis.
Hey, come on now, throw your bone.
Yeah.
Hey, was anybody's family members taught, older, like grandparents or anything, taught flat Earth, and they told you they were taught flat Earth in school?
Real quick, Florida. We do got a hand up. I don't know if he wanted to. My guy Bill over here. I don't know if he wanted to engage with the last discussion before we move on to the next one.
Are you on like Twitter or something?
Yeah, man. We want to flat Earth. Yeah, we do flat Earth Fridays every Friday. You're welcome to join too, Bliss. I really appreciate you being so cordial. So I'm doing a dual stream right now.
What's the account name or whatever?
It's I'll type it in the chat. It's 100 crypto keys. But if you just search up Flat Earth Fridays, we all over Twitter. But yeah, I'll put it in there.
Heck yeah.
Are you? If you don't have a Twitter, Bliss, there's somebody over here impersonating you. Just so you know.
Really? Yeah. No, I don't have a Twitter.
Oh yeah, somebody's over here impersonating you then.
Like in the
not in the live right now, but just on Twitter.
Oh,
okay. Well,
like, yo, get them on the mic and let's get some accounting.
They won't show up, bro. That's why we over here on TikTok looking for all the Globers.
I was just curious. Anyways, family members were taught that. That's all above them, because the Earth is flat. We're watching this guy. He's a geographer. I won't say I got for nuts, man. You're one of the best listeners and liaisons of what you're doing, man. That's the least I can say about it, but very, very cool, man. Thank you for the time.
Anytime. I'm glad I can do this for everybody. Yeah.
I think the best way I could put it is geographer here, as a host, he allows people to talk to each other, not at each other. He doesn't allow people to be talking at
liaison, champion liaison, champion.
That's why I want active listening. Right.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Right. Talk to people, not at people. It is a crucial aspect of communication.
Yes. And while I still have a bunch of people here in the chat, before I do go to bed, I do want to mention it actually was this past Wednesday, my normal scheduled live, I think, that was the first time that Dr. Bliss and Jorge Physics and Quantanaut came in toward the end there. And the first time I had any of those three come and visit, I appreciate them coming by. The fact that they came again, I wish Quantanaut could have come too. That would have been awesome. But either way, to get both the 2 out of 3 again was awesome again. And yeah, so the fact that we're getting folks like that come in, having a good conversation, and like the chats, I was up to 200 on Wednesday. It almost got there again today. And so every Wednesday at 7 p.m. Pacific, I tend to at least try to have that as my weekly live. So if you mark that as the day to really watch out for me, I try to have other like weekend days like this will happen sometimes. I can't, depending on my work schedule, I can't always promise it. And even sometimes a Wednesday may be a little late. Or
you got specific topics on Wednesday?
I really just keep it open to what people are looking to talk about. It tends to just go in good directions. I do also have a backup account called Isms. It's not really a backup to this. It's really just a separate, like, one that gets into social issues. I think I'm actually still in the chat. I'll say hi in the chat for anyone who wants to find me on there, because that one I like to get into like a lot of social issues. But it's good for doing housekeeping and talking about the community and trying to like get like peace on any issue that we may have to deal with, so we don't really bog down the main live as being like.
Yeah.
So yeah. I'm gonna get back in the chat again here.
Y'all mind if Bill asks this question over here before y'all?
Oh yeah, and before I go to bed, I'd love to have Bill ask this question too as well. That'd be great. I got me in the chat down there, so if you see the guy in the purple shirt that says hi, that's my isms. Follow that account as well to do the Tuesdays at 7 p.m. lives. Go ahead, Bill.
Yes, sir. Go ahead, Bill. Thanks for being patient, brother. They can hear you.
Hey, no problem. I just want to know all these rockets and everything they're supposed to be in space. How in the world do they keep their ignition? Because all the vacuum sucks the gases out so fast that it can't keep the heat in there, and it needs a back pressure in order to keep the gases lit.
You were breaking up terrible, bro.
Try one more time. You were a little bit choppy. They said they couldn't really hear you.
Is it working better now?
Well, yeah.
But when it comes to being ignited in a vacuum, it won't stay lit. The gases escape too fast. It needs a back pressure in order to keep lit.
Nope.
I was wondering, how is that possible?
Yeah, so they don't escape all that quickly, right? It depends on how pressurized the tanks are. So if you have tanks that are pressurized to 1 atmosphere, the force on them is only 14 pounds per square inch. So if you have a 1-inch nozzle, then there's only 14 pounds of force pushing the gas out into the vacuum. And in fact, they want the gas to come out quickly, and then they ignite it as it's coming out. That's the whole point. Because the faster it comes out, the more thrust you get.
But the lower pressure on the other side of the vacuum, as of the nozzle, makes it come out faster than it can keep igniting it. It demonstrates that in every demonstration that I've ever seen.
Why do you think they can't ignite it in time?
Every demonstration I've ever seen of a rocket trying to go in a vacuum, they can't keep it ignited. It always goes out within a second.
Which demonstrations have you seen?
They don't have to keep it constantly lit. Once they're out in the vacuum of space, their inertia keeps them moving forward unless something stops them.
Also, a lot of it is chemical ignition, and they just like do the like that last bit right at the nozzle.
So they may only need like a 3-second burn or 2-second burn or a 5-second burn.
How the crap do I get my Twitter account back if somebody's impersonating me?
Yo, Blitz, matter of fact, we might be able to help you out with that, because we helped a lot of people get their accounts back and reporting people that are impersonating. So if you want, you can follow me so I can send you a message, and we'll get you tapped in.
I don't even have a Twitter account. Oh, you mean on TikTok?
Yeah. Just follow me here so I can send you the message. I think there's like a limitation to how many messages you can send.
Yeah, sure.
They changed some of the rules and updated it, so we'll get you all settled in.
Yeah, make sure you're following the panel, guys, down there in the chat. This has been great panels lately, so you're getting lucky TikToking.
Yeah,
and I'm about to head to bed, so yes, thank you all for coming again. I will hopefully see you in the morning when you're still going.
Yeah, they don't need their rockets to be burning 24/7. They just need enough propulsion to keep them going in any direction they need to go.
Yeah, it's like quick redirection, short burns, like twists and turns or redirections and stuff like that. It's unlike the rockets that you see as they leave the Earth. The things that they use are much, much, much smaller.
And they need a constant burn. They need the constant thrust to keep propelling through the Earth's atmosphere and to break the gravity to be able to get out into space, if that makes sense.
I think just to leave on some common ground, maybe some parting thoughts, do we all agree that we should be able to demonstrate the claimed cause for propulsion in a vacuum? And if we can't, then that would be an issue on a local scale. Do we all agree on that?
I agree on that. And there are YouTube videos showing that that's capable. You could do that in a vacuum chamber on Earth. YouTube videos for that.
Send me one. Remember, it can't interact with any surfaces, and it has to maintain the vacuum and not pressurize it. If it does that, then we can have that discussion. But I'm glad we was able to find common ground. Thank you, Gio, for allowing my squad over here, hashtag shout out to Level Heads, for coming to pull up. This was our first interaction. I appreciate you being civil, bro, and acknowledging my points and not just ignoring it. Thank you for that. I really respect honest people, even from the opposite side. So that's always a plus. And everybody else that's been up here, y'all been pretty decent too. So shout out to you guys. Give you.
Same to you, man.
Thanks, Marvel. Appreciate you.
Shout out from the pretty indecent.
That's what's up. Anybody on the level head side that want to say anything before we dip out of here? I want to make sure Jill gets some rest.
Y'all get some rest. It was nice to meet everybody.
Likewise. Proud, you got anything for them?
I'm in the chat over there. WGO, shout out to you guys. We do have some level heads requesting, so I don't know if they wanted to chime in or not. But shout out to Geo, Great Space Live.
Hold on, we got some more requests, you said?
Yeah, but I don't know if they wanted to chime in or they just wanted to like kick it with us.
Oh, okay. Well, I don't know. I think Gio's about to dip out, so I don't want to hold him up. It's up to you, Gio. What you want to do?
I think he already did.
Yeah, I am going to bed soon. I did leave Blue Marble as a mod. He's a fine gentleman who will keep it balanced and even in honor of what I like to run it as. You guys are welcome to hang out. You got Dr. Blitz here for as long as he's intending on staying, and you got a few other folks like Nards I know is also really knowledgeable on the globe side that if you want to have a good conversation, you guys are welcome.
Okay. Well, if anybody that's requesting now, I can't really see the request, but if anybody that's requesting that got something pertaining to the topic here or to somebody on the TikTok live or on Flat Earth Geo's live, come up and then I'll have you guys, get your little thing off and then we'll slide up out of here.
Cool.
Thank you. That was Libra, Gio.
I'm glad y'all came. I'm glad I got to come out to your TikToks, your Twitter space or X space, and to be able to engage and see that kind of format that what you guys have done. I need to head on your side of things as well. It's cool that we're bridging the gap. I do appreciate this unity. Like, we need to be able to have this conversation and not be afraid to disagree on things and be wrong sometimes. It's okay. That's the whole point of learning and knowledge, is that the truth is usually somewhere else and we have to go find it.
That's a fact, bro. That's a fact. Got to keep this thing together. Hey, we're not really enemies for real. I mean, I know we got difference of opinion on our perspective of how things work in reality, but we really just all want the truth. I think that's the same for both sides. So.
Definitely.
We got one hand
anyone
up
who's
over
really
here,
honestly trying to pursue things and who really cares about like that kind of thing. Yeah, definitely.
Right. We got one hand up over here. I don't know if you guys want to say something before we have D3 chime in. No? Okay, go ahead, D3.
Yo, what's up? These guys sound pretty cool and open-minded to the truth. So I have a couple questions for these guys. The first one is, do they agree with the claim that we can't see forever and that our eyes shape everything that we see, like including the sky?
No.
Okay. So you believe we can see forever, or that our eyes are not shaping what we see in the sky? Or both?
Our eyes do not shape anything at all. Our eyes do not have any sort of shaping aspect of any of that. And we can see, if we look in a direction, if it's unimpeded, the only issue is angular resolution.
Okay. So angular resolution, I agree with. The thing about not shaping, I kind of have some disagreement with. So if that's the case, how do you explain the walls and perspective? How the walls change from one end of a building to another, and how the sky changes with crepuscular rays and things of that nature in the sky.
So that's not a property of our eyes in particular. That's just a property of any light sensing device, right? If you have a camera, if you have eyeballs, if you just have like a pinhole or just like a photographic plate, you'll get the same effect, because it's just the geometry of what happens when you take something that's three-dimensional, something moving in three-dimensional space like light, and project it onto a two-dimensional detection device, whether it's our eyes or a camera or a photographic plate. Doesn't matter.
Right, but what does matter is how it appears, right? So that's how it may not be. I'm arguing that it's not reality, but that's how we observe it.
Well, my point is the fact that our eyeballs are like roughly round doesn't make things appear round. Things appear the same way on a flat sensor just as much as they would appear on the back half of your eyeball.
But it would allow for seeing within a non-Euclidean geometric space, right? Like that's what causes the non-Euclidean aspect of
So
optics.
The thing is as you said, we don't see forever because angular resolution is a thing, right? So objects that are too far for us to see, we cannot see. The only thing we can see from those distances is light coming to us, right? Some type of
Angular resolution is about being able to resolve the thing. So if you had like a laser pointer or like a light bulb that was like immensely bright, even if you couldn't resolve it, you could still see the light coming from it, just because it's
This I agree.
And
this I agree with.
Like how good your eyes are. Like if you have better 20/20 vision, then you can resolve things better than somebody who has worse than 20/20 vision.
Right. So this I agree with. So we're in agreement that the light coming to us, we can see, even though we can't really resolve it to the point of seeing exactly what they look like, right? But we do see the light coming to us.
Yeah. Unless something's blocking that light, or unless the light is absorbed by something, that light will go on forever.
Okay. Right. I'm on board with you there. So I still don't see.
And the big thing about angular resolution is how big is the receiver. So, like for example, our own eye, the human eye, is a small receiver. It's very small.
Right.
You can have a bigger receiver, and that will allow you to resolve things further away with higher resolution, more so than the human eye could do so.
Right. Absolutely.
This is why telephoto lenses are so big.
So the thing is, I still have some qualms about the shape of things, because it's very clear anything near us is following a certain path and a certain geometry. Now, why that happens, that's neither here nor there. What's happening is that's how we see things, right? So everything we see does inherently have this geometry to it, right? That's where we get perspective from, and perspective does not just stop at the clouds, right? Perspective extends.
Perspective to us, yes. That does not mean it's the absolute yes.
So perspective is a general feature of what happens. Like I said earlier, it's a general feature of any time that you take something three-dimensional and project it onto something two-dimensional. So
yeah, that's what it is. I'm talking about how we perceive it, right? So
and
despite how it works, right? Despite how it works, I'm saying that's how we see. We see things in this geometry that one point, if we look to our right, there's one point in the distance where things are converging. We look overhead, right? It's a different scenario, and then back down to the other side, looking to the left, everything is converging. This is not just things close to us. This is also being applied to things far from us, such as the sky.
So generally speaking, the vanishing point is at the center of your vision. So wherever you're looking, things will converge to that point.
Right, exactly. So that's all I'm saying. So we're all on board then that this is affecting the sky as well, like as far as from our perspective, from our site.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Cool.
Can I add something here? Don't forget.
Hold on, Bill. Let me get to my second point. Let me get to my second question. Okay, so first question answered. I appreciate you guys with the honest answers. The second question is, do you guys understand how the model of Earth that we have, the globe model, was created, like based on the celestial sphere?
I'm not sure if that's how that was. Like, are you talking historically, like over 2,000 years ago, or what?
Yeah, well, since then up until now, yeah.
I mean,
like
the way that it was, like the way that the radius of the Earth was first determined was by measuring the lengths of shadows. This was done in like 240 BC or something like that.
You're talking about Eratosthenes?
Yeah.
But yeah, no.
Also,
yeah.
beyond that, there's also just the movement of the stars that has been like tracked with multiple different civilizations independent of each other that have concluded a solar centric model.
You mean heliocentric or geocentric, or is solar centric something else?
Solar centric.
Oh, I don't know what solar centric is. I know heliocentric and geocentric.
Helio.
Heliocentric. Okay. So here's what we have today, right? The models that you guys have for the globe are the ellipsoid and the geoid. All right, these are based on their coordinate systems that are using the latitude-longitude systems. The latitude-longitude systems are derived from angle measurements to the stars. All right, and they use things like deflection of the vertical to kind of connect these positionings to actual geodetic datums done by land surveyors on the planet, right, on Earth. So that's how it's all connected. So the thing is, like, if you guys aren't aware of that, definitely look into it, because it's going to blow your mind, because it blew my mind when I found out that it's essentially just modeling.
So then why does it match a heliocentric model?
Well, it doesn't match a heliocentric model. So we're talking about the shape here, not really like the spinning and the motion and everything like that. So just as far as the shape goes, yeah.
Just a question here. So do you think that if there were no stars that were ever visible, like if there were no stars in the sky, do you think that they couldn't have figured out the shape of the Earth? Do you think that they wouldn't have come up with a roughly spherical shape for the thing that they're standing on?
I think what would have happened is we probably would have done something around the same route, where we developed a coordinate system to kind of connect all of the measurements that we have. So again, we take plane measurements and vertical measurements, right? We have those mapped with geometric connections, right? That's the geodetic system. They do a horizontal and then they do a vertical, right? So we get the elevations and then we get the points at where they are, and that's how they build the model, right? Using those.
Geodetic surveying wasn't how they figured out the shape of the Earth, right? It's not.
But regardless, that's what we use today.
That's how we use it to make like precision measurements of, like, you know, the various altitudes and the various slight deformations of the Earth, because it's not a perfect sphere. But like, if you just want to figure out that the Earth is basically a sphere, like it's a little bit bumpy, but basically a sphere, you don't need geodetic surveying or the stars at all. You don't need any of that. You just need a stick and a shadow, or you just need, you know, a telescope in a mountain, right? That would be enough.
Yeah, 2 sticks.
I beg to differ, but we're not going to go into that. I beg to differ, but I'm not going to go into it. I'm just talking about the systems that we have in place today, where they're claiming a globe. Because remember, this system was not in place thousands of years ago. It was it's new, essentially. In the aspect of time, this is new.
It's a newer way to measure the thing that they already knew. Right?
Yeah, globe was
the thing that a group of people claimed, while everybody else was believing something different. It just so happens that these groups of people. Say again?
How long ago do you think it became mainstream?
It became mainstream when they incorporated public schooling.
How long ago?
That's when it became mainstream. It's a few hundred years ago.
So the first public school in the U.S. was in 1812, I want to say, or 1817, something like that. So are you saying that it wasn't mainstream before that?
Correct.
First public high school. I mean, that's like, it's empirically false because like we have, like I can show you a photograph that I took of a globe from the 1600s. I can show you a photograph of a painting that I took that was painted in the late 1500s. And it has a globe in it. Right?
Yeah, that's fine. But that doesn't mean it was mainstream. There's definitely circles who believed in it. Absolutely. I'm not saying that there weren't people who believed in it. I'm just saying across the planet that wasn't the case.
I mean, it just like it was. I mean,
see what I mean? Like today, that's the case across the planet.
Do you think that it just happens to be that like the Austrians and the British and the Nepali and the locals in the Americas, do you think that they were all like 500 years ago or 400 years ago? Do you think that they're all conspiring?
No, but I believe what happens is when you have a group of individuals, right, common folk, who aren't in a schooling system and aren't wealthy enough to, have parchment and do books and things like that. And then you have another group who do have those things, right? And those groups set up the educational systems. When those people are then taught through those educational systems, they're going to get what those people intended them to get. So it's not a conspiracy. It's just a fact of how things work, So, and I don't claim conspiracies. I actually don't like conspiracies. I'd stay away from all of that. I don't really like any of it. But let's get back to what I was talking about, right?
Yeah.
The celestial sphere. This is how the latitude longitude systems are developed, right? Based on thousands of years of nautical travel, right, out in the oceans. So if you guys don't know how that applies to your models, definitely take a look because I'm telling you, it's going to blow your mind.
I mean, it's
cool.
No, it's really not. It's based on a globe.
Hold on. So like it is the case that like, we like people, use the stars to navigate, but saying that like, like how do you think that they decided what 0 degrees east was? What do you think? Do you think that came from the celestial sphere, or do you think that came from something else?
Are you talking about the latitude longitude?
I'm talking about the line that is 0 degrees east.
Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know that one.
Okay, so it was just a decision made by the.
That's what I was thinking, but I didn't want to say it's arbitrary.
It is arbitrary. It has nothing to do with.
That's what I figured, but I didn't want to say that and just be dead wrong.
and so
good guess.
And
yeah,
the equator has nothing to do with the celestial sphere either. The equator is the place where on the equinoxes the sun can be directly overhead. It sets perfectly east or it rises perfectly east and sets perfectly west. Right? That's what.
Yeah.
That's how you define the equator. So like if you say that that's the celestial sphere, I guess, but it doesn't have anything to do with the stars.
No, I said the latitude longitude system was derived from that. So here's the thing.
Latitude longitude.
Everything. Wait, hold on. Here's the thing. Everything we use today, as far as mapping and GPS and all of it, is based on those latitude longitudes, right? And those latitude longitudes were developed from the celestial sphere. And the celestial sphere, as we discussed earlier, is not exactly a sphere. It's something that's being imposed by our eyes. When we're looking up at the sky, we're seeing a particular shape based on our eyesight. Okay, so when they take angle measurements to these stars and the result is a dome, that dome is not actually a thing.
So
do
we go and so do you know? Are you familiar with Atlas?
Say that again.
The Greek Titan Atlas.
Oh yeah. I don't know deeply, but I've come across it before.
So the thing he was tasked with doing was holding up the celestial sphere. That was his.
Mm-hmm.
It was later reinterpreted that he was holding up the Earth, but he was holding up the celestial sphere, which they thought was one thing that everybody saw, and they thought that it was something that just went around the Earth. The Earth sphere, the celestial sphere being a bigger sphere around it, and he was holding up the celestial sphere. This was like this idea that like the celestial sphere is like personal to each person. It's not. And it's been known to be not the case for over 1,000 years, 2,000 years, in fact. Like it's the idea that like everybody has their own personal dome is it's just not really a useful understanding of perspective.
I beg to differ. If that's how our eyes work, that's how our eyes work, brother.
It's not.
There's not much to argue on that point.
It's not how our eyes work, though, right?
Okay, so so we agreed that's how they worked before, but now we're back to we disagree.
No.
So all right, that's cool. That's cool.
Never how our eyes worked.
Okay, I mean, you guys can. We came to an agreement about this earlier, but okay, you're gonna walk that back. That's fine.
I mean, I don't think we agreed that everybody has their own personal dome, right?
Well, that's how we see. If that's how we see, that's everybody. There's nobody.
Not. What do you mean that's how we see? What?
That's how we see.
We see by light being
perspective doesn't end at just the walls around you or the clouds. It continues.
Yeah, perspective is everywhere. But the point is the perspective doesn't stop at some dome, right? It goes on.
We can't see. We also know that we can't see forever. So the things that are coming to us, and we are seeing them with the perspective induced by our eyesight.
Where do you think the convergence point is?
I'm sorry, what?
Like if you're looking straight up, say, how far up do you think the convergence point is?
How far up?
Yeah.
I would say probably a few 100 or 1,000 miles.
It's infinitely far away, actually, right? Like it's called the point at infinity for a reason.
So you're just talking about straight ahead, right? Looking straight ahead.
Yeah. This is at
I got
distance, or how far away do you see? Sorry, let me rephrase. How far does something have to be from you that's straight ahead for it to appear to have zero size, i.e., to vanish, to vanish, right? Point. That it has to be infinitely far away. Which means that the dome, the quote-unquote dome, it's not a dome. It's just the entirety of the universe that you can see. As long as there's nothing blocking your vision, you can see the entirety of the universe. There's no.
I'm gonna have to disagree because using the one point to talk about the rest of the points that are visible, to me that doesn't take away the perspective that's induced. When you're looking straight ahead, if you're focused on like one point, okay, there may be no perspective induced at that point, but everywhere around that point there is. It's just how our eyes work. We're always seeing like that.
I was asking that is because I just wanted to know how big you think the personal dome is.
Yeah, I don't know how big the personal dome is. I don't know about I don't know about how far we could see in our peripheral vision in order to make a good guess on that. So yeah, I don't know.
So the peripheral,
but we do see in perspective.
So maybe I can understand what you're trying to say. You think that there's like a personal dome around everybody? It's not like a physical dome, obviously, but it's like this imaginary dome around everybody. And do you think?
Well, I think we have a limitation to how we see things, right? That induces something like a dome. Yeah.
So, and that dome has some fixed size. Maybe you don't know how big it is, but it has some fixed size, right?
I would assume it's something dealing with how our vision works in our periphery. Yeah.
So, do you think that like if somebody is outside of that fixed size dome, that there's no way that the light can get from them to you?
No. I think light can come to us from however far away it is.
Then shouldn't
like I would see the light, but I wouldn't see the person shining the light.
Yeah, but you could just get a camera and you could see them again, like a telephoto.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
If the sensors were bigger, like you guys said earlier.
So when you're saying personal dome of vision, this isn't a perspective thing. You're just saying how far away does something have to be to the point where you can't resolve it anymore. But that doesn't work either, because if you make the thing bigger, you can see it even if it's further away, right?
Well, that's a variable that would affect it, I would say. But Go ahead, E3.
Does the dome size depend on the size of the thing that you're looking at?
The size, the luminosity, the medium that you're looking through.
It's not some fixed thing, right?
Yeah, in my opinion, no. It would the dome would depend on your own vision or whatever instrument you're using.
But then
Not
what about-
true, because cameras can see further from your personal dome of vision. So cameras in your own space can actually see beyond your personal dome
He's
of
already
vision.
agreed to that. So
right, yeah.
If it just depends on your own personal vision, then why is it that I can't see an ant from like a football field away, but I can definitely see a building from a few miles away? So is the ant at the edge of the dome of vision, or is the building at the edge of the dome of vision? How big does something have to be in order to determine whether it's at the edge of the dome of vision?
Yeah, that's a good question. Like I said, I don't know, because you would have to consider the difference in how we see directly, right, and then from there in the periphery. I don't know what that would be. It's a good question though.
That's why I said I think it's dependent on all those other variables as well, right? It's not just. It's not like a static thing and equal in all directions.
Right.
Besides
Go
the
ahead.
angle of
Continue, because that's a good. I like that point. That's just something I should look into. Go on though.
I mean, they're just like, the dome is just like, it's just not a useful way of representing the world that we see. Now, you can talk about the celestial sphere as like the projection of the stars onto the sphere of the Earth. So you could say that this star is at this place above the Earth, in the sense that it's like, if you go up directly from the Earth, you'll land on that star, because that star would be directly overhead. That's what people mean when they say the celestial sphere. It's like another sphere encompassing the sphere of the Earth.
Right. I know that.
That can be.
That's what I'm saying.
But it's not personal to each person, and you can only have a celestial sphere if the Earth is a sphere, right? Because it has.
That's where we're disagreeing. I feel like if you're on a central plane and you're looking up and you see that same thing from everywhere on land, then that's what you're gonna claim that it is.
But the moon is literally orientated differently based on where you are at. So like northern, equatorial, or southern, it changes how you see the moon.
Okay.
I mean, the point is if you have a celestial sphere and you have a flat plane, topographically flat plane, whatever, then it's not a sphere anymore, it's a hemisphere, right?
Right, that's what I'm saying.
So, but a hemisphere, like maybe the hemisphere spins or like whatever it does, the motion of that hemisphere can't account for what we observe in the night sky, for example. Which is why this idea of like the personal celestial sphere, dome of vision, azimuthal, whatever stuff that Whitsitt invented, right?
Yeah, so I would love if Shane was here, because he would be able to kind of give you maybe an alternative perspective on that statement. I cannot, so I won't I won't challenge you on that one. But I do know somebody who would.
So I would just make a recommendation, and this goes out to Shane too, because I don't think that Shane has done this either. It's so easy to just pick up a textbook on optics, and it covers it explains how perspective works, how vision works, why things appear different sizes, why we have.
Hello. Did he cut out, or am I glitching?
He cut out for me too, but I don't know if it's Secret's connection or the TikTok. The TikTok's still up.
It's a good build though. I like what he's saying.
I was thinking about a planetarium. I went to a planetarium and you could see the stars projected on the ceiling, even though the ground is flat. So I'm like,
yeah. That's what I was saying. That I don't buy that part. But he's got a good point with the vision, direct line of sight, and the distances. The distance is a very interesting thing that we should kind of get into. I think the distance of our vision and where that leads. Directly, obviously, we'd see the farthest, but then in your periphery, how does that work?
He's going to start from the beginning.
All right, cool.
So all I'm saying is, it's like yeah, this stuff can be fairly complicated, especially if you haven't like especially if you haven't like looked into it like from a foundational point of view. But like what I would recommend is there's a book. It's on like its 20th edition or whatever, but I would recommend it. There's a book called University Physics by Young and Friedman. So Young spelled as like a young person, and Friedman Friedman. You can probably find a PDF of an older version online for free. It has like I've taught out of this textbook before. It's quite a good book. Just go to the optics sections. The optics sections will explain everything from how eyeballs make the world see, to how perspective works, to how angular resolution works, to how things like, I think it actually even has a section on celestial navigation. Like it's all in there. Just read a few chapters on optics. And like it's all there. It's not, it's freely accessible.
Did I spell it right?
Yeah, Young and Friedman. Yep. The book is called University Physics. Like this has been known stuff since like really like just after Newton's time. Really, like optics is a really well studied field, and like it's one of the oldest branches of physics. So it's very like the pedagogy is very good. People have been teaching this stuff and getting better and better at teaching it for literally centuries. So just find a book. The one I recommended is a good one. And just read it. It'll make sense.
There is literature on optics that D3 is talking about, Blitz, where they have citations of how the shape and the geometry of the eyes affect how we observe things. I think it's called the Lundberg circles, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see if I can find it and I can read it directly, but give me 1 second. But yeah, there is citations on what D3 is referencing. Just FYI.
But the thing is, you can cite things on how eyes work, but not on how equipment works. Like we have tools, we can see well beyond what our eyes can see.
Yeah,
because
this is true.
of tools.
Yeah, this is true. Do those? Here's the thing: do those tools produce the same perspective that that our eyes do?
Better.
They can. They can. They don't
precisely
have to.
because they're modeled after our eyes.
No,
no, they don't have.
No, they're not.
Which ones are not?
For example, what are they called? There's it's called a full. If you have a full frame camera, that's certainly not going to be modeled after our eyes because it has a large sensor that's flat rather than curved like the back of our eyes.
The James Webb Telescope, the Hubble Telescope.
Those don't have. Those are imaging devices. They work a little bit differently than
telescopes.
Than say a camera, right? Yeah.
Well, but you can attach a camera to it, like you. So
I wish we could.
Right. So they basically are cameras. I mean, you have like some array of optics like lenses and mirrors that focus light in a particular way, and then it lands on a sensor. That's all a camera is, and that's all a telescope.
Yeah, exactly. It's pretty much all our eyes are too. When you get to the bare bones of it, that's kind of how they work. Now, what you're saying is that the surface is different between curved and flat. I can agree to that.
No, not at all.
Oh, okay.
So the difference is like for example, if you want to build a house, you don't build a house with a carpenter who just eyeballs stuff. You want a carpenter that uses tools. You want an electrician tools.
Yeah.
So yes, we use tools because they're better than our own perceptions.
Okay, I didn't disagree with that. That's fine. I'm with you on that, brother.
Tools to get
so all I would say
measurements.
is that so there. I don't think that there's been a new discovery in like actual like classical electromagnetic optics in like 150 years. So I'm going to go out on a limb and say, whatever thing that you're citing, whatever reference, like with the Lundberg circles or whatever, I imagine that was probably named after somebody from like 150 years ago, and we've known about it forever, and it's in textbooks. So I would just suggest just pick up like a modern introductory textbook on optics. It'll explain literally every question that you have.
Yeah, that's what Sacred was saying, is that some of it from these other physicists or whatever, they are saying different things than what you would get from the normal stuff. But you're right, it should be in textbooks and things of that nature. So I'm looking for the one that you recommended now. I see one on GitHub, but it doesn't look to be the full thing. So I'm still looking.
University physics.
Yeah, I got you.
And if you just type in like 10th, oh, you found it?
I've seen it I see it for purchase. I think this is it on archive.org. I think I got it.
So you should be able to find, like if you type in 10th edition PDF or something, you'll be able to find it. If you can't find it, there's a website that you certainly shouldn't go to. Definitely don't go to that website, and definitely
what is it
don't
called?
anything that could be
University Physics.
Yeah, it's called University Physics. There's also another good textbook that I haven't used personally that was written. It's also called University Physics by Sears and Zemansky. It's another classic introductory physics textbook. But yeah, I mean, like I'm of the opinion that more people would be better served by taking like 2 courses of physics, like just introductory stuff, just so people can understand how the world works, because it's not that hard.
Okay.
Yeah, right. I agree with that. However, my only pushback against that is taking any of that stuff as a holy grail is dangerous.
As the pseudo host, I do have to throw to the Rocket because he was the next person up, and we've kind of gone too long with the one-on-one.
Yep. No problem. Thanks, guys. Take it easy.
Appreciate you, D3. And just a correction, it was Vith-Muller circles by Lundberg.
Yeah. How do you spell it?
VIETH -MULLER. It's called a Vith-Muller torus, perceived as a sphere with the observer at its center.
Love the conversation, by the way. Just wanted to move it to other people.
No doubt.
Yes, sir.
I couldn't find it.
Yes, sir. Fair is fair. I appreciate you.
I'll send it to you, Blitz. I'll send it to you. Just DM.
Okay. Is it? Because I Googled it and I didn't get anything.
Yeah, I got it. All of our stuff is on Twitter. We're gonna try to move some of the stuff to TikTok, but yeah, we Twitter based. Go ahead, Rocket Man. And we got another hand up over here.
Go ahead, Rocket.
Yeah, I mean, what would you like the topic to be? Is there any specific guides, or are you just happy for open discussion?
I mean, do you want to like prove that the Earth is flat, or do you want to go on anything that was previously talked about, or like what do you want to do?
I mean, if anything, I would like to just ask some open-ended questions that don't have any sort of motive behind them, but just out of like curiosity to get the mindset of who's in the panel and stuff of that. Are you aware that like longitude lines converge when you go like south of the equator?
I don't know anything about. I know longitude and latitude, but I don't know about the convergence of the lines.
They also converge north of the equator.
They do.
You mean to a single point, like at the top of the North Pole, bottom of the South Pole?
Yeah, exactly.
Why is that?
Because when you plot sort of vertical parallel lines on a sphere, they will, no matter where they are, they will actually start getting closer together and converge at at 2 points on that sphere that are exactly 90 degrees from sort of where they're parallel from. And you can test this by literally just getting up your lat long coordinates and traveling a distance, so that you've moved, 0.1 degree longitude or whatever, and see if that distance compares to what a globe would say or what a flat Earth would say. But if you're in the southern hemisphere, it's a lot easier for you, because all you have to do is travel south a few miles and see if that distance gets bigger or shorter. If it gets bigger, then we're on a flat Earth. There's no dispute about that. End of, case closed. But if they get closer together, then it has to be a globe, case closed. Like, it's a very black and white test that anyone can do.
Well, somebody told me if you can go 10,000 kilometers in a triangle, that you can prove that the Earth is a sphere shape or round.
You can.
Yeah.
Have to make very precise angle measurements. It's a bit tricky though because going 10,000 kilometers is pretty far.
Yeah. But what is the circumference like from north to south?
Yeah, so it's 10,000 kilometers from the equator to the North Pole. So it's 20,000 kilometers from the North Pole to the South Pole.
So basically, you just do you can do a triangle, and that can prove that it's.
The idea is that you start on the idea is that you can start on the equator, go 10,000 kilometers north, end up at the North Pole, turn 90 degrees to the left, go 10,000 kilometers again, end up at the equator, and then turn 90 degrees to the left again, and you'll end up, and then go 10,000 kilometers, and you'll end up back where you started. And now you've made 3 90-degree turns, and you've made a triangle. And anybody who's taken, 8th grade geometry or whatever, knows that a triangle on a flat surface should have 180 degrees. If you add up the angles inside of a triangle, it should be 180 degrees. On a sphere, the bigger the triangle, the more degrees that you have inside the triangle. In the case of a sphere on an Earth or on a ball, if your triangle has side length equal to 1/4 of the circumference, then the triangle will have an internal angle of 270 degrees, which is 3 90-degree turns.
Right. You could do it on an orange or an apple or whatever to show. To show it's capable on a globe or a sphere or whatever.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be some shit though if we were actually everybody was wrong, globers and flat earthers? I'm not saying we are or we aren't.
That would be some good shit. Yes.
That'd be interesting.
Funny you mentioned that.
That absolutely would be some good something. Yes.
Flat Earth and globe Earth is wrong. Funny you mentioned that.
It's actually a donut.
I'm just saying. I mean, there's always a possibility for something.
Technically, a donut is flat.
It'd be interesting, but flat earthers haven't shown anything at all for proof.
Why would you even say that, bro?
Did he just say technically a donut is flat?
Because they have.
Donut.
Yeah. I mean, yeah. If your view perspective, it's not.
No, it's not a perspective thing. It's a proof thing. They haven't proved anything.
Well, I just told to look at the Glenn Neeson. I don't know if I'm saying his name right, but his model of how the sun sets and rises, it makes absolutely no sense. And then again, if the sun is at 92 million miles away and we don't heat our planet with the sun, how could that little spotlight that is over the Earth create enough heat and energy to keep the surface of the Earth warm enough to keep life existing?
That's what it was designed to do.
Yeah, but I mean, we should be able to explain how much energy it produces. But on the flat Earth model, you can't.
And you can in the globe? Because you think it's a ball of fire. It's not.
Then what is it then?
Plasma, some people think.
The sun is a transformer. That's a transformer.
That's plasma.
The sun is a nuclear fusion reactor.
No, it's not. It's not.
There is.
It's a transformer.
So we have Matt in here spiraling out of control of my comments for no reason. But he's here to talk about Concave Earth, so I'm gonna let y'all engage with him if y'all want to with Concave Earth.
What?
I don't know. Doesn't work at all. The sun would never set. Even more so than it would never set on a flat Earth.
It's a small moving object. It's subject to the vanishing point and angular resolution and the cloud deck, like any other moving object.
Also, if the Earth was concave, there wouldn't be a horizon.
Would you say there wouldn't be a hard horizon? I can't hear.
There wouldn't be a horizon at all. There wouldn't be a horizon at all. You could just look up and you would see more Earth. There would be no sky, right?
That's
Yeah,
not.
the
That's
horizon is a
absolutely
very
untrue.
interesting topic.
That's not at all how it works. You've never looked into concave Earth, so you're just speaking completely ignorantly right now. But
I definitely have. But yeah, I mean, like, that's cool. Go off, King, I guess.
You have so tell me what you know about concave Earth. Tell me all about it. Tell me how much you know about concave Earth and what when you look in the sky, what you see. Since you know so much about it, when you look up in the sky, what is that in concave Earth?
So it depends on what concave earther you ask. Some people think that there's just like the middle of the concave Earth is just blue for some unknown reason. Other people think that there's like a sphere that's floating in the middle, and that's what you're seeing when you look up at the sky, and it's just like a smaller version of the concave Earth floating in the middle somehow. And again, depending on which concave Earther, either the sun will be just a light on that sphere for some reason, or it'll be something floating around the sphere. Like there is no like even if you ask flat earthers, there's at least some consensus that like the Earth is flat and the sun is a thing that moves above the disk. But if you ask concave earthers, they will give you 100 different answers because there's no serious concave Earth ideas even presented.
Hey, that's actually not true at all. But hey, cool story, bro. Cool story, bro. I mean, I'm gonna like actually pass the mic to Joe because he knows like he can speak on this much like better than I can. But everything you just said is absolute nonsense. There's one clear concave.
You tagging in somebody else already?
That explains everything in one
Yeah,
concise model, unlike flat Earth or globe Earth. Y'all were just talking about the celestial sphere for 20 minutes right before this. The celestial sphere is a sphere. It's in the middle of the concave Earth. Like it's so obvious.
Did you say everything I said was wrong when I literally said that? That the sky is literally a sphere that floats in the middle of the concave Earth, according to some concave Earthers. I literally
said, what is some other concave? Every concave Earth I know thinks the same exact thing.
I gave you an example of another. Like I've talked with like probably 100 concave Earthers of various types over the last few years, and some of them don't think that there's anything floating in the middle. It's just blue there for some reason.
It's just blue there. What do you?
Yeah, it's just blue.
He tagged in Joe. Let's get an explanation. Let's get a full explanation.
I mean, I'm surprised he tagging everybody else with all the shit he was popping in my mentions. I thought he was gonna be able to come up here and do something damage.
What are you saying? It's just blue.
You want to talk to some more Matthew?
I mean, I can, but Joe's been researching this way longer than I have, and he for this purpose because, like, anyways, I'd rather him speak.
I just can't understand what he's saying. Is he saying it's just blue up there? The sky is just blue?
He said he heard that from some people. Why don't you give us an explanation of the model so everybody can be familiar with what you guys are saying is the truth.
Everyone's gonna have.
So this is Joe Dubs. Everybody, he's on TikTok too. I actually downloaded one of his TikToks. Pretty cool. Go ahead, Joe. Welcome to Flat Earth Friday.
Appreciate it. Yeah, I mean, everyone's gonna have a slightly different understanding of it. I mean, some concavers might not believe that there's actual glass up there in the sky. It could be tektite. So there's all types of different nuances with this, all right? But the general understanding is the celestial sphere basically houses the stars. It's a spinning sky ball in the middle of Earth, right? And Earth wraps around the celestial sphere. This is what I believe the Greeks figured this out. And what I'm telling you guys now, this understanding, this is not for everyone. It's not for the general public. This is the stuff that they would talk about in the mystery schools, right? They're teaching geocentrism to everyone else. It's the exact inversion of what is really going on, right? So I don't know.
Exactly. We live in an inverted world, and the inversion is the globe, the spinning globe Earth. The truth is the opposite of that. The opposite inversion of that is a concave cellular Earth where we're on the inside of a sphere. Flat Earth is the half truth in the middle that they designed to grab all the people who are capable of waking up to like knowing the heliocentric globe model is a lie. So they created Flat Earth to grab all the people who would like basically figure out like this shit isn't adding up. And it's just a half truth. It's a half truth. It's designed to catch everyone like who's figuring out like the heliocentric globe model is bullshit. And it's done a great job of that. Just look at the Illuminati card. The Illuminati card, the flag. Everyone knows the Illuminati cards. Like,
don't care.
Like, basically predicted every event. and there's the flat Earth Illuminati card, right?
Like what?
And it says flat Earthers know something. Flat Earthers know something. That card game was made in 1995 before there were any known flat Earthers. Okay, so they obviously created the flat Earth movement, and they clearly said they know something, not everything.
It's not a flat Earth argument, by the way, guys.
Halfway
Concave Earther. It's a concave Earth argument. It's not flat Earth.
Halfway to the truth.
To the inside.
Flat Earth is halfway to the truth.
What keeps us stuck to the inside of the concave Earth?
Compression.
Of what?
Yeah, there's different ideas about that. I recently came across this Austrian author who wrote this book in 1963, and he didn't think that the centrifugal divergent force was sufficient to explain the phenomenon that we call gravity. Probably because the closer you are to the Earth's crust, the stronger gravity is, right? You go high, there's less gravity. So if it's a force created by the central spinning celestial sphere pushing outward, a centrifugal divergent, then that wouldn't make sense. So he had a model and understanding where there's something outside of Earth, outside the Rhine, that could possibly be spinning, kind of like an armillary sphere, that thing in the intro of Game of Thrones. So yeah, there's different understanding. It could also just be like kind of what flat earthers say, an electrostatic kind of phenomenon, some type of surface phenomenon, right? But nobody has a good explanation of gravity, convex, flat, or concave.
Well, so I mean, well, the globe model has a good explanation of gravity, but that's beside the point. So on a concave Earth, how does the why is there an angle? Wait, where do you think the North Pole comes from first? Like the magnetic North Pole. What this magnet?
That's a good topic, right? So true magnetic north, it's not fluctuations in the changing of the Earth's core. It doesn't really make much sense. What makes a lot more sense, and it also explains the Elias effect, is it's the sky that's changing, and that's why the true magnetic north changes. Remember, the sky is a sphere, and Earth.
So, do you believe that the magnetic field is still a dipole field produced by the central sphere?
Yeah, I mean that makes sense to me.
So, if that's the case, why is it that there's a place where the magnetic fields diverge from that is on the land that we call the North Pole? The magnetic field lines kind of emerge from this place. If the dipole field was actually in the sky, there should be no place on the surface of the Earth that has magnetic fields pointing, in all directions.
Why wouldn't it? If heaven and Earth are kind of like sandwiched together,
The shape of a dipole magnetic field has you can have like a circle or in this case you can either have a ring or you can have a sphere, and then the magnetic fields come out from one end and go back in the other end, and then it wraps around kind of like a donut. But in particular, if those magnetic field lines are coming from the central sphere in floating in the middle of the concave Earth, then the place where they emerge from will be on that central sphere, not on the land around it. And yet we have a place, in particular the North Pole and the South Pole, where the magnetic fields come out from and go into. And that just doesn't work on a concave Earth. The shape of the magnetic field is wrong.
Yeah, I don't know if it doesn't work or I can't really speak to that.
Hey, to be fair, Blitz, I mean, the magnetic field on Earth based on a geodynamo don't really add up to the predictions either. It's supposed to be symmetrical. Well, it's supposed to be symmetrical. Well, every time that they demonstrate a geodynamo, it's always a symmetrical field.
Wait, are you talking about every time they demonstrate a magnetic dipole?
Just the Earth's magnetic field. Yeah, that's all I was referring to.
You can simulate the Earth's magnetic field on a computer, and it'll look roughly like the Earth's. And it's very, very non-symmetric.
Well, that's the problem, because every time you go to reproduce the actual geodynamo effect, you actually get a symmetrical field.
No, you don't. You can simulate it on a computer, and you get something that looks like the Earth's actual magnetic field, not something that's like perfectly symmetric or whatever.
Well, when you talk about a simulation, and I'm not trying to get in between y'all, concave versus globe. I'm gonna let y'all spherical earthers do y'all thing. Every time that I've seen a quote unquote a depiction or illustration of the geodynamo, I was on TikTok a couple of weeks ago, and I referenced a Harvard citation, and again they show a symmetrical field. And I think even when they use sodium or something like that, when they were trying to create a geodynamo effect, it was a symmetrical field as well. So if there's anything outside of a computer program that you could show me that isn't symmetrical, that aligns with what the globe Earth predicts, I'd love to see it. You can send me a link.
So the trouble with actually doing this in a lab is that a geodynamo requires essentially a self-heating core and then a blob of plasma or a blob of molten iron surrounding it. And I don't know how you would make that in a lab.
That's not the only problem. There's also a sub-rotation issue as well. But go ahead, continue.
Right. Well, no, I mean, the point is what we can do is we can model we can use known laws of physics to model what should happen and then compare it with what we actually see. And we see that they match up pretty well. Like they're both equally chaotic. Now you can simplify the model and then it looks really symmetric. But the Earth isn't simple. There's going to be different convective currents happening in different places, and it's going to make it less symmetric. So as long as we account for the fact that in our model or in our experiment or whatever, that it's not perfectly symmetric because the Earth isn't, then of course you're going to get non-perfectly symmetric magnetic fields.
Is that via demonstration or just via the?
Also, anything that points up also obviously points down. So every north pointing thing is a south pointing thing. So like how do you discriminate between north and south without it being specifically just north pointing or south pointing?
Go ahead, concavers. I'm gonna let y'all do your thing. I was just chiming in.
Like I didn't even hear that. First of all, I can't even. Are these people speaking on TikTok? Because I don't even see them. And like,
So you get my mentions, popping all that shit, calling me a coward, ad hominem, and you don't even understand what's going on. Do you see the incoherency behind all of that, bro? And you don't even realize what's actually happening, which is why you probably didn't get a mic because you want to talk about a different topic. And then when you actually come up here, you realize that you don't understand what's happening, which makes probably why you're so confused talking shit. So yes, this is a dual cast.
That's cute. That was a really long way of saying that, like, hey, you don't listen to Flash.
This is a dual cast, and we do have TikTok over here. So when you're hearing different voices, it's a panel full of 2, 4, 6, 8, 9 people, and they got another 200 listeners or something like that. So just so you're aware of what's actually happening. Go ahead, Matt. Continue.
Yeah. Their own people.
But I would like to just mention, like, we're acting like there are millions of people around the world whose sole purpose and job is to measure the surface of the Earth. And it's very simple. Like, when surveyors take reciprocal zenith angles, if their measurements come to 180 degrees, the Earth's flat. If it's more than 180, the Earth's convex. If it's less than 180, the Earth's concave. Like, this isn't complicated. Millions of people do this around the world. Like, we rely on this for infrastructure and stuff.
Yeah, about that, it depends on what sea level they're using as well, right? Because if they're using sea level, then you got to understand where that sea level comes from.
So when you measure reciprocal zenith angles, you don't reference sea level at all. All you're doing is you set up 2 different locations. It doesn't matter what altitude they're at, as long as they're within line of sight of each other, and they have plumb bobs, which basically are just give you a perfect vertical straight up. All you do is you measure the angle between the vertical and the line of sight to the other person. The other person does the same, and then you just add those 2 numbers together.
So they're ignoring deflection of the vertical with the plumb bobs.
As the current host, I'm gonna throw it to Narj right now because I'm pretty sure they're gone, and if they don't say anything, I'm gonna kick them. After that, it's Michael, and then Invade Death. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yep, Nards is gone. Michael, go ahead.
Hey, yo, Blitz on Twitter. Come got a mic.
Yeah. Go ahead. Michael Garbin, go ahead.
Hold on, real quick. Did you just say
no,
I just want to make sure because there's an there's an impersonator.
Sorry, anything now.
All right, no, I'll shut up.
It's Michael Garbin.
Sacred is also a host. You can't kick him.
Michael Garbin,
Okay.
go.
All right. So now,
I'm muting them up, proud. What did you want to say? I was going to have.
I address the person in here. Like, I thought you had muted when you wasn't talking. They was in here. I sent them a mic, but yeah, it's odd. Like, why are they impersonating Blitz, retweeting Flat Earth posts? Like, don't be weird, bro.
I was going to tell Blitz about it right now, but they wanted to shut me up. But all right, my bad. I did have the mic open because we were talking back and forth. I'm gonna put it back up. We're still muted for now, though.
How did he know exactly that he was going to see what he was going to see, or was it all a gamble, do you think?
It wasn't he knew for a fact. It was a part of his aspect of his calculation.
It was a prediction of the model, and when the prediction came true, it was, people heralded it as German man overthrows Newton, or whatever. I think that's what the headlines read, because it was remarkable.
Right. That's all I really have right now. No, but okay, so the concave Earth thing, okay, like I seen a map where it showed the Earth was more concave and had a sphere type over it. Like, I can't even understand to fathom that. Like, why is there so many different models compared to what science has been teaching for over 2,000 years?
So,
it's because maybe somebody disagrees.
If you want to see models, you can see, like, we can show you all the models, like, imaginable, like where it's all like in computer like models, everything you want to see. But like, let me just allow me to just present to you like 6 quick points that should like make anyone at minimum be like, okay, this is kind of compelling, like concave Earth. Like, here's 6 quick points where, whether you're a flat earther, globe earth, or whatever, at minimum, if you're an honest person seeking the truth, you should at least be able to admit, like, these 6 things are kind of compelling. And I know there's probably a few ready-made answers for 1 or 2 of these things that, like, globe earthers and flat earthers have. But at minimum, just listen to these 6 things, and then, you can go from there, like what you think, okay? So, number 1, if you stick like a zoom camera barely into the water on any large body of water in clear conditions, and you zoom in on the opposite shoreline, every boat between the camera and the opposite shoreline gets higher and higher the further away it is, and then the opposite shoreline is higher than all of the boats. There's endless videos of this, okay? Now there's only 2 possibilities for that. 1, the water is curving upwards, or the light is bending significantly, which is not modeled into flat Earth or convex Earth, okay? 2.
Well, light does bend.
Exactly, of course, light does bend. Exactly, 100% it does bend. So,
is the water level below the center line of the lens in these experiments?
Is the water level below? Like, what do you mean? Like,
yeah, like you said that it's in the water. Is the lens below the water or above the water?
The lens is down below in the water.
Oh, okay.
And then it'll go like, and then there's tons of videos where it'll go like literally like a millimeter above the water, and it's the same thing, and then it goes down in the water. You can see the water go above the lens, and then it's like the same thing. Like, it's not like a distortion of the water in the lens. Like, they'll go straight from.
I understand that. It's a question of where the center line is, right? The center line is where things are going to will affect the elevation that things appear to be at. Like, if something is close by and it's above you, it will appear higher than if something is far away and also above you. So if the lens is below the water, both the boat and the shore are above you. So things that are further away will appear lower than things that are close by.
No. Okay. So what I'm telling you is you can move the camera from like up to down, above the water, below the water, with like a dead flat like view, like vantage point, and nothing changes. The boats get higher all the way across, and the shoreline is like higher at the furthest end. There's tons of videos of this. You can go do it like at your local lake on a clear day with flat like calm water and boats. Like, this never changes, and I understand what you're saying, but like
the shoreline above, next to all bodies of water, tends to go up on an incline.
What I'm telling you is, when you look across the water.
Wait. let me just okay. So when you look across the water, right, in a long distance, in a body of water, the shoreline will raise higher, like in a curvature upwards, right? That's what you're saying. So I'm trying to understand what you're trying to say.
Yes, that's what is optically observable, is that the water is curving upwards as you go across these bodies of water.
Which shoreline can you see from are you seeing the shoreline like in the water, or are you seeing like the dry beach? Because when the camera's submerged, I don't think you're going to see the dry beach.
Well, no, you can with the proper cameras. But what I'm saying is there's tons of videos. I'll put videos in the nest here in a second. But there's tons of videos where like the camera's literally like, people keep interrupting. There's the camera will be right above the water, like literally a millimeter above the water, and like zooms in and you see like the boats get higher, and then the shoreline is higher than all that, and then it goes like just barely into the water to prove that like, you know, it's not looking down on things, and then it's the same thing. So like you can go do this yourself. It's been done repeatedly.
I think that's Heath Carmody on YouTube, and he had a waterproof camera.
I'll pull it up, but like how far away is the shoreline that you're able to see it from, like a millimeter off the water?
I mean, there's tons of videos of it, but it just depends. Like I don't know off the top of my head exact distances, but
what's the name of the video? I'm gonna pull it up right now.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sure Joe can put videos of this in the nest, but I mean that was just one talk. I wanted to kind of like list all 6 things, and then we can talk about them, because that's just one thing. And I know
that's called gish galloping, right?
Gish galloping. I wanted to list.
No, because he started off saying, "Let me list 6 things," and now you're saying,
I know. And
now like
gish galloping tactic.
Gish galloping. We just talked all about it, and I said he's posting videos in the nest right now. Like, I just
They can't see the nest, bro. They're on TikTok. That is irrelevant.
Oh, okay. Well then, how do we show them a video?
Can you just
share the link?
I'll share a link. Let me find a link.
Yeah. I think one topic at a time is best, though. Like they were saying,
we definitely not staying on Concave Earth all night. We're just letting them get their shit off.
I just know they're not gonna
Hey, give him the link. Sacred, share the link to Blitz. But right now, let's go to David.
I just need the name of the video. That's all.
Hey.
Sure. I get that. He'll send it to you, or he doesn't. That's fine either way. But conversational wise, let's go to David.
Yeah, no, I don't mean to barge in like to the conversation. I just wanted to ask, like, why do you keep saying things go up and down? You understand what's the reason that things go up and down in perspective?
Is that a question for specifically somebody?
Yes, because gravity.
What? It's not because of gravity. No, it's not.
Scientifically tested and proven, yes, it is. Unless you have something to say otherwise.
No, I'm asking again about perspective.
No. You asked about gravity.
No.
You asked about perspective.
I asked about perspective. Yeah. I asked you why do things look visually go up or to go down when something is further away from you? Do you understand the reason?
I don't know if you're talking to somebody specifically, bro, but we got a whole live over here of over 100 people on Twitter Spaces, and we're dual casting over to TikTok.
So if you're talking about perspective things,
for example, in this picture, why do those lights seem to go lower?
Because that's perspective.
Yeah, but why?
Geolinear foreshortening. That's the technical term.
No, what's the reason again? Like, what's the reason that some things look they're going upper and some things go to the bottom?
I don't know. I put that video in there for the guy asking. Heath Carmody, Concave Earth : 0 spelled zeros.
Yeah. And then I put in like another couple of videos. They may be the same one you posted, but up in the nest. However y'all want to get that to people on TikTok, I don't know, but it's there for whoever wants to see it. And again, you can call it gish galloping or whatever, but I just wanted to make like 6 quick points, and I got to 1, and then like the subject quickly got changed. So I don't know. Can I like just mention like these 5 other things real quick? Each will just be a sentence or 2, and then y'all can like whatever, take it wherever you want, but I would just appreciate being able to like mention these like handful of other things.
Oh, you want the respect? Got you. So do we. Yeah, continue. Hopefully you could show us some more respect when you being in our comments, or maybe clean some of that stuff up in your replies. But go ahead, Matthew.
Well, I mean, you know, when
I don't know at all. I don't. So hopefully you can do that. Continue.
You know, yeah. Well, I kind of lost respect when you lied saying I was talking about like upwards rising Earth and all this other nonsense that then I showed you have no receipts for, and we all know I didn't say that. So I kind of lost respect, and then you ghosted me when I tried to message you guys.
Stop crying, bro. Stop crying. Get to your point.
You know, I lost respect.
We're not here for personal beef.
Exactly. So that's why
just
trying to bring it up.
your shit.
Because you in my mentions talking shit.
So that's personal stuff, right?
Hey.
No, you asked for respect to speak. So go ahead and speak.
There's some guy screaming. Okay. So that was number 1.
The current host.
Okay. Number 2. The faster an airplane flies, the more it has to pitch its nose upwards in order to maintain like level altitude. For instance, the SR-71 has to point its nose up 7.5 to 9 degrees at minimum while supersonic. Just go read the flight manuals. I have, Joe has, all concave earthers have. The Concorde had to point its nose 5.5 degrees upwards at minimum while supersonic to maintain altitude. Boeing passenger jets 2.8 degrees up in order to maintain altitude. Like, that makes 0 sense on flat Earth or convex Earth. You can go onto Microsoft Flight Simulator, the most accurate flight simulator there is, and in the first training flight, it straight up tells you you have to constantly pull the nose up in order to maintain level altitude, okay? So, here's the next one.
Secret. Do you know flight mechanics?
Do I know flight mechanics? I know they.
Yeah,
I've heard the response. They say like, oh, yada yada yada. The way the air flows, you got to point the nose up. Blah blah blah. I get.
Not yada yada.
You design an SR-71 like a razor blade, and then you point it 9 degrees upwards. You will never convince me that has anything to do with flight dynamics. You design it like a fucking razor blade, and then you have to point it 9 degrees upwards while going like Mach whatever.
Because sacred. So when
that's not me, Rocket Man. That's not me, Rocket Man. That's this other concave.
Sacred. What are those flight mechanics?
That's not me, bro. That's a concaver.
Sorry. Yeah. Sorry. Apologies. When you're when you're calculating lift, there is a factor that goes into it called the coefficient of lift. The coefficient of lift changes depending on your angle of attack. Now, when you're at very high altitudes, like the SR-71 is, the air pressure is a lot thinner. So 1, you have to travel faster, but 2, to also produce more lift, you're going to have to increase your angle of attack. That's why they nose up more, because they're producing more lift. Like, that's why you do it.
You just said at very high altitude, okay? So what if I show you where planes flying supersonic 100 feet off the ground have to point up like 4, 5, 6 degrees while supersonic to maintain that like level altitude just barely above the ground? What if I show you that? Now, see,
it all depends on the angle of attack.
I would love to see it, because I don't believe you'd have to.
Look, airplanes. Wait a second. Airplanes have variable angle of attack, which means that they can fly fast and still be low. Okay, and they can fly slow and climb. This is just how they're built.
Yeah, that's called wings.
I will post the flight manuals right now.
They can change the angle of attack.
I will post the flight manuals right now, and they clearly state for the Concorde, the SR-71, all these things, while supersonic, the absolute bare minimum, regardless of altitude, has to be 5.5 degrees to 9 degrees at minimum, and it says that clearly, like in caps, at minimum in the flight manuals. Okay, now
so
think about that, like at minimum.
So what you're saying is they have to maintain that to maintain the supersonic. What's your point?
If I could, I like as a project at university, we had to design our own powered aircraft. We also had to write a 15-page report based on all the design calculations we had to do. I can show you every single equation, every simulation, and every reasoning behind our design decisions, and specifically the angle of attack we chose the aircraft to fly at. I have all my methodology, reasoning, and calculations behind why that happens. So I very well understand why planes are designed to have specific angle of attacks.
So why would you design a plane like a razor blade, and then you have to constantly pull the nose up to maintain altitude? You can go right now on the Microsoft Flight Simulator 2024, and the first training flight, they tell you have to constantly pull the nose up to maintain level altitude. That makes zero sense. Why wouldn't you just design a planes to fly level? That makes no sense.
Do you know anything about airplanes?
I know enough to know that defies all common logic.
Well, the fact that you don't understand the logic doesn't mean that it's wrong. It just means that you don't know anything.
I know y'all got ready-made excuses. Okay, can I just let's just move past this. Let's get to the other point.
It's very easy to explain. It's very easy to explain.
I know there's ready-made excuses for all this.
Excuses.
No.
Libra, let the ballers beef it out, Libra. Go ahead, y'all.
The radar systems are only
Libra, not your fight.
Okay, I didn't hear you. Okay.
So can I just offer a counterexample or a counterpoint to the Microsoft Flight Simulator thing? So there's an excellent, you can call it a game, you can call it a simulator, called Kerbal Space Program, where it's literally it's a modeled spherical Earth, right? It's a different planet name, but it's a spherical planet. And you can build planes in there, and it models the aerodynamic forces, it models gravity, it models drag. And you can, if you design your plane properly, you can design it so that you can maintain level flight with your nose pointed forward. You could even design it so that you can maintain level flight with your nose pointed down or with your nose pointed up. It all depends on the aerodynamics of the plane. It depends on the shape and angle of the wings. It depends on your speed. It depends on what altitude you're at. All of these things affect what kind of angle of attack is necessary to maintain level flight. The point is that it's just balancing forces. So if obviously it isn't enough.
But why is it that the faster a plane goes, it always has to point its nose more upwards? That's like universal across all of it. It's like that.
It's not. There's something that's called a you can set to whatever angle you want.
That's not true at all.
So I could show you.
That's what all. Well, then all of the flight manuals are wrong. Then all of the flight manuals are wrong.
No, they obey these. Like when you're tabulating. So these are equations for lift, drag, your stall velocity. Like when we're doing these simulations and calculations, you want to find the best balance of characteristics for whatever you're designing the aircraft to do. Like for example,
that just happens to always be nose more up the faster you go. That just happens to be designed SR-71 like a razor blade and point it 9 degrees up while supersonic.
Because
wait.
Come on.
That's not designed for nose up. That's just angling nose up. That's a different conversation.
It's designed like a razor blade straight on, and then you point it the nose 9 degrees up, where now, like in theory, you'd be catching tons of drag on the belly and the wings and everything. Like that makes no sense.
So often you need very high-powered jets. Often for very high-powered jets,
you need drag to fly, but that's the wings. The angle of incidence on the wings creates the lift. Okay, you don't need the drag of the belly because you're pointing it 9 degrees upwards.
You ain't got to censor Blitz. You censoring Blitz, man. Let Blitz get his thing.
So often for these very high-performance jets, like the SR-71, like modern fighter jets, they actually don't produce a whole lot of lift. And so one of the ways that you can, and that's just because they want to minimize drag so they can go faster, right? So you have to have smaller wings. So one of the ways that you can counter this effect that you're minimizing lift is you can just point your thrust slightly down at an angle, and that gives you extra upward force.
But also,
and so if you angle slightly up, you can get it's effectively giving you more lift, even if your wings aren't actually generating the lift. It's just giving you an extra downward force.
But why would you not just design the wings to have the lift, the angle of incidence on the wings to give you the lift, and then you wouldn't have to point the whole nose, belly, body upwards?
Then you'd have more drag.
Because the intention is the pilots should have more control, not the wing of the that are piloting the thing. So
yeah,
you don't have control.
Okay.
At the thing, you have the control.
You sound brilliant, dude. Can we get to the other point? My other 4 points. That was 2 so
yes,
far.
please finish the points.
Okay.
Can we go back to
I can tell you why it's shaped the way it is, and the wings are shaped the way they are. The reason it's got such a long nose and such sharp wings is because when you're traveling supersonic, the angle of the Mach cone, conventional wings, the Mach cone would go in the middle of them and rip them apart. So they've got a really long nose and narrow wings, so that the shock waves are formed on the cusp of the wings, so that no sort of supersonic effects will damage the wings in flight.
Wow. Incredible mental gymnastics. That's awesome. Can we move on now to another topic? Because that
wait a second. Sorry to jump in, but wouldn't that also make sense for the angle of incidence? If you have a Mach cone, it would make sense to have a steeper.
Wouldn't that also make?
Oh, Geo, you crashed.
Oh, he probably didn't do none of the puzzles.
Damn.
TikTok makes you do puzzles,
bro.
If you're not active, yeah.
This is
what
crazy.
the hell?
You gotta show them that you still active.
Like the host gotta be in the screen, the algorithm gotta see their face or some type of shit, see movement. Damn.
Yeah, I don't know how
TikTokers
TikTokers do it, man. I cannot bother with all that.
Me neither, bro. That's why I said shit is crazy over here. It's a different beast. That was fun though, man. That was fun. Shout out to Flat Earth, Geo, Damascus Messiah. I had 3% anyway. I was going to interrupt and just shut the shit down in 2 minutes, but
I think Jorge sent the flat signal out.
Yeah, you know for a fact. I was like, where did Blitz come from?
Hasselblad jumped in there before Blitz did.
Whatever, bro. You dogs don't bark at parked cars, so.
Oh, he called you a dog.
What was that?
So if you let it sit on the end screen, after the live ends, it just jumps into another live. It just forces you somewhere else.
Is Matt still here? Can he finish the points real quick?
Yeah, I'm here. I would like to finish the points. There's one in particular that I think we could all agree on, actually, which if I can only get one more point off, it would be that one. But so I would just say, I don't even one of the points that I'm just going to skip through this real quick because we already had this conversation the one time previously. I talked about Concave Earth on Flat Earth Friday when, everyone was, ganging up and whatever. The whole shit went down when they were saying I was talking about upward rising Earth, yada, yada, which involves when I tried to wager every single one of them $10,000 that the horizon wouldn't rise to eye level on a flat plane, and everyone just scattered like cockroaches and went in desperation mode, and no one would, when I dropped it to $100, no one would bet me $100 that the horizon doesn't rise to eye level on a flat plane. So we'll just skip over that point. That was point number 3. Point number 4. So every known time that the Earth's curvature has attempted to be physically measured with physical objects, not using light or optics, it has been measured to be approximately 8 inches per mile squared concave, okay? This has been done, most notably with the Tamarack Mines experiments, and then also they did the same thing over in France, where basically these were not concave earthers, by the way. These were large groups of scientists, and they dropped very long plumb lines down mine shafts, in multiple different locations, multiple different orientations, north, south, yada, yada, yada. when they dropped them, they measured the distance between the tops and bottoms, which again will show you the curvature of the Earth. And they like got measurements that was like concave, and they were all baffled by this. So they're like, something has to be wrong. So they removed anything that could be magnetic, that could be being affected like magnetically in the mines. They sealed off all the mine shafts, so could be no wind or air getting in. They at the bottom of the plumb lines, they put it in oil so that it couldn't move. And then they like repeatedly like measured them meticulously, and they just kept getting the same results over and over and over again in France, here in the United States. And this went on for years actually. And the scientists involved with this were so baffled by it that like a lot of them like didn't even believe when like these results, and they wanted to come and personally verify it for themselves. And so they came and like wanted to check every little detail to make sure there was like, you know, nothing like that everything was accurate, because they couldn't believe that they kept getting these measurements that it was concave. And they finally just shrugged their shoulders and gave up. And they were like, we can't explain this. And it became known as like the mystery, like Tamarack Mines, like mystery, the mystery of Tamarack Mines, blah, blah. But it wasn't just there here in the United States. It was also, they did it in France. And then the other time that Earth has ever been attempted to be measured like physically with solid objects, not light, which we all know bends, was the rectilinear experiment down in Florida, where this guy, I'm sure Joe can talk about this more than I can, but he suspected Earth was concave. He designed these wooden beams, and they took it across the beach and leveled it with the water, and they went in one direction. And a lot of people flew in who wanted to see this, and again, who were not concave Earthers, who were like just researchers, to like see these experiments and watch it and check the results. And they went like all across the beach, like leveling it with the water, and like meticulously, you know, tracking the results and putting them like, you know, into books and everything. And then they went in the opposite direction, the reverse, to make sure there wasn't like, you know, any sort of anomalies, or the beams weren't sagging on these wooden objects, yada, yada, yada. And then they got the same results going backwards, backtracking the opposite way, which means like it had to be, you know, accurate. Okay. So now I'm not saying we should trust any sort of experiments that were done in the early 1900s, which both of these were. Okay. Now, there is a ton of like documentation for both of these, and that went on for years. And again, it was not people who thought the Earth was concave. So, well, the rectilinear experiment, the guy who created it, he was a concave Earther, but everyone else involved in these were not concave Earthers. Okay, so that being said, we shouldn't just believe that. What I'm saying is, I've been making the argument for months now to everyone who is a big time flat earther, globe earther, whatever, that instead of flying down to Antarctica to look at the sun or whatever, like, why don't we just go drop along plumb lines and measure the distances between the top and bottoms? Obviously, you have to remove the variables that could be affecting it, like, you know, magnetic stuff and air and wind. But like, that is an actual way to incontrovertibly prove the shape of Earth, okay? And it would easily prove whether it's flat, convex, or concave. So everyone, no matter which side you're on, should be all in favor of this. Like we should all be on the same page. We should all be agreeing like, hey, this is an actual way to prove our side. If we truly believe in like our side of the argument, this is an actual way to do it. So we don't have to take their word from it, or whatever, all the documentation, all the whatever from the early 1900s. Let's go do this now, instead of spending hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars to fly to Antarctica, look at a sun in the sky that doesn't prove anything, and everyone's just going to say it's fake regardless.
Plane.
So let's just go drop along plumb lines in various locations, measure the distances between the tops and bottoms, and we should all, no matter what shape you believe Earth is, be able to agree that that is a real way to incontrovertibly prove the shape of Earth. And is that not accurate? Can we all agree on that?
What's wrong with line of sight?
What?
This wasn't line of sight. This was actually physically measuring it.
Physical measurements. No, not optics or light. Physical.
Yeah, I know I
physical
know it's not line of sight. What's wrong with line of sight? We see too far.
Because light bends.
We can see further than 4 miles. You know,
it's true.
That railgun round's not hitting a refraction 110 miles away. It's fired straight at the target.
Yeah, Lee, but that has nothing to do with what he was saying, though, bro.
That's completely
Well, I know,
irrelevant.
but if he wants to do that, I mean, for me,
You're aiming that gun using optics and light bends. So can we get back to the actual
weapons?
I put some links.
No, we can't. We can't do any of that, Matthew, because we all lost respect for you. You should have thought about a common ground before you tweaked the fuck out. Not even today, like a bitch in our mentions right now. You should have thought about common ground before you tweaked the fuck out on the community you claimed you supported. I hope you landed your plane, because I really don't want to hear from you no more. Joe, you could stay. You could stick around. We're not going to talk about Concave Earth, though, so I don't know if you're interested. I don't know. Sacred, do you want to add anything before he get the boot? Because, like, at this point, there's nothing to talk about. You're in my mentions. You owe me $100K, bitch ass. You owe me $100K for sticking up for your fucking gay ass friend. And you're talking shit. Like, there's nothing to talk about, bro. There's no relationship. There's no community. I have nothing to say to this guy. And you're lucky you got a fucking mic in here, to be honest with you. So, did you want to add something, Sacred? You gonna let him get his final words out or what? We let him monologue. We let him talk. We let him embarrass himself. Like, I don't. Is there anything else that we need to hear from
I
him?
mean, tagging another man in is crazy after talking wild in my mentions. I do like Joe Dubs though. He's cool. I wouldn't mind interacting with him, but all that extra corny shit, yeah, like that's not what's up. Yeah, I don't really want to hear from Matthew either, to be totally honest. He just was trying to make it seem like somebody's scared of him or something. It's just like I'm over here by myself, dolo, going at 2 PhDs, two of the biggest PhDs on TikTok, and he think that he a threat. Like, that's so funny. He can get his last word out. I don't mind. So if he want to get his thing out, so because he probably was gonna run to the timeline and cry anyway. But just to address something that he said earlier, about me like lying about him saying that there's an upward moving Earth. Just so I can clarify, and I'm pretty sure he's gonna want to address and monologue and cry about all that extra stuff. But I actually said I misunderstood. I thought he was saying that the Earth was going upwards. Well, that's actually what he said. So I thought when he said the Earth going upwards, I thought he was talking about motion, not curvature. And then I clarified that later on in the stream. I'm not sure if he watched the whole thing. He probably didn't, because who the fuck knows. But yeah, there wasn't nobody lying about any of that stuff. What was interesting though, person that actually did lie was him. He's the one that said that if he had a problem with anybody in my chat, before there was any smoke between us or anybody else, he would come to me. He gave me his word to do that. And he didn't. He crashed out on a bunch of women in my chat. So completely violated his word, which ended up severing a lot of different relationships, unfortunately. So that was like the first issue, was him not sticking to his word when he had a problem with somebody's chat, that he would come speak to me first. That's what happened, objectively speaking. So I don't know what he's talking about respect. Don't know what he's talking about, like keeping people's word and people lying and stuff. He's the one that don't have no respect. He's the one that's cap as hell. He's the one that's tagging in other men to help him out and talking crazy in my mentions. And got the nerve to be trying to bash another woman, proud flirt, like online. Like, that is just the most pussy shit I've ever seen in my life. And yeah, like, I just rather talk about the shape of the Earth and the sciences and the physics with somebody else other than this guy. But yeah, I guess we can let him give us his last thought out, and then we'll just move on. And we don't have to interact no more. You got the floor, Matt.
Yeah, I'll just go ahead and screen record our DMs and prove everything you just said is a fucking lie and post it. But I was talking about the shape of the Earth.
Of course you would.
I just went on and on and on about like an actual test we should all be able to agree upon about dropping plumb lines, and then you wouldn't even like acknowledge it. You just immediately like stopped the convo and just went into like muting me and saying like all this personal stuff about me, which is objectively lies. So like, can you actually like acknowledge the actual thing about the shape of the Earth? Because that's what you're all here for, right? Supposedly you're not an actual shill, huh? So like, let's drop the whole me and you thing and like just talk about the actual shape of the Earth and dropping plumb lines and measuring distance between top and bottom. Which, by the way, that's only like point number, I guess, 4. The Seymour radar is actually the most damning like evidence of concave Earth, which you'll never let me get to. There's no rebuttal for flat Earth or globe Earth for that. Every time I bring it up, y'all have to just ghost and ignore it. Same when I brought it up to everyone else, whether it's Owen Benjamin or anyone else, it just get ghosted completely. Just like when I just even brought up the plumb lines thing, y'all just immediately, like everyone was kind of responding to the thing about the planes and about the other stuff and trying to give rebuttals. But as soon as you bring up like dropping plumb lines and measuring it, no one will actually admit that's a way to prove the shape of the Earth. You had to immediately stop and just go into all the personal stuff, which I've gone out of my way since I got a mic tonight to not bring up, which I'm happy to, because we all know.
I literally prefaced by saying you should have thought of finding a common ground before you crashed out. Lie number 5. First of all, you're bitching about being ghosted like you're somebody's fucking bitch. You need to get a grip,
Baby
dog.
mama drama.
You really need to get a grip. I'm gonna let Xavier address your plumb lines, bro, and you could get the fuck out.
Nah, man, just let him finish
No
his
more
thought,
points.
bro. Let's just
No
let
more
him,
points.
bro. Let's just let him finish his thoughts, and then we will continue with Joe Dubs. We do
What does the
not
word
have to
incel
engage
mean,
with
Mal?
him, bro.
Define incel.
Go ahead,
Define
Matthew. Finish.
incel,
You
Mr.
know what a
Miss
pussy
100
is?
grand.
Didn't they flame you because you couldn't tell the difference between a pussy and a tucked dick?
Oh
You don't know what the word incel
Matthew,
means.
please, bro.
Involuntary
I'm
celibate.
sparing
You
you. I'm like,
Oh no!
I'm sparing you right
Wow.
now, okay?
I
You
felt
are
that one,
acting
man.
like a bitch, bro. You need to get a grip,
I
dog.
forgot about that. He don't know what a pussy is. That's
Emotional
right.
because nobody checked your DM after you went and retweeted the ops. Nobody pays you any
the
attention
ops.
because
You are the ops, Sarah.
Yeah.
you're
You
mad.
are
You're
the
mad.
ops,
Exactly.
Sarah.
You're mad. You're mad because we ignored you, bro. You're not the center of the
Define
universe, dog.
incel, Sarah.
Yo, define a
Sarah, define
pussy.
incel.
Define a
Define a
pussy,
pussy.
Matthew.
Exactly.
Define the word incel,
Yo, you
Sarah.
got a ratio.
Define the pussy.
Wow.
Find the
You got
pussy.
a
Find
ratio.
one.
You
Find
know
one.
what's sad is
Ooh,
y'all
he was
been
so
doing the
mad about that. I
hardcore
forgot
for like
all
years,
about that,
and y'all
yo.
got like a third of the followers I
Holy
did.
shit. No, yeah, let him finish speaking, bro. Like, this is funny. And then we'll just get him out of here. We'll just continue with Joe Dubs. Go ahead, keep crying. Yo, I forgot about that. That big got ratio.
You have to fill me in later. You have to fill me in.
Who got ratio? What are you talking about?
Continue, bro.
You did.
Me continue?
Yo, you got final word.
Okay. The last things I'm gonna say is the people listening, like this is not about all the personal stuff. It's about the shape of the Earth. Okay, like the fact that they had to just go into all these deflections after I just brought up like plumb lines and like these things should tell you. And Seymour radar, it should tell you everything you need to know. So that was only even 4 of the 6 points. Okay, so, the last few things I'll say, since y'all want to bring up all the personal stuff. Proud if you want to wager $100,000 that Escanor is an involuntary celibate, which is what the word incel means. Let's go ahead and put that money up. Okay, we can do that.
It's diluted.
Beyond that, all this personal stuff is just hilarious. Like, I know everyone's crashing out of level heads and leaving, and y'all are just desperately adding everyone you can. Do you think Mike can be an ally? And like y'all been getting exposed like by all these different people, and like I know it's tough for y'all right now, but like the bottom line is I don't care about any of that. I only care about like the people who are honestly seeking the truth, okay, which is not the people who are the top people pushing flat earth, okay, where it's pretty obvious for a long time now that like the people at the top pushing flat earth cannot be trusted. And that goes like, I mean, think about it. If flat earth was the actual real truth,
It's just
that
default
the people who
position.
run the
Let him
world
finish,
were
Lieber.
really
Let him
worried
finish.
about,
Let him finish. Let him finish.
that if flat earth was the actual like truth that the people who run the world were so afraid of everyone finding out about, why would there be a huge app about it allowed in the Apple Store and the Google Play Store? Why would there be a guy like Witsit going around like rinsing everybody in debates? Like, you think the people who run the world, if they're so scared of flat earth, they wouldn't have like shown up at Witz's door and been like, hey, shut the fuck up or we'll kill you, or hey, here's $1 million, now you're gonna work for us. Like, you think they couldn't silence people
Sounds
like
like the final
Witz?
experiment.
You think they wouldn't silence like a massive app like in the Apple and Flutter Google Play stores? You think they wouldn't be able to like silence people like Jaren? And you think they wouldn't even be able to silence like Flat Earth Fridays and all this? The people who run the world were really scared of Flat Earth. Like, it's the real truth. Stop and think about that. Plus, how did Flat Earth even start? It was getting pushed hard in the YouTube algorithms. Eric Dubay popped up out of nowhere with his little like, just brainwashing sort of like
How much longer do we have?
hypnotizing videos.
How much longer do we got?
And then it got pushed to the top of the YouTube algorithms for like a year or two, when everyone started seeing it. People thought like Flowers was a joke, and they got a following, and then they started censoring it, right? And then you look at the Illuminati card. Flat Earth is know something, okay? So they obviously planned the whole Flat Earth thing.
We do not
and
care.
Flat Earth is a half truth, okay? So that's it. If you want to know the real truth, look into Concave Earth.
I'm
okay?
here to tell you
And
right
the
now,
whole model,
we
everything
don't
works
care.
in one
We don't
cohesive model. Everything works in one singular cohesive model. You don't need mental gymnastics. You don't need like any sort of like lies of either side. You don't need to like believe in like any leaps of faith. It just is the truth. When you walk outside and you look in the sky, you know exactly what you're seeing. You know what the sun is. You know what the moon is. You know what the stars are. You know why when NASA does these videos where they're going up there and you see like the ship going like the launches, and you see like bubbles and ice crystals, like you know exactly what's going on. It all just makes perfect sense. So I'm gonna stop it there, and then I'm gonna leave before like they all
Finally.
about me. So bye, y'all have a good one, and the people listening, just look into Concave Earth because it's the real truth. Peace.
What a piece of shit.
Yeah, total bullshit.
Yeah, that
Just like
shit
Flat
was
Earth.
cringe as hell, bro. Hey, be careful DMing him, bro. He will literally leak all your shit like your baby mama. If you got a better baby mama that be leaking your shit, be careful DMing that guy. Just saying.
Hey, I DM'd him and he said he will like send me his research about the concave Earth, but he never sent anything because concave Earth is bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm just saying. I like engaging in different ideas and get different thought process. I would love to talk about the Tamarack mines with Joe Dubs. Way more of a civil guy, way more level-headed. Hopefully Joe won't leak any of my DMs or act like that. But yeah, man. That shaking my head. Just go look at his replies, y'all. Just go look at his replies. Like I said, be careful about DMing that guy. If you want to do something to you, he's just going to leak everything. And I hope he does, actually, because he'll see exactly what. You won't have to crop anything out to create a narrative. Oh, shit, we lost Proud. Let me try to get Proud back up here. Let's go to Conspiracy.
I
Good to
see
see
her.
you,
I
bro.
see her. Say, I see her down there.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to get her back up here.
No, it's good to be here. I grabbed a mic for Matthew. I mean, I owe you apology and Proud. I haven't grabbed a mic in a long time. I've done some whack behavior. Kind of was a little butthurt and bashed the community pretty hard. And you guys welcomed me back. But anyway, well, I don't say you welcome me back, but I really appreciate. I don't know. But Matthew, dude, this guy came he was in a group chat and he started calling us all faggots, retards, piece of shit, losers because he spent 30 hours researching concave Earth and he thinks he knows how quadruple rainbows work. It all works on his map, dude. Get out of here, bro. He started doing this cancel campaign at the same time Jason Bjorn and Jay Space and all these other shady actors started talking for the first time in like 6 months after being AWOL when the final experiment's coming up, and now they're just sowing more and more division. Dude, if you take him seriously at all, you're a joke, dude. The way he like laughs when he talks in this condescending manner, that's all I really had to say. Is I don't like the guy at all. I never have, and now I just really wanted to voice that opinion because he's just a scumbag, dude.
Yo, thank you for bringing that up because he's like virtue signaling, like, oh, all I care is about it. Like, no, bro. Just like Conspiracy told you, I wasn't even going to say nothing either. Man, he been crashing out and attacking everybody, women specifically too. And I don't know, do y'all agree with that? Is that something that we should be doing? We should be attacking women that's engaging in the sciences and Earth conversation. Is that what we should be doing? Calling them out their name, trying to dox them and stuff like that.
And on top,
yeah.
He keeps trying to flex this poll he's got with like all these big accounts. I'm like, dude, what are you talking about? Like, the only poll you ever had was like, I saw you on Flat Earth Friday, and he's like quoting his follower count. Dude, it's all just shady. Sorry to interrupt, but man, I can't.
Nah, I feel you, bro. And I don't even know why he talking down to like all some of these other guys like Flat Earth Dave. Like, he was one of the main one pushing all that stuff. He was like one of the main ones. So just a little bit weird, bro. A lot of contradictions. But yeah, thank you, Conspiracy. And it's good to see you, bro. Like, don't worry about all that stuff in the past, man. Like, you know, I had a shortcoming the other day too. I spoke about it in the space. We are not perfect. We are trying to figure it out. But I think that if we all like can take responsibility for our actions and move forward and just stay humble, which sometimes is difficult to do. You know, I know what it's like. But when you can take yourself to that point, I think everybody should respect that. And Conspiracy is a prime example of maybe making a mistake and then say, yo, you know what? That wasn't right. I probably should have done it this way. I literally just said it the other day in one of my spaces talking about Shinku and stuff like that. So shout out to you, bro. I really appreciate you. That right there is the character that I respect. Nobody's going to be perfect, bro. You know?
Yeah, I do know. And I started hosting spaces a lot more, dude, and you are a saint compared to how I deal with speakers or listeners. And it was a matter of like me not getting a mic. I don't know what it was, but so much stuff happens on the back channel, especially in these huge spaces I couldn't even imagine. So for me to come at you like, oh, blah, blah, like it was really whack. And people do that in my DMs and because I blocked them or booted them, like, dude, I don't give a crap. So like to think about, wow, I was that little bitch. Yeah. So I don't know, man. Just handle that stuff in the DMs. Don't try to make some scene out of it like I did and embarrass yourself. But I appreciate y'all, and I'm gonna drop down. Love y'all.
Love, brother. All good, my man. Just be careful handling DMs, handling stuff in the DMs with that guy. The Matt guy, yeah, he'll just leak everything. he don't care about nothing. So yeah, I'm just saying, just be careful, y'all. Y'all heard what he said he was gonna do. So it is what it is. Let's slide over to my man, Mr. X, and then we'll go ahead and maybe address some of these other things like the Tamarack Mines, because there is a few things that I wanted to kind of bring up about that. Unless Mr. X might just tackle it right here. Who knows? Mr. Xavier, what up?
Yeah. I'm not coming in. My phone's literally about to die, so I was trying to make it quick. You hear me?
Yes, sir.
Yep.
Yes. So, what I wanted to ask, because this argument is really an inverse of the diverging zenith angles of the mines, right? So, if you isolate it for any other magnetic interference, so supposedly, I want to know if he had a Faraday cage or what was the methodology? Because listen, and it was frustrating listening because I get it. Listen, I get it, but you got to understand it's a performance piece. It's a numbers game with anti-truthers, and I'm going to label him an anti-truther because of stuff I've seen in the timeline, and I'm not going to go into it. That's separate if somebody wants to know. But it's a performance piece for the audience. You see how I'm a victim? Oh, they were jumping me. Nobody had an answer to the fucking plum shit. I'm sorry for my language, but I see the game, and you are right for your frustrations. But their thing is thinking about numbers. They have to come here because we're the only ones that listen. We're truthers. Nobody's listening to concavers. The performance piece is to get into the game. The game is flat Earth, globe Earth. I thought flat Earth was supposed to be done after TFE. We still here. Right? And that's it. They want to be part of it. They thought they was going to be the new kids on the block. It's going to be concave versus globe Earth. The two globers at it. And sorry for my frustrating tone, but I see the game, and I know you guys know the game too. And hey, listen, you've been taking arrows, and it's how many times you're gonna take arrows before you go Super Saiyan and just spirit bomb the whole fucking place? I get it, but so the divergency angle. So, as the Globers would say, right? Well, it's oblate, right? You must have caught a spot from the plumb line giving signal to the surface. It was just oblate, the opposite way, right? It's curving. You got to eliminate that variable as well. So, was it a Faraday cage, and is it possible to do this on water, right? So we know water. In water, we know that it's going to be difficult to read a signal, but the surface air tension, the surface area is what's important. What's going on with the surface? We know for a fact it's going to maintain level. We don't know for a fact that you're measuring in reference to level in the cave. What is your reference, right? The forced line structure being built by Brian Mullen was detrimental. We can't have people talking about it because it's a rigid structure parallel to level. It's built via reference to level. So we can't have anybody talk about Doc's family, call his job. Nobody talk about this shit. Let's talk about signals. Let's talk about optics, etc. Optics is where we need to get this conversation to stay, whether it's TFE, whether it's long distance observation to look for rise over distance or drop over distance. And Seiko was smart to let the two Globers go at it before Tik Tok went out. I wonder if it wasn't puzzle or, oh shit, this is the problem. We can't have two mutually exclusive models both agreeing where there's an explanation for both. I wanted to ask about the drag with the planes, the design. There's all sorts of things that can go into it. If you could have a civil back and forth, I know the person is a liar. Try to hold it and then listen. I'm not perfect too. I snap off on these liars too. But so if we know the game, if we know the performance, it's for the listeners. It's a numbers game. They're trying to get clout. Let's be stoic. Let's try to be stoic with these liars. Let's try to be. Because if that's an answer that could be both answered in the globe Earth and the concave Earth, that's a problem. These are two mutually exclusive orientations of a surface. So something's got to give. The Glovers have an answer with a diverging zenith, and you have supposed diverging zeniths of a surface too. There has to be something that's mutually exclusive. What's the variable? What's the condition that'll say it's one versus the other? And that's what I wanted to ask. But he's gone now. But it is what it is. But thanks.
That was a very key analysis. Now, I don't know if it applies to everybody. I do think that there are some that, genuinely believe this and have a civil approach and is honestly looking for the truth. That's why I kind of like Joe Dubs. At least that's, the image that he gives off, at least in my perception. But yeah, there's some that's all about the theatrics. And yeah, those guys can go open up their own space and go talk. They don't have to use our space after trying to gaslight us and things like that. He's got 20K followers or something like that. He should be able to go get I don't know what, 2-3 times as much people in his space than what I do, or us, what we do. Anyway, shout out to you, X. I do want to also bring this up too, and I'll let Joe Dub speak to this if you like, and then we got my man Dr. Galatrax here. We got Flash up here. Just a couple things about the Tamarack mines. There was an article that was posted and said that there was deviations from parallelism from negative 0.004 to about 0.141. So they got not only convergence, but they got divergence as well. But the other interesting thing about that, right, being that it wasn't really a consistent measurement, it says, where is it at? In the short 1902 paper in Science, I think they're talking about McNair. He reports that he was satisfied with the cause was upward and downward air currents in the vertical mine shaft, determined by his careful experiments in which the currents were blocked as much as possible, and the plumb lines relocated relative to the airflow. So I did hear the other guy, other concave Earth that was in here saying like, they blocked all the airflow. And here they're saying they weren't able to do it. And when they actually accounted for it, they got deviations relative to it. So that was also interesting. So I wasn't really sure if his claim was correct, but he did say that Joe Dubs was way more well-versed. So I don't know, Joe Dubs, do you want to talk about some of these things?
Yeah, I will say the convergence. So that there was like, I don't know how many mine shafts there were, but they did this experiments in different ones. So if you read it, it'll talk about how it converged, right? So the two plumb bobs were closer together sometimes at the bottom versus the top, but that's when the mine shafts were separated by like 15 feet, I think it was, where the ones that we're looking at in this experiment were just over 3/4 of a mile in horizontal distance that separated the two plumb bobs. And then the distance that they would go down is also about 3/4 of a mile, just over.
That's the 4,000 foot, right? Was it?
Yeah,
yeah.
4,000.
I remember that. Yeah. Oh, here it is right here. I was just scrolling as you were talking. I don't know if you were finished, but go ahead.
Yep. Yeah, I put an article in there, has all the information that I've been able to find in there.
Okay, cool. Because one of the things that I was trying to figure out, I'm like, okay, well, because first of all, I've never been in a mine shaft before, so I'm totally new to this concept of what happens down in a mine shaft. So apparently, there's air currents and constant air currents. And I was like, how strong does those currents have to be? Like, it's not like it can't be like a gust of wind down there, like moving these things. Because they're like pretty decent size, like spheres that they were hanging off of these lines.
Yeah, I think they're 50 or 60 pound weighted. Picture them like probably the size of a couple bowling balls. Anyway, they were put in oil at the bottom, submersion oil. They used a piano wire to lower this thing. So if there was wind, they thought of all these things, right? There could be some type of magnetic interference with metal in the walls, or maybe the line itself was being attracted. So they swapped out the weights with different metals. They did everything they could, and they waited a day before they would measure it. So they wanted the plumb bob to be totally still. So that's why they submerged it in oil, so it would just become still a lot quicker. So you would think, where's the wind coming from? It's just a thin half-inch wire that's really, really tight. I can't imagine how the wind would interfere with that, but
yeah, let me read.
You have to think of anything.
Yeah, that's what I was saying too. And then I've seen this article that they were sending me, and who knows? Like, I don't know if this is like, glob logic or whatever the case is, and maybe there's a refutation that the concavers could figure out, because this is y'all argument.
Yeah, I mean, the point Matt was saying, I think, is a good one. It's a good experiment. It doesn't take a lot of money, and it's definitive. It'll tell us, because it's based on the center of gravity, right? So we think that the center of gravity, if the Globers think it's about 4,000 feet below us, where we believe that it's about 4,000 feet above our heads is the center of gravity. So.
Yeah, this is what it says in the article. I'll just read this real quick. I guess this is in regard to McNair and Morrow. Does those names sound familiar, Joe?
Yeah, Fred McNair, I think, did the study.
Okay, so it says, and I'll read the citation in a minute, but it says this last McNair experiment, chosen by Morrow to suit his purposes, actually supports McNair's hypothesis of air current effects, but Morrow misread McNair. McNair had not completely blocked air currents in the final experiment. McNair says it was not possible to stop all circulation.
Final experiment?
I know, right? Tired of hearing that. It looked like y'all had one too. McNair says it was not possible to stop all circulation. This is quoting McNair. So I don't know why the other guy, Matt, said that they stopped it, because McNair himself is being quoted saying that they hadn't. That it was not possible to stop all circulation. There remained a considerable convection circulation whose downcast portion was concentrated along the casing. In case you haven't done the calculation already while reading this, this is the author speaking. The force required to deflect a 50-pound bob sidewise, just 1 inch when it hangs from a 4,200-foot wire, is only 0.016 ounce. That's about the weight of a ruby-throated hummingbird. So basically, a hummingbird of 0.016 ounces would have been able to move that with that amount of force. So I guess they're saying it doesn't take that much to have caused a deviation if it was a small amount of air current. Again, I'm just learning about this in real time. I didn't know that there was so much air currents down there. I didn't know that it was constant. I thought it would maybe fluctuating if there was any. But apparently that's just not how it works in mine shafts. So if anybody that works in a mine, come pull up and you can tell us about it. But yeah, so they said that it wouldn't take that much force. It would take the amount of the weight of a ruby-throated hummingbird. I don't know if I've ever seen that before in real life. So yeah, that's interesting.
Was that for you said the air currents? That was for?
Yeah, that's for the air currents affecting a 50-pound bob at the end of a 4,200-foot.
So they're just constant air currents? That's, for me, it's hard to wrap my mind around that. But
yeah, I mean, we could look it up. I've never worked in a mine shaft before, but yeah, they said like the air currents are constant. And then when they actually tried to account for it, they saw less of a deviation. And even whatever deviation was left, it was still enough current that may have affected it based on the calculations of the force required to move that bob. So
is this from the Michigan Tech thing? Article
this is The Tamarack Mines Mystery by Donald E. Semenek.
Oh, Semenek, yeah.
You heard about this?
Yeah, he's like a debunker. So he's like one of these science guys, comparing him to like McToon.
Yeah, that's what I was. He's probably like a globular debunker guy.
Yeah.
So we definitely gonna put that in consideration. However, I mean, he does make some decent points, and
yeah, I'll add that to my article just to have it. So
that's I'll go ahead and share it in the jumbo, or I'll put it in the comments over there. I'm out of Twitter right now, so I can't see if there's any hands up. We got any hands up? No? Okay. We got Dr. Galatrax. Beast, what up?
Yo, what's up, everybody?
Good to see you, bro.
How you doing, Sacred?
Had better weeks, not gonna lie. But we all right, man. We ain't get it there.
I bet. I'm gonna let you get back to what you were reading. I was listening.
Oh yeah, I was just gonna post this down here though.
Yeah, whenever you get a chance, I would like to elucidate some stuff I've been finding tonight that PAs have led me down, but yeah, whenever, no worries.
Oh yeah, I mean we're not really doing too much right now. We just got, I don't know if you heard, we was just on TikTok, putting in some work over there.
No, I just got here. I've been trying to come in, but I've been stuck into like a really deep conversation with a friend of mine after this rabbit hole that me and Piezo went down. But he went to sleep and then like got caught up in the convo, and then yeah, just know it has something to do with GATE, gifted and talented education. So it's a rabbit hole. So I'll wait a little bit. I'm gonna make some food, but I'm listening.
Oh, interesting. Okay, I'm just gonna post this up top here, just so you guys have it. This is just like the challenge to Tamarack Mines, because that seemingly was like the best evidence for concave Earth. And the guy goes through like a list of things. Not everything that I agree with. Some things seem a little bit more applicable without having to assume certain variables that may be causing any deflections. So yeah, y'all could go check that out if you like. It's called The Tamarack Mines Mystery by Donald E. Semenek. So that's up top. So go save that. Y'all can read through it. And if the concavers, if y'all want to go challenge or tackle that, feel free to do so.
You know, I knew it would be an interesting discussion about the rockets in vacuum, like pretty intense, but like, wow, that was pretty wild.
Yo, I will say, man, again, like, you know, we have like a fundamental difference in how to interpret like how those physics are applied. But the points that I brought up, Blitz acknowledged them. He's like, well, if you're not wrong here, okay, I agree with that. That is correct over here. And that is what I like. That's why I be saying, bro, like we can't be wasting our time sometimes with some of the trolls because there seemingly were some I'm just gonna use unqualified like loosely. And what I mean by that, like someone who doesn't have credentials, someone who's not in the scientific community, they were ready to dismiss my argument. And they had to not dismiss it. They were forced to acknowledge it or at least just mute up when it was acknowledged as viable challenge. So again, shout out to Blizz if you're listening to this. I appreciate that, bro. That was one of our first interactions, I think. And we had Jorge in there a little bit earlier too. But he did say that he had to go, so we weren't able to build with him too much. But I really do appreciate talking to some of the credentialed people within the sciences. They just tend to be a little bit more honest, or they will tend to engage with the point and less likely straw man. So, not all of them. There's some real toxic ones, but they got their face and their name on the line, so they kind of have to behave in a specific way and you know interact in a specific way. So I appreciate that, keeping them a little bit more honest and civil. I hope y'all don't mind. I want to step away. I just want to go get me a light beverage. It's Flat Earth Friday, Stationary Saturdays, man. We still live. It's episode 126. Back to regularly scheduled deprogramming. You heard, because we got to deprogram the masses, man. Shout out to y'all for pulling up and kicking it with us, staying late. I know we started a little late tonight. Just a lot of stuff going on this week. But we here. Next week, probably going to be something similar because there's a lot more stuff going on. But we're going to be here. We're going to try to continue to do our thing. Y'all tweet the space, retweet. Maybe people can grab their morning cafe and listen to a little Flat Earth talk of the sciences, man. So let's get it. Go ahead, Beast.
For sure. I'll wait till you get your beverage, bro. Go get your beverage real quick, because I would like to put, or if you could, put something in the Jumbotron whenever you get a chance, just to, because it's like a poll in a sense. All right, so long story short, certain groups of kids all across the country were incorporated into this program called GATE. And there's different names for it in every different state, but they all related to GATE. It's like GATE, the Gateway Program, TAG or E-TAG, which is like the educational mission of talented and gifted children or something like that, which is Seagate backwards, which is another weird one. The list goes on and on and on, right? So Piezo brings this up to me tonight, literally right after I get out of work, and he starts asking certain questions. Like, here, let me find it. Randomly, like literally just clocked out of work. Let's see here. He goes, yo, question. What is your eye color? Do you have any head scars, any near-death experiences, or near drownings, especially in childhood? I know it's weird and random, but I'm getting weirded out by some stuff right now. So then I answer him. I basically, I have hazel green eyes. I have a scar on my temple. I had hernia surgery when I was like 5. I almost drowned when I was like 9 or 10 because I couldn't get back to shore from the ocean or whatever. So I started check boxing these things that he was asking. He's like, dude, check this out. He sends me a couple of articles, but then he finds this Reddit thread that I would like to post, and I'm just gonna read it real quick. But more specifically for anybody who's listening, if you are in the GATE, like if you've ever been in the GATE program as a kid, or a tag, or some type of special separate class, like, feel free to speak up on it and your experiences, and we'll see if we have any matches. But I'm just gonna read a couple of these. Gifted and Talented Education Program, CIA project. It says GATE equals Gifted and Talented Education. It's part of the American education system. Basically, all kids are put through a screening test around grade 3 and 4, and some are selected by the results of a test to go into separate classrooms, sometimes separate schools for a day or so each week. A few similarities about us have become apparent as this thread naturally evolves. And I'm just going to read off the traits. Blue eyes, hazel seems equally common. Occipital bun, aka a math bump on the back of the skull, equals Neanderthal trait. Birth complications, near-death experience, lack of memory of GATE. And he says, we did many hours in there, and it's all very vague. That's true. Windows were covered in all GATE classrooms. Tendency to be followed, abductions and general tracking too. Law enforcement being extremely lenient and easy during chance encounters. I personally have had that many times. It's weird. High IQs, highly intuitive and sensitive children. And then he says this. This is pretty wild. Other similarities that are less common, but a few ex-Gators agree on too. Interest in X phenomena or paranormal phenomena. Heavy early 20s drug experimentation. Forehead scars, early speech therapy, firstborn sons, migraines, and then this is funny, has an Israeli art student girlfriend, and he says, not even joking. Premonitions, prophetic dreams, above average intuition. And then he says, anyone in the subreddit have similar experiences. And holy crap, dude. I'm gonna wait till Sacred's back to read some of these. There are some interesting theories being put forth here, and a lot of people have like similar experiences, and it's really trippy. But it leaves you with the question, like, what the hell were they doing, right? Like, why are there so many similarities, right?
I could check off some of those boxes too, basically.
Yeah, me too.
Man, there's a lot. Have you went to GATE, Proud? Did you go to GATE or a special class, or did you have hearing aids or anything, or went through special screening tests?
You lost me at gay. I don't know what you mean by gay. But I did have, my mom did have like a C-section. It wasn't planned. And I personally feel like I had a near-death experience, I have a vague memory of going to another school during school, but I don't know. For some reason, I feel like it was like detention. I don't know. It was like vague though. So that's kind of creepy now that I think about it.
Bro, I'm telling you, as you read this, or like, especially if you start like unlocking memories, like me and Piazza were going through it, and it was just like unlocking a whole bunch of shit. I plan to do more research on this, but like I'm in hour 3 right now, and it's like it's already like I'm shaking talking about it for some of the things, because it's like, man, I've done like pretty much everything check boxes for me, except for Israeli art girlfriend, unfortunately. That'd be nice, one of those times, just have a nice Israeli art girlfriend, but I'm just kidding. But it sounds crazy, but wait till I connect the dots.
No, not crazy.
Yeah, Sacred, let me know when you're back. I'll put this on the Jumbotron if you can, or however you want to do it. And if anyone has been in GATE and wants to speak up, dude, please, like, or DM me. I don't care.
No, I don't mind talking about it. It was I think it was much more mundane, because I've heard that you were given a strange drink to drink at some point. Is that true?
Yeah.
See, so I do some of those boxes I can check, but it was more mundane. Like they just gave us a test. Like, I mean, it was some trick questions, some math stuff that you have to be kind of intuitive, or trick questions, that type of thing. And
so you were screened?
Yeah, it was it was a mundane test, like a written test type of thing. And but they sent us to my brother got in, and some of my friends from the same class I was in junior high, and so they were starting a whole other school, you know. But I don't remember anything weird. I'm now gonna want to think about it.
Bro, dude, I'm telling you, you'll start unlocking some memories, bro. It's weird. It's so weird. Do you know what years? Because like I was in I'm 95 baby. So for Gate, the specific program Gate, started in like 98 and then continues on today, and then other programs, were sprouted out or sprouted up before that, but they were called different things.
Right. Yeah, because I didn't have a Gate. It wasn't Gate specifically. It was just Gifted and Talents program. It was 1984, so I was like 12, and we were at that school
Did you watch Voyage of the Mimi?
I don't know if that is that sci-fi. I think, or
bro,
it sounds familiar.
I bet it does sound familiar. It was required. It's literally, dude. I'm telling you.
Well, what's it about? Like,
it's like I didn't experience it, Voyage of the Mimi,
Uh-huh.
but someone in the Reddit threads was talking about it and how, like, for me, from my generation, it was like Lamb Chop and like a couple other ones that we seen.
Oh, I remember Lamb Chop.
Yeah, dude. Like, so those educational TV programs for kids or whatever that introduce you to like scientific topics, etc.
Yeah.
Well, there's one specifically called The Voyage of the Mimi. I bet you if you look that up right now, you would be like, whoa, that, it would start unlocking some stuff.
I'm gonna look it up. I remember hating Earth science. I was like, oh my god, I detested it. Well, now I know why.
Hold on, B-so I missed the point. I heard Gate, Gifted and Talented something, and I actually wasn't in a program called Gate, but they did like, now I don't even like talking about stuff like that. Like I talked about it a little bit before, like did some screening when I was young, and they wanted to skip me to other grades and stuff like that.
Bro, this is it, dude. Bro.
But it wasn't called Gate though, so I don't even know if that's. I don't even know if that's what it was though. Like, how do I know the difference?
Well, there's Gate, there's Tag, there's Gateway, and there's a various other like sub-myriad. Like, there's so many other ones.
How do you spell Mimi? Sorry to interrupt.
M-I-M-I.
M-I-M. Okay.
But dude, Sacred, the odds of you also being in Gate and being in this conversation we're having now about our cosmology is not a coincidence, bro. I'm telling you, there's some shit here.
Maybe they're looking for someone who's a threat to them in that context of.
Aha.
Earth.
Bro, oh yeah, Sacred, are you back? Can I send you something to put on the Jumbotron?
Yeah. Is it a tweet already, or what is it, a link, or?
It's a Reddit post. I'll send it to you.
Okay, cool.
This is really interesting.
So do you think they have like superpowers or what?
I mean, it's not superpowers. Here's one of the theories. I'll read one of these theories that has been put forth. So this is from this guy C-Fan here. He says, so this is going to sound crazy, but one of the motives behind this program is that they are looking for a specific person with blue eyes. They are searching for the person they've seen through Project Looking Glass who will bring an end to this system. The main issue they have is they are only able to make out a few features because creator/source has prevented them from seeing the whole picture. If you believe in predictive programming / soft disclosure, here are some examples. Free Guy, blue shirt guy, the NPC who is only known by the color of his shirt, who can suddenly see the entire game for what it is and leads the rest of the NPCs into a paradise reality world that was hidden from them. I don't know what that is. Imagine Dragons radioactive video. The hooded girl, symbolism for something being kept hidden, has piercing blue eyes and releases the power that was caged and hidden. She defeats the controllers and unlocks the prison cell. Abigail, the main character is a girl with blue eyes that is depicted wearing a cloak. The story is about a city that has been locked down for a disease, but it turns out the disease doesn't actually exist. The lockdown was used as a control system as an excuse to test people to find certain physical genetic characteristics. The main character uses her power to break this reality and free everyone. By the way, this movie came out in 2019. There are others, but you get the point. They know that their reality is coming to an end. They've seen it. The last 2 years of madness have served two purposes. Number one, attempt to genetically test and find this person among the billions. Number two, lower the vibrations of the entire collective so they can buy time to accomplish number one. What everyone needs to do is change this reality, is to simply stop giving energy to any of the narratives. The inevitable will occur much faster and with less conflict / suffering than the path we are currently on. Like, that's one thing, right? So it is pretty. Oh, go ahead, Libra.
I clicked on by accident. I'm sorry.
Oh no, you're good. I was gonna say it is pretty interesting that a lot of people in Gate had these similar traits. I don't know. I don't know if that's anything there, but let me tell you, the
It
screenings
rings
that
true.
were
A lot of stuff does ring true.
Bro, a lot of things though that we were going through, like this is only like a part of it. I've been really searching, right? So tell me why me and PAs are talking about this, and we talk about, hey, you don't have, like, I don't check box the Israeli girlfriend thing or whatever. I just got off the phone now after like a 2-hour conversation. One of my friends from school, from middle school, her name's Daniela. She basically is Peruvian and European, and kind of abruptly calls me in the middle of our conversation, talks to me about a nightmare that she had in September. I'm like letting PAs listen to the whole thing as like in a Discord call because it's on my phone. And we're like, bro, what the fuck are the odds of this? This is crazy. She
That's
was
sloppy
like,
work. She's like a handler, it sounds like.
bro, but I don't think she's conscious of it.
She might not be. Gang
She was saying,
stalking.
I feel like we're tethered. That's what literally, quote unquote, what she said. And I recorded another part of the conversation we were having after Piezo went to bed, because she was in a separate schooling system too, because she was in a bilingual program. Now get this, right? I'm from Nevada. I'm from Las Vegas. The records from 2002 to 2003 are missing from Nevada, and her bilingual class too. I recorded her reading a text message that she sent to her teacher back then, because her mom was actually involved in the class as well. Wild, dude. And
there was information missing about you too down there in Vegas. I mean, Nevada.
Well, I'm saying that's where I grew up. I was born and raised in Vegas, and like, she wasn't born in Vegas, but she grew up in Vegas, and like we were in the same schooling system around the same year. Both had separate classes, right? That were separate from the school normal curriculum, and both records have been deleted. I swear, I got it right here. Like, it's the State of States report, where it shows all the reports of the funding that was going into all the states, right? And their basically classification of how to identify someone that's gifted, right? What do you do with them, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And then you look. We went back on the archive, because there's Nevada AGT, which is, or Nevada GT, NevadaGiftedTalented.com, right? It was created in 2002, yet there's no financial records of it until 2005. Wild, dude. And then it was wild.
Wow. Have you experienced any gang stalking type of activities? And sometimes you don't know what's going on until you look for it. So it's
well, I've had weird encounters, but before I go into that, Laz has been raising his hand.
Oh god, I'm not even on that screen. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah, no. Keep going, guys. I literally just woke up to this as you're, because I was listening and I woke up. What? Hazel eyes? What? Near-death experiences? What? There's so many of these I check off. So I just want to talk about it, but keep going, please.
Yeah. Oh, you posted in the Jumbotron Sacred?
Yeah, do you see it?
Yeah, dude.
Yo, this list is crazy. I kind of resonate with some of them, not all of them.
But
Right.
like the windowless classrooms is kind of crazy.
Bro, did you
morning.
drink pink liquid? I did, and it wasn't Pepto-Bismol because Pepto-Bismol is smooth. This shit was chalky. One of the theories is that they were trying to limit your pineal gland. I don't know if I'm buying all that, but I'm just saying they were trying to limit kids that have these certain abilities, and they called it like, oh, here, let me read. Oh, dude, I'm going to send you another one because there's another Reddit post that we found too that was connected to this one. And one of the theories is that, again, I don't buy into it too much, but it was that these special children, you know, some people called them star children or indigo children or whatever. They knew that they were coming, right? They knew that they were basically going to be born at a certain time frame. So they had these programs be implemented to basically stifle their effect on society based off of how they're intuitively changing the probability of events that are occurring around them. So like ask and you shall receive like tenfold, but to the point where you're like affecting like your events, like you just shit just happens, you know, for you, you know, like it just feels so synchronistic. I can't deny these experiences. I can't. Like I'm trying to find a hole in
You
that.
know, don't deny them. I mean, I can relate to like the Looking Glass stuff. I know. See, think of it as two chess players, right? And see, we all talk about the powers that shouldn't be. They've lost already, and as a chess player, the other guy, they know it's going to be the game's going to be over within a few moves. So it's like what happens between now and the end of that game.
Yeah, I think you're right, Libra. This is like endgame, like phase 3 of chess.
Yeah, that's when they shut down Looking Glass, though.
Dude, I know. And the fact that they oh, sorry.
Libra, make sure that you always mute up.
Yeah, I know. I'm trying. My mic's got some lag. I might have to switch to the other phone. You know what? Let me do that.
You're good. Twitter Spaces garbage sometimes.
Good day to you all as well.
Galatrax, my boy.
With a good mic. Let's go, Gala.
So you know what's interesting? I did like 10 space. I'm gonna talk about the gate stuff in a minute. I did like 10 spaces testing with JT and Alan, and it is completely RNG. So some days or some spaces that I join, mic sounds great, no issues. Some spaces when I join, sounds like I'm in a tunnel. And it was just we created a new space, so it was really weird. I have no idea how to explain it. I had this joke I wanted to make when I first woke up, and I was so like groggy. I was like, yeah, I slept so I could be so sharp, and you guys would be so tired. And it was gonna sound really funny because I'd be so tired, and you guys are so amped up. But I did those programs, Peter.
Bro.
They were called something else in New York. I don't remember what they were called. One was called like butterfly something.
Monarch.
No.
Butterfly
It was called,
something.
like, butterfly.
Okay. Just all right. Perfect, dude. This is crazy. So I'll send you the conversation that me and Piezo had. Like we'll have to have a talk in Discord, bro. And that's why I'm like trying to gather as many people who were in Gate who are in this conversation to see if we have any experiences, bro, that start linking shit together. This is my own personal thing, just because Piezo kind of dropped it on me because he knew I was in Gate because we talked about it before. So yeah, man, there's a lot here. I'm gonna try and find this other post about it. If I remember from memory, what they were talking about is they would need to basically suppress these children because they were affecting outcomes to the point where, you know, they couldn't be controlled essentially. So they would need to use these programs to basically cause trauma in order to break their psyche and break their power. And I was reading some of the Reddits, right? And I have a very vivid memory of not being able to return to shore and being stuck in like California, and like I was with my dad. I have no idea now after reading this. I'm trying to see, like, is this a memory?
It might come to you. Like I was trying to self hypnotize myself once to remember the code for my phone, the lock code, and I remember something totally unrelated, something serious, personal, something was important. So you can try that way, or it might
No,
come to you.
no.
You
I'm
know,
not saying that I don't remember it. I remember it extremely vividly, and I think it was a real event. But the
almost
fact
drowning.
that but the fact that these other Reddit posts have like almost identical experiences about not being able to try to return to shore. Like the only difference is like her mom versus my dad, etc. Like just different, like those kind of little differences. But that being like a core memory, and it is a core memory because I remember it vividly. And there's certain core memories that I'm remembering as a child. It's like, are they fucking are they actually memories?
And you've affected outcomes, right? You've affected outcomes. I think I'm guessing that you have, or think you have.
No, I don't see. No, I'm not even thinking like that. I'm just trying to like.
It might come to you. Something might come to you. This is kind of eerie. Yeah, it is. It's really interesting.
To be fair, Beast did help us speed up my mobile device. Definitely affected that
There
outcome.
you go. There you go.
There you go, bro. Yeah, dude, you guys, I'm sorry, I'm at a loss of words because this is all fresh and I'm still like absorbing it.
Well, certain things make sense now, in a way.
Iteration of the MK Ultra stuff. And also gate might stand for gatekeeping. Sounds very familiar to that stuff.
Bro, you know who created Gate? Michael Aquino's mom.
Wow.
Whoa. The Mind War dude?
The Mind War dude. The Satanist with weird ass eyebrows.
Yeah.
That created the Temple of Set in the army. His mom was like, yo, you guys want to create Gate? Yeah, that'd be a good idea. Like, what the fuck, dude?
I don't know who that is, but that sounds crazy.
You ever seen Michael Aquino?
He was a Satanist, and he was doing psyops. He worked for the military. He was a political science military officer, and he created something called the Temple of Set, and he was a theistic Satanist. And I think he was pretty high up in the military. I could be wrong, but basically there was a bunch of like programs associated with something called Mind War. And I could send you something on this, Sacred, but some people speculate that Mind War is what became InfoWar. InfoWars, like Alex Jones' program, where it was like a disinformation thing. It was a disinformation.
There's a war on for your mind.
This shit going deep, man. What the hell, Beast? What type of topic you brought over here?
Bro, I shouldn't be awake right now, bro. I should be sleeping for work. I have fucking... there's so many things that like hit a nerve where I was like, whoa, that just unlocked a core memory. Whoa, that just unlocked another core memory. And dude, I don't know. I don't know. It's just someone else go. I'll send some more stuff to Sacred and put up.
I'll post something on it for you guys. It's the Alex Jones, Joe Rogan, Aquino connection by Matthew North. This guy also was he killed himself by shooting himself twice in the back of the head. So the guy who made this
as one does.
Yeah, always. That's common.
But you see, most of these people, they are just made up characters. Someone like Andrew Tate is no different from Alex Jones. They're just there to push the narrative. And Andrew Tate kind of looks similar to that person you said who founded the Church of Satan. There are many people, they play these narratives for us. They push agendas and ideas. They may put a character that may seem to be promoting what you think is true. Then they'll just take it left.
I wish gang stalking was just a narrative, but unfortunately it's all too real.
Dude, I was just about to say something similar. Like, I wish it was all just a narrative, but like there's these programs are real. Now, granted, the weirdest shit for me personally is I'm still trying to find it. That's what took me so long Like I'm still trying to find it. It's been like 2 hours trying to find Nevada records of all the gifted and talented education programs. Like they're gone. Like no shit, gone. There's no records of it. Not to mention, you go to the archive website with the Nevada GT. Oh man, let me show you who's on the list of contacts. It's like
Wow.
Laura Bush, Harry Reid, Jim Gibbons, um, I gotta remember. I gotta look it up. Dick
That's
Cheney.
crazy, man. Oh, the cream of the crop, right?
In
Wow.
2002, so this is a web page on Nevada in 2002. Yet there is no records. There's no where'd the funding go? Like where? It's just gone. I'll send you the website, Sacred.
That makes sense. That makes sense.
You know what this reminds me of before we get to the last? This reminded me of that Cicada 3301.
The hell is that? Did you just curse at me? Just kidding.
Y'all never heard about that? The Cicada 3301?
It sounds. Oh, wait. Was that what about the eclipse and the cicadas, the bugs?
Nah,
it was an internet puzzle from the early 2000s that people
Oh,
still are trying to solve to this day.
Yeah, so basically the way that I understand it is that there's like some message hidden in the image, and then it leads you to some other message, and that message leads you to another message. And basically, if you find like the end of the road, that means that you got a gift. You could see things, like you can interpret things, you could, you got a high intelligence or high IQ, because it's not made for the average person to be able to interpret. So it's basically like saying, I put this image in this cicada, and then it says whatever information you derive from it might say call this phone number. Then you call the phone number, or it might repeat some random words, but the random words that you hear, you may interpret it to say go to the phone book and look up this name, and then do this over here. And then once you get over to the phone book, you see some other message in there. It's like these hidden, built-in messages for only the gifted to understand. And then if you make it to the end, they say, oh yeah, you qualified. Like we gotta nap you up from the CIA type stuff.
Dude, did you ever
it's
get a
for
hearing
adults,
aid?
though, I feel like. You say what?
You ever get a hearing aid in class? Or
No,
like,
I never needed one.
dude, I don't need one either, but apparently I needed one for like 2 weeks of class until I fought my parents on it. Like that memory just unlocked tonight. So after the hearing tests, the screening tests or whatever, they basically make you listen to like a series of tones and other things. And I remember specific, like it like unlocked tonight, dude. So the tester or whatever was talking to my parents saying like, yeah, your son basically has normal hearing, except when there's background noise, he can't hear low tones. So we want to basically give him, a certain hearing device that'll help him focus in class or whatever, right? So, whatever. Oh, it's gonna help my kid out, focus in school. Whatever my parents did it, I did it. I was like, okay, I guess I can't hear. And then I remember like being cheeky about the question that was asked. It's like, what do you not hear? Whatever. I'm like, how the fuck do I know what I don't hear if I don't hear it? I didn't say it like that, but I said like, how do I know what I hear if I don't hear it? And whatever. So I tried this hearing device in class for like 2 weeks, and I hated it, dude. Because it was like the teacher, my teacher, Miss Nagel, she like basically would talk to the class, right, normally, but would have like a microphone to like speak, and it would be like an earpiece in my ear. And I just hated it, and I remember fighting. Like I just didn't want to wear it. I kept telling Miss Nagel, like, I really don't want to wear this. You know what I mean? Most of the time, she was like letting it slide. Then it got to the point where, I think it was like the principal or the whatever authority figure popped in, was basically like, he needs to wear this by law because it's paid for by the state. So I remember that part too. Like the entire thing was paid for by the state. It's not like through insurance or through like a fee or whatever. And I remember having like
something that doesn't track. Like, yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt. Go on.
No, interrupt, bro. Please.
Well, None of the other kids were wearing your thing, but she's
No,
addressing
no,
the
it
whole
was just
class.
me.
Yeah, and she's addressing the whole class, and she's speaking on a microphone. I'm guessing for you to hear it.
Exactly. Yeah, yeah.
Something so weird there. There's something wrong there. Wow.
Because they portrayed it as I had a hearing deficiency and I need this hearing piece in my ear to basically focus in class. And then this is what happened, right? So after
Did you hear any more than you think you should have at any point? Like,
dude, I don't know, man. You
yeah.
know what I mean? I don't know. But like I remember fighting about it. And then it came to a point where we had a parent teacher conference and it was like with all the people that were involved with the testing and stuff like that at the desk and Miss Nagel there as well. And she stood up for me, right? Like I was saying, like I really don't like using this device. They were saying, well, he has to use it. It's part of this 203 or whatever, some type of special thing, some code or whatever, like where I had to use it because I just had to use it. And I remember Miss Nagel saying like, well, he really doesn't like it and he does great in class, like he'll pay attention. I remember saying like, I'll be the best student ever, like I don't want to wear this thing anymore, like I'll pay attention, do my, you know what I mean, like
In New York, it was called Section 504.
dude, there you go. It was something like that. It was like when you need a hearing aid or whatever and the teacher has to use it. Yeah
man.
Dude, Gally, I want to hear your experiences if you don't mind sharing, or like if there's anything resonating or any other things that are unlocking for you.
Well, without getting like too deep into my growing up, I didn't really go to school from 3rd to 10th grade because I had some really bad health problems. But I did go to school some days, and when I was there, they were always trying to put me in these gifted programs because I finished my work way too fast, and then I would dilly-dally and walk around and do other stuff. But anyway, I had some health issues, so I didn't go to school from like around late third grade to the start of 10th grade.
Wow.
But yeah, there were these I forgot what it was called. There were these clubs that I would get put into in like 1st, 2nd, 3rd grade. That they would take me out of class and we would sit in a room with like 3 to 4 other gifted students, so-called gifted students, and I don't remember any of the club meetings. I was in several of them too. One was that butterfly one I mentioned. One was called Banana Splits Club because my dad died when I was 4, so they had a special club you went to if your parents were split up or when your parents died.
Dude, I remember that. Yeah, my parents divorced when I was 5.
Yeah, they called it the Banana Splits Club. But I don't remember much of it. I do remember them giving me a puzzle where it was a box, a square.
Colored boxes?
It was a square filled with other squares.
Dude,
and they
that's the
kept
same
asking
test!
how many squares I saw. And, I counted the squares, and then I made squares out of squares. And I remember I got my answer was 19. I remember that specifically. And the teacher showed me that it was all in a square, so it was actually 20. I missed the big square. I got every inner square of this thing, but I missed the big square, the outer square.
Dude, that's so crazy. Okay. Does anyone know what the name of that test was? Because that's a very big core memory. Because mine was very similar, except it wasn't just one flashcard with squares and colors. It was 2 of them. I can't remember what the question was that they asked me to pick one, right? Like pick one of the 2. I can't, and I'm trying to remember and I can't.
I'm on the edge of remembering something now. But so you said Section 504. Has anybody ever looked that up? Did you try Googling that and see what comes up? I don't even know why I asked that because I think Galactus just mentioned that just now.
Well, in New York, what it says is it's the Rehabilitation Act of 1973 requires public schools to offer accommodations for eligible students with disabilities, but this is before I had a Section 504 before I stopped going to school.
I don't know if you guys noticed, or anybody in here. They've been talking on X anyway about they're talking about the voice to skull stuff. There's a lot of tech they're testing on innocent civilians, and they're clueless. They have no idea about it. That's part of the gang stalking. But they're talking more about the voice to skull tech. And people are asking questions, and that's what Werner von Braun used it to. His secretary, his assistant, delivered his speeches because he was dying of cancer. So he delivered his speeches with her using that. And strangely enough, it sounded like her own voice in her head, but it was him giving the speech. He conducted along the jaw, I think, well, in that instance. But yeah, I mean, and like I said, I suffered the gang stalking, but you have to know when to ignore it because they're a lot of times they're trying to provoke you. They're trying to provoke a reaction, so you have to know when not to react.
Yeah, to stay calm and collected. Yeah, I resonated with that, and I'm chilling now. You're good.
Yeah, and not like even be aware of it, but yeah, it's they're really sick. I mean, luckily I have a thick, I'm not thin skinned and I'm older now, but people just don't go their whole lives with no problems whatsoever and start hearing voices. And it's like, what's going on. And it's crazy.
Hey guys, can I chime in a little bit? I've been making some notes because everything you're saying really resonates. But I want to make sure I don't cut off anybody's thoughts.
No, go for it, brother. Please.
All right, I made 4 notes here. So first of all, 19, doctor, that big square, right away, what dropped in for me is because you don't see the limit of that 20th, the big box. So that makes you different right away, right? When it's kind of like the kids that don't color in between the lines. Then I made 3 others. So to me, like I like to take things back to base principles. Dave, where's Dave is in here? We were talking about this the other day before the space got fired. So comes back to me to very basically awakening, free will, and what the hell did I write here? Oh yeah, leveling up, which Sacred's gonna like. I talked about this last week with the elephants. So first of all, awakening, right? So if you think about you in this, because you guys talked about the NPCs and free will guy or whatever you call that guy with the blue shirt and this and that, and there will be one with the blue eyes that opens up. I think this is all just symbolism, personally, to your own life journey, and we all have this. And our journey is that of remembering something that we just forgot, right? So if you believe in the spirit, the soul, heaven, right, the other dimension, think of yourself as perfect light in that sense. But you came to this world of duality, of darkness and light. And in this, you forget what you are. And in that, as you awaken, right, a lot of people will awaken and they'll be like, oh, you feel like you're on a quest. It's kind of like a meth addict is always on a quest to get, metal, to get more meth. What's interesting is, people awaken in different ways. So there's so many things I could talk about this, but this is very important. Free will. So when you're talking beasticles, I don't know if you go by beast. I like beast. When you're talking about free will, the fact that, it makes you call a phone number, this person and that calls you, that's exactly what it is. You have the freedom to choose every single thought and word, but all of a sudden that changes your reality and your trajectory, and things start coming into your life. Now, both good things, but the bad things or the assumed bad things could be nothing more than, if you use the analogy of Jesus and the cross, everybody's given a cross. And it's like, yo, man, are you going to carry this? I do believe you could have had like a hearing aid the rest of your life if you didn't speak up and at a young age really speak up for yourself and have that free agency. And I can really relate to that. And then
What'd you say? I couldn't hear it.
I really believe
kidding.
that you got me. You got me. And then the leveling up, it is literally like as you level up and as you have this awakening and your reality completely shifts, and some of us have seen this, actually all of us have seen this as a collective in the Mandela effect. And things are just getting weirder and weirder. If you're in this space, you know everything's getting really weird and you're laughing at it. Now, I do not think that that is by design. I think that's just awakening to a different. So Dave and I talked about it like this, right? Just like you got your personal sun. What's to say you don't have your own personal resonant reality that you tap into a new level each time? Kind of like the sun goes around, that you're literally tapping into a new level as you vibrate higher. And then I even saw this guy, I tweeted it out and I sent it to Joe specifically and RG and this guy James Fried who builds domes, because he talked about Polaris. For all we know, Polaris projects your true reality, and all the other stars are all the other alternate realities you can live in this world until you come back to your true north. I know all this is kind of like woo-woo off the wall, maybe, but it might resonate with you. But what you said woke me up this morning as you started talking about all this, because I was extremely afraid of the world when I was young for no reason. I just felt like it was off. And it took me a long time to make sense of it. And I had a lot of crosses put on me that I accepted willingly because I denied my reality. But now I like to dial it back, and I always think of the why. So mine is way beyond like the shape of the earth. It's about, okay, what does this mean? And my understanding as of this moment, as I get more information, I change my understanding and I try not to stay stuck on anything. But my understanding as of now is all of us have a reality that literally shapes the collective reality around our world. But some, and this could be the indigo children, what you're talking about, as you shift your reality, the entire world changes. And this is really hard to understand. But this is why spaces like this are really important, because I don't think you need to wake up everybody. In fact, I don't think they're ready. I think you can literally change the nature of the collective reality by just a few being aware of what is essentially just putting more light into darkness, because there's always going to be darkness in this world of duality, but light always overcomes darkness, and it's just up to you whether you remember your light. I'll land it there because I know it's a lot, but
it makes perfect sense. Like I don't remember what the term was that was used, like star children or star seeds. Like one of the it was like one of the things mentioned was affecting the time of the people around you. And when we were talking in here a while back about time and space, and like the only way you're going to shorten something, change time is time flies when you're having fun. That's how you're going to affect time. But does anybody in here notice, like, in the week seems to go by for you fast or drag for you, but for the people around you, it's the same, but and they said maybe possibly it could be affecting the time of the people around you. And then you'll meet someone that for the same week is dragging, and it's just different, Wow. Yeah,
well,
that's like that goes into affecting the world.
Yeah, time is very relatively, Brent. And if you really think about it, like this is the other thing that I thought about is let's say you're 100 and okay, so do this thought process for yourself. How many souls would it take to replicate your life reality if it was a game? Like how many beings how many names do you know? How many have you studied about? Like all the way back to the beginning of history that and how many have you actually come across? Because if you do this number, for me, it's probably around maybe 100 million, if that, maybe 10 million. So if you think about this as like some if you think of life as a game, and life is very, you know, I won't say serious, but it's very real. You know, we have children, we have families, you know, we have people we love. But if you think about it that, hey, I knew all these people outside of this, and we're like, yo, let's jump into this game called Earth and let's live it out. And you're going to play this role, you're going to play that role, I'm going to play this role. And we just have to figure out that which we already know. We're all connected, we're all one, right? How many would it actually take to play your life up to this point and everything that's going to happen to you? And I venture to bet, I don't think it's more than 100 million. It could be less. And when you talk about, you know, good guys, bad guys, yeah, it's just like wrestling. And there's, you know, Hulk Hogan becomes Hollywood Hogan.
Based on
evolution.
that, well, based on that we're all connected, it could be billions.
Could be.
Actually, all that is
Just
irrelevant if
came
you
up
ask
the other
me.
day.
Because you were there when the Earth was formed. You saw it get formed. You saw the galaxy get formed. You're just deluded in time, but all these things you are there. You just didn't exist like you know yourself today. Time is actually relevant. It's just we have chosen to focus in that direction. But you can tune yourself out of time. Sometimes you experience time in a different modality. When, for example, the story is interesting, you'll find that time tend to go by quickly. And if it's boring, time tend to go back slowly. So it depends with your focus and your attention. And we all create our own reality. And collectively, we work together based on the ideas we have to create the environment that we experience together. What people consider the star seeds, these I also will consider like the old soul or something like that. These are beings, soul beings that might not necessarily have originated from the earth, or it's not their first time being born on earth, but they've experienced other civilization, lived in other places, and they come here to raise that vibration also and to bring that knowledge here. The same things we'll be doing as we earth evolve and we'll go to other places the same way. So these are the old souls. So the parasites that are here, they're scared of them because we're coming to change the, what do you call, the energy grids. Is it energy grids really? But you see, like when people fight, there's war, the trauma stays in the land, and that memory stays there, things like that. As we are coming to change those things and help elevate the earth, go to a better place, to more of a paradise nature than what it is today. And this is what they're scared of. But anyone can be a starseed and all this other thing, so long as you're promoting and pushing light. These are the people that will pioneer the new frontier of ideologies, thinking, and spiritual organizations too. That's why they have been trying so hard to nab them with all these vaccines they've been giving us since we were children. It was all just a part of the game to make us not activate. And also this GMO they are doing is also part of their game to make us.
I agree with that.
Yeah. It's all part of the ploy, just to make you less active about yourself. And also religion. Many may not like it, but religion is also used to control you, make you live in fear about hell and heaven. They just they tell you you're born a sinner. Like, what the hell is that? You are just a child. How can you be born a sinner? And people adapt this guilt and grow with it up to old age. And you see the system usually manipulates your guilt also. It manipulates the guilt that they
I just
put in you.
remembered something what came up the other day. They were reading, a woman was reading, and you guys might have seen it, their mission statement, these evil people, these vile people. And part of it is what they don't want us to discover is that we are all connected, you know? Yeah, a lot of stuff is making sense now. Sorry, Beasticles, go ahead.
And sorry, Beasticles, please hold that thought, because there's two things that came up too. So exactly what you're talking about, CLW, in religion, I do agree it has a place in helping you make the understanding, but it also puts that number 20 on. So you know how doctor said 19 and he doesn't see. It puts a limit on, and to me, at times, it tries to put a broker between you and the creator. And then the other thing, right now when you're telling Libra about mission statement, you're right. You're absolutely right. Every major corporation has a mission statement. Every thriving business has one. And these evil doers literally get together and they have mission statements on how they're going to ruin the world. So my challenge to you guys, we're getting together. It's 126 and Sacred and Flurf, Proud. Like, do you guys have a mission statement?
And if not, can we do one? Like, is it just awakening? Is it just, having fun, coming together, philosophizing? Or is there something kind of greater? And I'm not saying to go, you're already being called a cult or whatever. So, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying to understand where you're going, sometimes you got to have that elevator pitch. This is my marketing sales side coming in. So if you guys ever want to hash this out, I'm happy to help, but I think it helps the collective. I'll land it there.
Let's say my mission statement is iPod, in pursuit of truth, and I'm going to maintain that for the next 10 years, at least.
Well, that's a good sign for marijuana throat. iPod. Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. That was funny.
I like the dual meaning. I like it.
iPod too, Gally. iPod too.
Yeah, the marijuana throat.
Real quick, Gally, do you remember wearing specific headphones?
No. So when I stopped going to school, I was tutored, and I would do that like 4 hours a day, one-on-one. So I probably would have been put through whatever those programs are. But again, I stopped going to school. I got tutored, and then I, like one-on-one tutored.
Another thing that's interesting, do you remember any of the faces of the people that were giving you the tests? And I'm trying, dude. Can't.
Yeah. Yeah, all of my teachers were Jewish. I live in New York.
Nice. You had good bagels growing up as a kid.
Yeah. I think you grew up around like Long Island too. I live in Long Island, and everyone here is Jewish.
From Long Island.
Long Island.
You know how to... Oh, go ahead, Sacred. I saw you pop up. Go ahead, bro.
I was gonna say, they're gonna clip Gally up like, oh, yo, he was taught by every single Jewish person. He's Muslim confirmed.
Yeah, a lot of my teachers were Jewish. Some of the best ones, actually. Like.
So.
I'm really glad you brought this up,
dude.
We needed to hear this. I think.
Listen, I've been trying to get on Flat Earth Fridays, and I've just been like, then I just hit like another. I kept hitting more and more resonant experiences that these people are posting, and I'm like, oh, I do remember that. The pink liquid one is so strange to me because check this out. After 5th grade, I was like, I'm gonna act dumb to fit in. I don't want to do this shit anymore. So I started getting into fights. I literally got into fights, like 5-6 fights in 5th grade, and they were literally talking about the my eligibility to go into a magnet school or whatever. And I'm like, good, in my mind, whatever. I don't want to go. I just want to have normal classes. So my middle school years to my high school years, I didn't do any special classes. I opted out of all AP classes, right? And then I was a real troublemaker in 9th and 10th grade, right? And I remember getting RPC'd because I was punching lockers or something like that because I was angry about something, whatever it was. And being pulled into the...
RPC? I'm sorry.
RPC is like a suspension without expulsion.
Gotcha.
Required parent conference, I think it stood for, or something like that. And then I remember being pulled into the dean's office, and the nurse came in with this little cup of pink liquid. She was like, it's for the pain. And it was this chalky pink liquid. Like, it wasn't smooth, it was chalky. And I remember it tasting like bubble gum. And I was connected. What up?
It was calm. Yeah. It just didn't seem like it was not going like
Proud, you hot micing, Proud.
I don't know if she was hot micing. She hot micing?
Actually, I wasn't even sure. Proud, were you saying something or was you hot micing?
Not saying something. Got it.
I just remembered something, but keep going. Your pink liquid.
Yeah.
No, that pink liquid sounded like the Black Mirror episode where it was like, yo, drink this compliance.
It's like, yo, wait, what?
Bro, but like I was connecting the dots, and it's like, all right, if the record of me going into gate stopped in elementary school, and then at middle school on a piece of paper I looked just like a normal kid or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like, oh shit, he forgot to drink his pink liquid. To put him on it right away, kind of thing. Like, I don't know. Sounds kind of weird, but I'm just trying to connect these dots, like, and as I'm connecting more and more, like some of these core memories.
Leading more questions, more stuff you have to check, right?
Yeah, like, all right, how many 10-year-olds dissect a sheep brain? And like that's what I did that, like in 10th grade or when I was 10, 5th grade. We had like little
Wow.
lab coats and everything, and it was sheep brains, and I remember the smell, bro, the embalming fluid and all that stuff, and like the brain was like the size of like your fist or like 2 fists or some shit like that. I remember them telling us about that.
Wow.
And then like it didn't really occur to me until way later, like how wild that was. Like, why the fuck did I dissect a sheep brain? You know what I mean? It's like
I did a worm. That's the most it was. A groundworm.
First of all, I'm in Nevada, okay? And at that time, it was 50th or 49th in education across the state or across the country. 49th. So where the hell are you getting funding for sheep brains? Oh, wait, I don't even know how
Yeah.
much funding they got because it was deleted. 2003 is gone.
Weird.
Dude.
Yeah, that's crazy. I something makes sense now that I never forgot, but it makes sense now. I don't remember being given a pink liquid, but I remember vomiting pink liquid out of nowhere, like just after school sometime. I think I was like over 10 years old, but like maybe less than 12, something like that. And I was just vomiting violently, like, and it was just pink liquid. And it was way more than would be in one cup. So,
Bro, Libra, I'm gonna read
that's
this to you, bro. I'm gonna
weird.
read this. So this is from the
Okay, go ahead.
other Reddit post that I found. Gate experience. My gate experience is quite fuzzy. I remember doing tests with the various cards, the Rorschach test, the brown headphones with the curly cable leading to a CD player, the brown paper covered windows, and even some sort of test or something that's hard to describe that I did on the computer. I remember taking images of little soldiers and setting them up in formations on the screen. Of course, swordsmen in the front, archers in the back. That portion is incredibly fuzzy. I have no memories of the people who gave these tests, who they were, what they looked like. I do remember attending therapy in high school, and I was incredibly hesitant to speak about my younger experience with my therapist. Is this connected to the gate experience? I'm unsure. What sticks out to me most importantly is the drinking of the pink liquid. I remember the cups were either plastic or paper, small shot cups that could be used to deliver medication to someone, something you see in like a hospital or a doctor would give to you. To this day, I do not remember what the liquid was. I do remember it tasting like that pink cough syrup, but I have a feeling it wasn't that. Whatever it was, I'm unsure, but many like other Reddit users like you have commented on this post. I too was separated from my normal classmates during this period. And I've done a lot of reading on the gifted and talented education, specifically on the conspiracy side of it. And he provides a podcast about the GATE program. And it says it also provides images of the various tests they would conduct and even the headphones we used. Interesting.
Yeah. You remember ever getting sick of that stuff, like vomiting, anything like that?
I do. All I remember is like the taste because it wasn't. It was chalky. Like yeah, it was a very chalky taste, which wasn't. So it's not Pepto Bismol.
Like medicine, but like some kind of medicine, you think?
I couldn't tell you, bro. I just know that
don't even read anything into it. Yeah, don't forget I asked. Wow.
Yeah, and then
this was in the lobby of my building. We're talking to other kids, friends of ours, and then, like I just started vomiting and stuff. Bizarre.
Yeah, a lot of weird stuff, but yeah, I just kind of wanted to just throw the feelers out there and I don't know, like if anyone has any, experiences or similar things that were kind of weird. Feel free
Pietro
to
came
DM
in
me.
here last night. I wonder why he didn't mention this.
Dude, I
I
don't
know
know.
it's kind of off topic, but I mean, still, like I would have. This is
Listen,
super interesting.
I'm not sure how much of this one, would want to be shared with Piezo or whatever, but this is just between me and Piezo in terms of like just a back and forth, kind of like, yo, what the hell, like, dude, have you had any of these experiences, kind of thing. Yeah, like I don't want to share too much on here, but like if you guys hang out in Discord or whatever, like I'll show you some of the things if Piezo's down. Because I'm not even saying like the half of it. Like I'm just saying the stuff that we found like publicly, but like the personal stuff, bro. And then the phone call I had with Daniela, dude, I had to record some of it because it was
That was
so more than synchronous. And like me and Piers were like, dude, is this a sign, like a wink and a nod from the creator? Like legit. And that's how it felt. Like it's so, because like at first we were like, what? No way. What she put up to it? Like, think they're listening or she's spying on you, blah, blah, blah. And it's just like, no, they wouldn't need to do that. They're already doing that. Like this is like a wink and a nod from some higher power. So.
Well, you're being asked to step on the board of the great game. Unfortunately, it doesn't. It's not going to pay that well. Yeah.
Well,
but
I get
I have a
15 an
feeling
hour, so I mean, I'll
there's
take
other,
whatever, bro.
I have a feeling there's other people here that might resonate with this. They might not be ready to, to talk about it.
Well, there is one thing that's related to it. It's game theory, and how true that is, I don't know.
Can you expand on that?
Just game theory.
I'm not sure myself.
You know what? I'm gonna look up the definition.
Yeah, think about it. Yeah.
Because there's different types of game theory. I'll just read the first definition I found real quick. Game theory is the branch of mathematics concerned with the analysis of strategies dealing with competitive situations where the outcome of a participant's choice of action depends critically on the actions of other participants. Game theory has been applied to contexts in war, business, and biology.
That's interesting.
But that's exactly what it would be, though, right? Like, you can't affect you don't know your own outcome, but if you affect other people's outcomes, then you can kind of like control certain variables.
Well, just now when you said game theory, what made you think of that? Or because what I say, something about you being asked to step on the board of the great game. I don't even know. I know why I said it.
Well, I'm not sure if you're referencing like trust the plan, Q kind of stuff. Okay.
No, not at all.
Just there's some things about Q that's just
Thank God.
Man, I think Q is a trap for some of the smartest people in the world to fall into. Truly.
Man, you about to be public enemy number one for Q.
Well, those are the ones that shouldn't fall for it, right? I mean, automatically. I don't even know. I was accused of being Q once just for speculating, Everything's a game to these people.
That reminds me of Gally's posts. We're on to you, buddy. G. I don't know if you guys kept up with Galatrax's posts, but they're so great.
I just followed him a little while ago.
I want to see
Galatrax was trolling crazy. I was crying reading all his tweets.
Dude, it's so good.
Oh, it's trolling the Globers?
No.
I was in a space yesterday with Echo. This just reminds me of this song that somebody brought up in the space about once you come to the realization that you're special, but it's something about once you realize that you're a cog in a much greater machine, there's a lot more comfort to it. What's funny enough, it ends off with, if I had an orchard, I would work it till I'm tired. Like if you realize that your reality in the world is your garden, wouldn't you work it till you're tired? Anyway, I'll put it in the comments. Hopefully it resonates with you guys because I think it goes with this conversation of trying to figure it all out.
Thank you. Trying to find this song I posted yesterday just to lighten the mood a little bit. It's kind of funny. It's crazy. Oh, not to change the subject, but he meant that the concave Earth kid. He mentioned radar, and I was gonna talk about radar. Radar proves flat Earth. Like if we were on a globe, we would have no air force because this some idiot on Facebook years ago said radar has lobes, like an earlobe, but it doesn't. It goes straight out. So if the Earth were curved, the enemy could just fly right under the radar and literally just destroy our air force. So it's so nice of them not to take advantage of that, right?
Listen,
I
who
don't know.
knows what the military actually has, talking to, I don't know if you guys remember Dr. Mike, but, picking his brain for what he could actually talk about versus what he was like, I literally can't talk about that. And the areas he
Yeah.
worked in, he blew my mind with the idea of them having exascale computing. And, for layman, exascale is like the level of computer operations per second that a supercomputer can do. For example, petascale computer is 1 quadrillion floating operations per second. Exascale is 1 quintillion, which is 18 zeros, just to give you an idea. And that was revealed publicly in 2019. He was saying like, oh, they had exascale computers in like 98. And I was like, bro, I get why. I get something. Like I get some things that he believes in like now, but if that's the case, if you guys really understand like how far ahead that is, it would only make sense of why we're able to have these generative AI models and those large language models and agentic AI and all this stuff. It's like that's why they're comfortable with releasing that to the public because they have some stuff under wraps. Who knows? But I think
hope they have like a way to stop it.
you can't. No, yeah, you'll go crazy trying to. There's no, that's why I kind of went into the spiritual aspect of things, which is why I resonated with Laz's last speech there, because you get so sucked into these narratives, and you can't fight against the system by joining the system. You know what I mean? You can't. And believe it or not, talking about these things, but then like, oh no, crazy, like, kind of like I have tonight emotionally, but that's just because it was some personal stuff. I'm like, whoa. But I'll calm down after a nice blunt and a nice sleep. So I'm not tripping. Yeah, man, it's just, I think you can relate a lot of things personally to your experiences, but I don't want to just make it a personal thing. I think there's something to this gate, like to this program.
Definitely.
So I'm just kind of putting feelers out there. I gotta go to bed, otherwise I'll just keep talking and talking.
Look,
So.
Beast. I think Bruce Lee had it right when he said, "Be like water," right? When you're talking about the resistance, be like water. It always finds whatever shape of what it's in, and we all know it always goes level, right? It balances out eventually.
Yes, sir. We may have a 24-hour sun, but you don't see any bending water.
Bendy water, magical bendy water. Thank you so much for the, like DM me if you, I don't know, if you have anything that might be significant or, I definitely want to know more about this.
I'll send you all the links I got, and I sent the Sacred some links too. If you want to share those two, whoever asked Sacred, for sure.
Yeah, let me go check right now. Hold on, let me see.
Okay, he's on the move.
When you think of all the stuff we know now, like Tuskegee and all kinds of crap, experimenting on public, I mean, it never never really occurs to us, I guess, to think, what have they done to me or us? You know what I mean? It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, you can think of it in the general sense, right? Like what everyone's affected by, and then you have like the specific targeted stuff that to most people it's like, you're just schizo or you're just crazy or blah blah blah.
Yeah.
But it's like until it happens to you, it's like it's not so crazy. And people will go crazy if they don't have a support system.
Or if they're not aware of it at all, what's going on.
Right.
I'm more inclined these days to go to a protest march because people march and protest about the stuff, what's being done to the public, clandestine programs and stuff like that. And I would say, oh no, I'm not going to gather together with another bunch of targets. That's not good for anybody. But now, I would go. I would go protest. And of course, they're going to test more stuff on us all there, because that VGK's crowd control they're talking about. And I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Sorry, Libra.
Well, Laz, real quick, I just want to say thank you for your speech, bro. I'm going to drop down into listen mode, but thank you guys. I'll talk to you guys later for sure.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, man.
Thanks, Beast. Appreciate it. Libra, I was just going to say.
Y'all shout out Beast. Just real quick, Beast, where can they find you on Discord? Where you be hanging out at?
Ether Cos, you already know. NEA
sir.
sometimes, but Ether Cosmology. Yep. We're the true G's. Alan, Shane, Toby, Witsit, Stone, Sacred, Proud, Taylor, Ken. I can keep going to anyone I didn't mention, but if you want like the edge of what's actually being discussed in terms of cosmology and like in a very pertinent way, and if you want to get solid information, that's the place, man. And I would just take it all with a grain of salt, because we're all just men, we're all just people, we're all just humans, so I wouldn't put them on a pedestal like, deify them all, don't do that. They're still the boys, but you don't always have to bring something to the table. Sometimes you can just come to the table and just listen. So anyway, later, y'all.
Later, bro. Shout out to the lads.
Later. Thanks a lot, man. Thank you.
Shout out to Beast, man.
Yeah, for sure.
So it is Stationary Saturdays. I don't know. Proud, should we do like last call? Keep it rocking for a little longer? What say you guys?
Why not a few more minutes? I'm cool with that. It was just, the whole space was wild. It's like, wow. Like, really, it's always interesting, but that was next level.
It's like you never know what's gonna happen in Flat Earth Fridays, bro.
Yeah. Oh.
Maybe next week we could check out some more TikTok lives. Either that or maybe we could slide through Clubhouse, because I haven't even been over there before. I might slide over there this week. Who knows?
How much did you hear what I just said? I'm having mic issues.
I didn't hear it.
I didn't hear anything.
Okay. No, I remember when I first joined you guys, Flat Earth Fridays, you asked about, what we think and why. And so in 2006, I found rockets don't work in vacuum, but I couldn't deal with any of it. I like that was like what the fuck. That blew me away. So I filed it away. I shelved it, and then later in 2014, I really got into it. So I don't remember if you had heard that before I mentioned it that time about rockets not working in vacuum. But since then, we watched a lot of videos. We you know, if we thought rockets did work in vacuum, we would have seen that. We would have seen that proof. And you guys, I think you played the video with the hypodermic and the vacuum thing with the smoke coming out of it. You know, yeah, I don't know. They didn't like that one.
Yeah, I mean, I never get a real answer that aligns with what they claim is happening. That was always interesting to me.
I got a question. Do any of them, the Globers there, like, do any of them not believe in the moon landing? Because I wanna explore that. Like, there's a kind of an angle there, like, because a lot of Globers, they'll never believe it's flat. They'll never want to know the truth, but they don't even remotely believe that moon landing was possible. Like, they're solid on that too. So it's like, I don't know. There's something there. There's an angle there. Like, we might be able to reach them. Maybe I'm thinking. I don't even know what I'm thinking.
Libra, I think you're right there. But I think it goes beyond flat. What in my experience, it comes down to the creator. They're just not ready to believe in a
Yes.
creator. That seems to be the commonality that I see with most of the people that can't accept it. And even the ones that do accept the creator, the level is like, what does it matter? Because they're so entangled in the, excuse my language, fuckery that is this entanglement.
Yeah.
That they just don't see a way out of it like that. But that's where it's like, you want to have empathy for them and just, okay, you don't see it, but just being aware of the game changes the game.
That's true. That's true. It's very true.
Damn, I might tweet that out. Just being aware of the game changes the game.
It's all
That's
yours.
like
It's all
profound.
yours, bro.
That's so deep, man. That's great.
They're gonna be like, "Oh, Sacred, your tweets aren't real. Las's been writing all your tweets for the past 2 years."
Yo, Sacred,
Did you see
you got to do what the
Flurf heard his comment in the thing? Sorry. Go
you
ahead.
got to do what the Chappelle game blouses.
Damn, Mike. You put a comment down there that we call your whatever you're talking about. We refer to it as a sermon. Like, I've never heard anybody say that. Like what the hell? That's like so.
The sermon sounds a lot like discernment to me.
But it's like they're trying to put a religious angle to it. They go whichever way the wind blows. And that guy never comes up to take a mic. He's just always in the comments, being obnoxious.
Look, the way that I look at it, and this is when you deal with some very difficult cluster B types, is the karmic lesson keeps coming as long as you still have triggers. So it's like the haters will keep coming and saying the things that trigger you because you still allow it to trigger you. Once it doesn't trigger you, they don't come. And look, I'm not inviting any haters, but I haven't had any haters at all. I do trigger people, but words can't hurt me no more.
I posted a funny video down in the purple bubble.
Yeah, most of those guys in the comments just probably want a reaction. I tell them, come get this action. Pull up.
Yeah, come in, grab a mic. Let's talk about it.
Yo, Beast, if you're still listening, my bad, bro. I'm looking through all the stuff you've been sending me. I didn't see any of this stuff. You gonna get me on a you got me on a whole reading list. I gotta sift through. This is some fire stuff. Shout out to you, Beast, if you're still listening.
Please share that.
Yeah, I'm matter of fact, let me share the last couple things that he put in here.
There was something similar going on. Did anybody ever hear about Project Camelot? It was like it was a woman and a guy. They were going around filming people's experiences, like paranormal stuff, and there was something similar going on with some kids about being tested and stuff like that, like thrown in the water, like practically drowning, thrown in the water, you know. And now I see. I don't know, it's weird. I mean, we're made of water. Maybe that's something to do with it. We're practically, are we 7 tenths water too?
We're also constantly drowning.
How do you mean?
Well,
I can relate to that.
life in
Exactly.
general. You literally go from a state of surviving. If you're lucky, you get to existing. Then you get to a level of things are happening to me. There's the victimhood. I got that ticket. Can't get a break. Then you eventually you start to see the silver lining. And this helps a lot when I look at the sky every day, because it reminds me, and I'll never forget now, just looking at the firmament, that you start thinking, you get to the next level of things are happening for me, right? So something bad happens and you're like, wait it out, because okay, I just don't see it now, but there's an opportunity here. Just 51% positive. But the real power, the real 45D chess power, is when you start saying things are happening through me, where you can bring yourself to a real state of clarity and you can realize your free will, realize your awakening, and know that every single thought that you make and every decision you do today affects your infinite future realities. And we get this easily in time travel. Oh, go back in time, change one thing, and then your life is so much better. It's the exact same thing. If you're aware enough, you change one thing now, it completely changes your reality. So yeah, we're all drowning until we're not, until we realize we're water. Also, you ever try to help somebody as they're drowning? They'll pull you down. Sometimes you gotta let them go.
Definitely.
I put another Reddit link, and then there's a podcast too, which B said it was on a website and it was removed. I wonder why. But y'all can go check that out. I put it up top. It's a little thread. Some of the things we were talking about. I shouldn't be tweeting none of this. They're gonna think I'm all the way there.
See, now they got you acting different, Sacred. Right? Just the act of shining a light on you. It's like, man, how do I be more real? I gotta prove I'm real. They're questioning my existence. I gotta bring on another brethren and have him talk at the same time. Bro, they got you.
It was all over for Sacred.
Yep.
I think Secrets is going to be a little bit harder of a target to get. You know? Yeah, this is crazy.
Boy, out of singing a national anthem. Since it's stationary Saturdays, man, let me slide through and see who in here. So funny. As soon as I said that, Samantha sends me an emoji. What up, Samantha? Gang, 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 gang. Oh, Chris is up here. What up, Chris? Shout out Joe Dubs for holding the concave down earlier.
Good evening, Secrets. I was a little bit busy when I'm listening. But what is Elon doing with his post? That's more than a year later. Crazy.
What is Elon doing with what?
Yeah, Proud posted something in the bubble, a reaction from more than a year ago. I never seen that. So that's the first time I've seen that. So ever since it got flagged, I'm not getting everything through anymore, just little bits and pieces.
Yo, I forgot to mention, guys, for those of you that don't know, Run Boston Bears are running that 100K. So let's send them some good vibes today too.
Oh, JT's running that 100K today. Shout out Run Boston Bear. Chris, I'm trying to find this Elon post. I don't see it.
No, it's Proud posted it up. She shared it in the bubble. It's the second one from the right.
Chris, you got another account?
Yeah, I've got two. One I lost for a year, that was blocked for a year, and I just got it back out of the blue after a year.
Oh. Oh wow, this was a long time ago.
Yeah, that's funny. Yeah, this is my original account, but I got this one blocked, so I opened another one, and after that, that one got blocked, and that one they blocked for a whole year.
Wow, this is OG. This is all the way to the beginning of 2023. She was tweeting at you. Girl, you keep tagging Elon. Elon gonna shut down Flat Earth Fridays.
No, we won't.
You better not. Chill up off us, Elon. Space is fake, but chill.
I'm gonna kick his ass if he does.
Allegedly.
You better stay
Mr.
out of the
Flat,
Netherlands.
it's flatishly round.
Who else is in here? Oh, we got Ken that just pulled up. What up, my man? OG.
What up? What up? Well, we know good. I'm making coffee.
I was just saying we should hold out and wait till some of the level heads grab their coffee for stationary Saturday morning.
I stayed up kind of late listening last night, but yeah, so that's why I'm up at 9. If I'd went to bed on time, I'd have been up at 5.
Yeah, we started like super late. We still made Friday, but we were super late. I may go way like super early next week.
just for the hell of it, because why not? Who knows?
Yeah, just throw everybody off, man. What do you mean it's been going on for 6 hours already?
Got to keep you on your toes, man.
Yeah, what did Elon with proud? Where's proud?
I think Proud is here.
I don't see her.
I shouldn't even ask. I was gonna say, what was that she said to that guy, the Concave Earth guy about? It was late night. It was something. What she said was late night. I mean, I shouldn't ask. But what a character, man.
Shout out Proud for the updated PFP, going crazy. I like it. Who else in here? Oh, Whistle just joined. Good morning, fam.
What up? What up?
Yo, we really thought that you was up last night. It got a little crazy.
Well, Blitz, what up?
Well, yeah, Blitz and Jorge. Blitz wasn't actually that bad. I thought he was gonna be a little bit worse than that, but he was kind of chill.
How'd that go overall?
Who else still in here with us this morning? Rest in peace, the Globe. My man, JP, what up? Plain and Truth, my guy. Alan, I haven't heard Alan voice all evening, all morning. Alan, if you good, man, hope you all right. Throw me an emoji. Shout out to the YouTube chat. We still live. Let's see who else is in here. Of course, Prometheus, the dude. Mr. Ed, Mr. X, Davo, Sweet still in here. Steve still in here. Matt, Lump, my man. D3 on the other side of the plane. Mr. Human. Who else in here? G continues, what up? We got Mila in the building. What up, Mila? Grandiosa. Taylor in here, Sweet in here, Tara in here. Karen B. News from Madland, what up? Simply Jill, I see you. KJ Carrington, I see you. David Pillar, JG. Macaroni sounds like Marconi. Who else? We got Change. Suspect, Julian, Chris, all eyes up. J Red, man. Sun God, Biblical Earth. Nicola, Jack, Coffee. Momo Raff, Chef, Tanya. James, The Way, 1024, V Wolf. Dan, and last but not least, Flat Egg. What up? Long time no see, Flat Egg. Flat Egg low key OG. I ain't gonna lie.
Yo, did Witsit post that song yet? I've been looking for it.
I totally forgot. I'll try and do it in a little bit.
Thank you, sir.
It's just a simple upload. Just hit the upload button.
Well, that one actually is pretty easy to upload.
But this one changes everything, so.
I just go to the beginning of the stream and I just keep on hitting rewind.
Yeah, I think I'm gonna pop off another one Talking about all the haters and crazy conspiracies.
Yo, bro, I wanted to. I didn't know if I really got a chance to last week. Hopefully, you could relay that message to Kai because that was like her first interaction last week, and I was like super crash out, and I felt really, really bad. I don't know if she like listens to Flat Earth Fridays when you be in here, but like I did not want that to be her first experience, bro. So if you could just apologize on our behalf for having to deal with all that, especially while y'all was kind of like just kicking it during family time, I would greatly appreciate it because that just super sucked in hindsight. So shout out to Kai.
No, yeah, it's all good. She knows. I'll say something to her though, but she's cool.
Yeah, she was solid. She was up here handling it though. I think I heard her on I think I heard you guys over on Earth Awakenings the other day.
Yeah, she popped some EA some.
That's what's up. Y'all go tap in with Earth Awakenings and Ether Cause.
Yeah, the whole like I'm a girl thing is crazy. And so I'm also a Jew now. Just all wild. It's like, dang, so under your own admission, you're terrible at research until after I find something you don't like. Right, like you guys were terrible at research this whole time then.
Bro, that's what I said, bro. Like I don't know if you catch like the space that I had did earlier this week. But they were trying to do the same thing to me. And the guy that they was actually playing with, he came on the mic. He was like, "Hey, look, man, I'm a globe earther. I don't really do the flat Earth, globe Earth thing like that too much. I'm open to hearing what y'all got to say. Sacred my man and everything like that. Or I never met him before, but like he's still cool." And he was like, "But it's just like if you guys can't determine what's real and fake when it comes to stuff like this." He's like, I'm supposed to believe what y'all got to say about the flat Earth. And I was like, oh man. I was like, y'all see, man, you see what it looked like from the outside, bro. So I just caution everybody, man. Just don't fall for the trap, bro. Don't fall for the trap.
But here's the thing, like I've thought about this, and it attracts a certain type. So if you really think about the truther community too, right? It will attract people that maybe haven't done what they wanted to in life. So then they want to have a one up on everybody else and feel special. We all know the type, right? But then the true reality comes out when it doesn't fit their mold of what that special is, and all of a sudden their identity is in it and it's questioned. And that's when you see the for lack of a better term, the narcissistic rage, and it comes out. And like as much as the haters are projecting, a lot of the times they're saying, oh, you think you're better than, you think you have it figured out. That's part of the draw of the ones that are in, but not truly in that sense, because they're not open to changing their mind, and they don't realize that they really don't know. I think the most true truthers admit they don't know anything, right? And that's the power in that you're constantly changing your mind as you get new information. I'll end it there.
I mean, that's what it's about, right? Updating your position and when confronted with new information.
Yeah, but when you fall for a trick like Sacred ain't black and he's doing all kind of crypto scams, when you've been around this long, then you really need to scratch your own head a little bit. It's the same with Witsit. Telling him he didn't went to Antarctica is ridiculous. Why should he do that? And even with the breath thing and everything, when there is no moisture in the sky, there is no vapor coming out of your mouth. And Antarctica is the driest point of our world. So, and but same with the snow boots and everything. If you ever went snowboarding and that the snow turned into ice, you're not stamping anything into that ice. So it's the whole thing is lack of knowledge, basically.
Plus, the sun doesn't matter on the shape of the earth.
You're still talking about a reflection and not the real source of our light.
Working? Oh, and they have ego tied up in it, you know. And oh, it was Austin said the globe is it's a faith-based belief system, so they have faith tied up in it, you know.
Yeah, but if you have their model that the sun, the pole is tilted 90 degrees towards the sun, and if you look at how light propagates around the sphere and it only moves up to about 30 degrees, that means that same light won't reach 30 degrees beyond the equator. That means the whole north of the world would be in the dark in the globe model. And we see a sun, so that globe is dead anyhow. It was already dead, and now it's totally dead.
Oh, real quick. Speaking of, did you get a chance to figure out the that extraction? Um, I know that was costing like a few hundred in order to
Yeah,
get that
so
data out.
yes, I started getting all the extraction, all the data extracted because people donated and I got it, but I have to make sure certain info is not in there. See if the current hiccup. So, um, yeah, because of like, okay, so like, so that people don't get doxxed.
I was just about to say like identifying information or something. Yeah.
Yeah, which is tough because I mean, it just proves what it is. You know what I'm saying? So, I don't know, I'm trying to figure it out.
Oh, Witsit, that video you posted on YouTube, that was wild looking at it with that 360 degree, with that dark spot in the middle. I put a comment in your section, but that is basically the blind corner of where the camera is positioned, not?
Yeah, there's a lens on the front and on the back. It's 180 wide angle. It is so. There's a little blind spot that's stitched together basically, but
Yeah, that's what
yeah,
I
there's either
thought.
that option or you can have it all stitched together where you can move around the full 360, which is preferable, but that's how Stone was able to get that one processed and a little bit lower res to get it up. So, you know.
Yeah, my phone, I tried to watch it on my phone, and my phone app went totally, I can't play this. With all the technology we got. But thanks for sharing, man. That's a good thing.
Hey, what's it? I don't know much about you other than the stuff that you're. But in terms of your training, have you ever studied law? And have you ever considered getting into law?
I mean, I've considered it because, like, since I was like 15, my mom has insisted that I do it, but I will never be like an actual attorney now.
Yeah, and not in
Yeah.
that sense. Not in that sense. Because I
So I've
same.
studied quite a bit. I when I got arrested for basically being outside of the First Amendment area whenever I was doing forest activism in national parks, I studied a ton in terms of reading all Supreme Court rulings for free speech. And then I wrote a federal motion. So basically, like around the clock for 2 weeks, and I wrote a federal motion, which, humbly, I think is pretty good. So that's when my attorney reached out to me and asked me what attorneys helped me like that. And told him I wrote it. So I know a decent amount of how to like write within the system, and then I've studied quite a bit of how to denounce, like contract law, basically. So I mean, I know a decent amount.
Have you looked into Black's Law, like the 5th edition, all the way down earlier, and how to do remedy and things like that?
Yes. Yeah, I've looked into some of that. Just a second.
Yeah, so while Witta comes back, I only asked this because I have a good buddy who's a very similar thinker in this sense, and I know with him, he's a lot more helpful. Some like I don't trust lawyers. I barely met an honest one, but that doesn't mean that you can't study law and help people within the entanglement, that is, how to navigate it themselves. So that's why I bring that up, because I have like a friend that really helped me navigate some stuff, and he just has a mind for it, and I recognize that in Witsit.
I'm really into like a constitutional law, like First Amendment, freedom of speech, pushing the boundaries on where they try to limit our rights, where we're supposed to have like free rights and stuff like that. Arguing as an attorney, though, is something completely different.
Yeah,
A lot of
that's
self-taught people that learn the law, learn how to speak those languages, because it is a language that you got to know.
sacred. I just watched Jurassic Park 1 with my son last night, and it's like those raptors. They're always testing the fences, right? You got to test the fences for weakness, and you always test the different, because there are fences. And that's the way I look at it, right? And knowledge is power, and this is, if you call it a war, it's an information war. And those with the information are controlling, people, and suppressing their true, first of all, their freedom, their God-given right and free will. But a lot of the times we're given choices and we just accept them because we think we have to. So that's that gray area really interests me. I've never been interested in law particularly, but now like it's something, it's more interesting than watching a game that I know is rigged. So just like this, like people, rather than going out on Fridays, people are excited about this, which is amazing, right?
So I've learned a decent amount about it, like when people need my help, and I'll try to help them. So I've done that a few times for people where I'll put like tons of time and energy into reading all the so as applied information, right? Meaning like their personal information. So the relevant laws as applied, and it just like it- it's like extremely time consuming, and typically like I've always just done it to people for free, and it's just not tenable. And in addition to that, obviously, like it's illegal to practice law per se for someone without a license or whatever. Now, like
Yeah,
now
but
you can find ways around that because really you have like an attorney, so they basically turn things over. They're not actually lawyers. I mean, there's a bar, it's inside group, it's a whole thing. But yeah, I don't know. I'm thinking about building. I'm building like a little university thing, and then I'm gonna have kind of a course in there to help explain for people to be able to do it themselves in terms of denouncing the contracts.
yeah, my unsolicited advice to you is think about stuff you don't like doing, and think about, okay, like how much would I pay somebody to do that thing? Like I don't like cleaning, so I'll pay a cleaning lady. I'd pay her 25, $30. I don't care, because I don't want to do it. I'd rather be doing something else. At a baseline for really good friends, you could be like, okay, that's my price. Like that is like, because it does take time, and your time is your most valuable currency. And then think of like a regular rate or maybe like a group rate, but you can get around it in terms of coaching, right? So for example, I could be like, yo, can you be my life coach? And we meet once a week, but really like you're helping guide me and trying to get my remedy to get out of this situation. And because you have the mind you're like a dog on a bone, right? And I mean this as a compliment. I consider myself a toother. Like once I get my teeth into it, I can't let go until I have a basic understanding. So there are ways around, and therapists do this. Like for example, in Canada, my naturopath can practice here. She's a full blown doctor, 5-year license, but she can only practice in Ontario, maybe a couple of other provinces, but she'll see people all around the world as a coach, right? And as a health coach, and she's actually moving to that. So there's lots of gray area for that. But I really think there's something there for you, in a way to supplement your passion, because like you got a gift, man. Like if I was in a jam again, and there's other things that are going to come up, like I'll be reaching out to you specifically because you got the brain for it, and you know, like, but start thinking about that price for you, so you can, that's my advice. That's how you kind of, because then you can focus in on the things you love.
No, yeah, good luck, man. I think it's not a bad idea. One thing I've ran into is I put all this time and I really research and think about it and see all the angles, and I feel like I'm thinking like very in depth, tactically and stuff. And I write motions, and it's like I'm thinking like really, really deep, like 50 layers, and I write these like motions for people. And then towards the end, they end up kind of getting uneasy because of like, it's all about like pressuring you and coercing you and stuff. And then they'll have some other attorney that comes along and makes his suggestions. Oh, pull this out, do this first, change this, whatever. And then people go their route and end up losing, end up not working. And always in retrospect, I know it sounds weird, so I don't want to talk about this, but like I ended up being right.
Yeah, no,
That actually even happened to
100%.
me. Yeah, with my appeal, lack of appeal on my First Amendment, because I went to change the First Amendment law, and I think if someone goes and reads that motion right now, realistically, the federal magistrate judge strawmanned one singular argument, strawmanned it, and hand waved the whole rest of the motion, whereas I actually said only one of these have to be true, basically, to substantiate facial invalidity of the motion, meaning it's unconstitutional on its face. And I put like 50 things, or maybe it was like 20 hyper specific, well substantiated different reasons that it was facially invalid. And she like isolates the weakest one, strawmans it, and then dismisses the whole thing. Which means like on an appeal, a panel of judges would have had to look through that and stamp that, and I got kind of talked out of doing that by an attorney. I helped my friend out with another situation. And I just spent tons of time just because he was like going to lose his freedom, basically. So I was trying to help him out. Another attorney talked him out of doing something. And well, I was like, you got to throw the whole kitchen sink, basically swing for the fence, do this, 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 this. The attorney was like, oh, well, we should hold this back. And turns out he couldn't send the rest in later. So yeah, I've had some frustrating experiences, I guess, to say the least.
I think you really nailed it on the head though, like, because I'm the same, and I thought so. Mine was family related, and family law. It's one of the worst because you're guilty until and you have to disprove all the allegations. So it's just constantly, and that's why like it really I empathize when you're getting these barrages of just BS and you're feeling a need to even like that sucks. But what I've noticed, the really, really good lawyers, they don't care about the entire story. They can pick up on a couple of nuances that are undeniable. So rather than throwing 50 things that are true, and they're true, because there's your truth, there's the other side's truth, and then there's the judge who says it's periwinkle. And in that sense, the judge assumes everybody's lying. So they're just looking to pick apart stuff. So it's kind of like if you kill the weakest brain cells, you're stronger in essence, right? And it's the same with the argument. So that's maybe, there's a really good book called The War of Art. So it's not Art of War, it's War of Art. And another one by Rick Rubin, it's called The Creative Act, where he says get to the very base form of it, like the most simplest way to argue it or to create something. And that makes it more airtight. But yeah, man, I think you definitely have a mind for it. And I love what you're doing. I hope you continue to do what you're doing, but I want to see you prosper on that end so you can do more of this, because you'll be able to 10x, 100x everything that you're doing.
You said they got a book called War of Art?
Yeah, I recommend this for anybody. War of Art, it's like, I'll put it in the pill. I'll put both. War of Art and The Creative Act. Creative Act is Rick Rubin. This guy made more money than Jay-Z, has zero musical talent. Is the dude with the big beard, white dude, but like he's very in tune. And so this is what I love about it. He's like, if a child draws a house, he'll draw a box, a triangle, draw a window, a door, maybe a chimney. All right, take away the chimney, it's still a house. Take away the window, still a house. Take away the door, still a house. Take away the triangle on top and it's just a box. Technically, it's still a house. If you can get down to the base, and this is the same in arguments, if you keep it as short and concise as possible, like it's undeniable. And that's creativity in essence. Is it's much easier when it's simple, when you keep it as simple as possible. I'll pop both in there.
Hey, Proud, you back with me yet? Trapped in the ether wind? Oh, no. All right, I'll clear the jumble myself. First, let me add last post. Short recap. We did have Stone come in yesterday, give a little breakdown on his analysis of these sunspots on a 24-hour sun, which seem to have some anomalies. From what I hear, is a dope presentation over on Space Audits that they did in Ether Cause. I can't wait to go rewatch that. Replay value probably goes crazy. We then slid over to TikTok. Play a little away game over there. Seeing what the TikTok lads looking like. We got infiltrated by the concavers. Got it into some gates. Shout out to CIA. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. I do got a birthday next week. Should be lit. We'll turn up.
Is Ken connecting?
Ken?
I'm here.
He's here. Mike sounds great, by the way.
I am on 1%.
All that charging?
Don't you know you're supposed to plug up before you slip off into the
It
ether?
just says Ken is connecting for me.
Oh, so you can't even hear him? Oh, see, Shane just pulled up. Morning, Shane. Happy Stationary Saturdays. We were looking for you last night. We had to go pull up on TikTok, and they want to talk about sky optics. I shared some of Shane's posts on tides and this eye in the sky. Some of the concavers had some questions about that. Y'all go tap in with Shane. Did a wild meteors prezi. Proud is back. Jay Peasy.
What's up, my guy?
Yo, long time no see.
And how you been?
Had better weeks. But we all good. We still intact.
You always will be, you know that. You know, I got a question. What do you think about this whole thing about the magnetic pole shifting? That's the whole magnetic excursion.
It is interesting. We talked about it when we were discussing the geodynamo. And we were doing some research to kind of bring like some information about how they say the core to Earth is working. And what we learned is that they don't know what it is. They just call it pole shifts because they can't predict it. They can't predict what's happening. So they say, well, like this tends to happen even though there is no consistency. The quote unquote shift is unpredictable and we can't model any of it. And they don't know what the cause of it is. So I think you have to like assume a sphere, assume the poles, assume the causal mechanisms, and then explain away why you can't predict it. Especially since we have not been to the center of the Earth. Damn, what episode was that we talked about that, bro? I feel like we were just talking about that a couple weeks ago too.
So, because the one thing that's like interesting to me is like how far we're now seeing the aurora borealis. You know, we're seeing them as far south as Arizona. We're seeing them clearly in Oregon and those kinds of places too, which is something that's also atypical of what we would normally expect, right?
Yo, I'm glad you said that because when the auroras was going crazy, when was that? A couple months ago, right? Probably a little bit longer than that.
Yeah, it was like last spring too.
Yeah, like they were like capturing them everywhere. I didn't get a chance to see it, and I'm kind of mad about that because people were posting these pictures that just looked like the craziest like phenomena ever. I remember some anti-flare jumped in my mentions. It was like flat earthers don't know something, and he's like, "What color of the sky do you believe it is?" Or like just trying to troll me. I was like every color, and I posted a aurora borealis in the sky, and it had like all the yellows, the pinks, the oranges, the purples, it's just crazy, bro. If it was the naturally occurring aurora borealis, because who knows what's been going on.
I'll DM you some photos my cousin took in southern Oregon, and I mean, it was the most beautiful thing I've ever seen. It's crazy, and it was just from his backyard.
Yo, send them to me, bro. Like I would love to witness those in real life.
Hey, Sacred, I think that episode you were talking about was in the 80s.
What's the episode? For the geodynamo?
Poles for the poles, all that stuff.
You might be right.
Yeah, but every gas that comes in that gets ignited by oxygen gives its own color.
You mean every gas that gets ionized?
Yeah, ionized gases. Yep.
Yeah, and about that pole shift, if you look at our world is ruled by charge, and everything is magnetism and dielectric, when that charge is dropped away and we see our magnetic field getting weaker and weaker, when the charge drops to zero, everything what is in the system on the move comes at a full stop at once. And that's when you get the disasters. It's just a drop of charge.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting. I could agree with that. Like, even if you get an increase in charge, right, you're not going to have any disasters. You might have some anomalies, but as soon as that drop in charge happens again, you know, I mean, you get that experience when you have a high pressure system and a low pressure system collide. There's a drop in charge.
Yeah, even when an atmosphere collapses, that air and gases and everything in that point that is collapsing will go to the other side, so it just bulges out somewhere else.
Yeah, but I like that sacred. What color is the sky? Every color.
Facts. It was crickets after that.
Check them out. I just sent them to you. It's just watching these atmospheric phenomena happening right now. It's just very interesting.
What did I miss? I'm down here in Texas.
No, we're talking about the aurora borealis is moving further south.
Oh, like back when that hurricane happened?
Yeah.
Yeah, remember when we were little kids with the ozone hole in our sky? That basically is just a spot in our field where the ionization is very low, and where there's basically the charge, the discharge is coming in.
And it's funny because like hairspray was causing it, and then that hole in the ozone layer regenerated, so it's gone now.
No, it's still there.
I don't know if hairspray was the cause of it, man. Like, I think what happened was that people were ratting out their hairs, and with the hairspray, and it was creating antenna, and everybody was kind of like growing in cognizance. But it's just me. Like, music was wild back in the 80s, man.
Yeah, but if you look at a closed system, every closed system has to have a vent to get the overpressure out of that system. Because even if you look at what the research is showing us, that there are elements escaping from our atmosphere, and it's basically the sun, basically the layer in between that catches it and puts it back into the system.
I'm not saying the 80s had the best music. I'm just saying, like, the 80s had the 70s, the 60s, the 50s, the 40s. Like, it had great music all around. Just everybody was listening to everything.
I agree. The 80s were awesome, dude. I mean, I grew up in the 80s. Jordans were awesome. Tight rolling your pants, wearing Stussy.
I was born in '82. It was fantastic, man. Like, you could go outside and do whatever
Heck
you want.
yeah, you had your Tony Hawk skateboard, right? 10 years old, 5 miles from my home, all over the San Francisco is where I was born and raised, all over the city. Mom never went to jail, which now she'd go to jail.
Also, best video games.
Totally, right? Remember TNC? That was like one of my favorite games. I think it was Nintendo.
No, what is it?
Oh, it was Town and Country Surf, and it was a game where you could like surf and skateboard and
Oh, you're talking about TNC circus
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
elements.
Mike Tyson's Punch
Not
Out.
TNT, TNC.
Mike Tyson's Punch Out was awesome.
Mike Tyson's Punch Out was awesome. Sight Bite. I don't know if y'all ever had Gunsmoke or Gumshoe. Those are
Ghosts and Goblins.
But even at the arcades, like Double Dragon, like the quarter games.
Yeah, that's what that was
Shinobi.
our family business. My grandfather owned arcades all over the Bay Area. So like if you were into Shakies and Straw Hats, he owned all the video games inside there. So I got to grow up playing video games and had a huge warehouse full of them.
Oh, you so lucky, bro. I'm so mad.
Go play games all day.
Honestly, this stuff, like, there's a place in Montreal, an actual bar, where you could go and you can play unlimited games, all these old school games. There's a huge appetite for this.
And we used to get to go to these conventions every 6 months, which was all the video games coming out. And it was free, and it was open for like 8 hours. I used to just go there and geek out.
Yeah, there's a couple of pizza places that I knew in San Diego that, like, they literally did a throwback to all the great video games. So they had like Street Fighter 2 Alpha, NFL Blitz, NBA Jam.
Gotta have Killer Instinct.
And, I mean, Rampage, Killer Instinct was there. Everything was there, dude. Mortal Kombat. The list just went on and on and on. And it was like nostalgia 90s all over again, dude. But hey, did you ever play Bad News Baseball on Nintendo?
Oh yeah, that was a good one too.
Probably the best baseball game ever.
Double Dribble.
Double Dribble was pretty good. Arch Rivals.
NBA Jam.
Yeah, because I was always Shaq and Anthony.
Tekken 3.
He's heating up.
Bro, I was so mad in the 90s that you couldn't play a single game with Jordan in it.
The good old days of Tecmo Bowl.
Oh yeah, Tecmo Bowl. Bo Jackson.
Did you guys used to leave voicemails on collect calls?
Oh yeah, say your name at the beat. Mom, come get me. Do you accept the collect call from? Mom, come get me.
We had a boy be It's a Boy.
We got all the unks pulling up to Stationary Saturdays. All right, Uncle Sheep. All right, Uncle JP.
Yeah, you haven't lived until you gotta wait till 9 o'clock to make a call with your phone because it's free.
Man, you know you live when you know what the quarter on the corner of a video game window means.
Yo, I had no idea how hard it was to get into Flat Earth Fridays when you're married.
Did you guys ever cheese somebody by accident on Street Fighter?
Cheese.
Yeah, you know those cheese, like when you keep on giving them the knee and you keep throwing them, and you got to give game 2 if you win the first. Like, there's all these unwritten rules. You could get beat up over that.
Get you in that corner with that Chun-Li kick, it's over.
Yeah, but you can get beat up for that.
Or get that string of Ryu Hadoukens going. Or Giles.
But I'm talking about when you literally hit and you throw them. Like, there's no stopping that. It was like a glitch in the game. So if you did it at the arcade, it's like it was looked down upon.
Bro, do they still have arcades? Am I tweaking?
They do, dude.
They're coming back.
Actually, if you want to go to an arcade, like some of these like bowling alleys will have like a side arcade. And you don't play quarters though. Like you put like $50 on a card.
Yeah.
And then they take not tokens but like points.
This
You
bothers
gotta get a
me.
credit card just to play at the arcade game?
Yo,
Hell yeah.
They're literally teaching kids gambling. is what it is. Because most of the games suck, but they get credits for crappy prizes. It's dopamine hits. They're teaching them early, and it's like we have one here, something not Boston Pizza. What is it? Dave and Buster's, Palladium.
Dave and Buster's.
It's literally just getting them used to all the casino action and all that stuff. And that's why, like the old school arcades, I think there's a demand for those, to bring those back, like where it was actually about the game and quarters. And there's something to be said about, doing it the hard way.
Bro, when I go to Vegas, I go and play the arcade instead of the slot machines, because at least I can get the high score in the arcade.
Yeah, makes sense.
No, but hey, Sacred, they got Mario Kart in the arcade, bro. How cool is that?
Oh no, that sounds fire.
Yep.
Like, you know how they had Daytona USA and they had Cruising USA? They got Mario Kart.
Hit you with that double pedal boost.
Hell yeah, you hit a little button and you can jump and slide into
get
the
this skating on, y'all.
All right, that's it. When this whole situation's over, we're all going to meet up at some arcade that has that, and we're all going to play. We're going to have a Mario Kart day.
And if somebody needs to go to the washroom, we play the GoldenEye pause music for everyone.
Now, we'll say this, though. For an arcade experience, if you ever want a really cool one. So when I was in North Carolina, I was in Charlotte, North Carolina, I went to the NASCAR Hall of Fame. But they have them all over the country, too. Not the Hall of Fame. They have these, like, NASCAR simulators. And you want to talk about a hard-ass car to drive, because, like, the back end always pushes out on you and everything like that. And then while you're going, like, 180 miles an hour, you have to hit the turn right in order to stay in a straight line while going all the way around. That is a badass experience.
I'm going to call it Flat Track Sundays.
Sounds like just driving in Canada.
But you can actually do that one online. Like, I'm guessing you can buy the simulator and you can race up to 50 people.